Our story begins with our poor McKay getting his emotions whooped by his friends as they call him the weakest one among the Heavenly Kings. Like every Sob backstory, our boy knew these people since he was a stinky little baby. Soon they were all placed in the same squad and rose to the ranks together. They created their own system of the Heavenly Kings, and knew that they would all stay together, because clearly this is a retelling of My Little Pony. The other three members of the Heavenly Kings Mog are pathetic MC so hard with names such as Vengeful Ocean, The Burning World, and Flash Storm. They dismiss our boy Capsodia from the position of the Heavenly Kings because he is the weakest among them. Capsodia realizes where he effed up exactly. A month ago they had a PR interview with the Demon Lord's army. Back then the interviewer asked who the weakest among the four were. Even then the MC was convinced that the whole question is stupid. Why would it matter who is the strongest and who is the weakest? He looks at his homies hoping they have his back, but his homies collectively point at him, giving him the title of the weakest one. The phrase soon became very popular among the demons, and people started theorizing that maybe Capsodia is actually the weakest one. Brazier then decides to throw Capsodia out of the Heavenly Kings, because he will cause the morale of the army to go plummeting harder than the stock market crash of 2008. Voganus reminds Capsodia that all of them have already passed level 100, and he is the only one who is level 1. Luviana tells the boys to shut up, but Capsodia tells her that everything is okay. It is a fact that he is level 1. Maybe this is why he cannot impress the Demon Lord, and not gain any territory. Luviana cusses Capsodia out, who tells her that he is completely fine with all this. He tells her not to worry as he dips from the scene, as he sulks down the hallways. Capsodia realizes that once he will go back home, all that will await him is the miserable life of a farm boy. He thinks of how people will make fun of him now that it is established that he is very bad at what he does. He thinks of his dog Cerberus as he walks back home. Once he reaches his house, the entire thing is on fire. A fire-breathing lizard man thing looks at Capsodia as it realizes that the weakest is still alive. The lizard looks awfully happy to have burnt down a man's house, especially in this economy. The lizard introduces itself as Bastrine, who works under Brazier. Capsodia tells him to cut the crap and asks if Bastrine burnt down his house. Like an average villain, Bastrine reveals his motivation. He will replace Capsodia as a Heavenly King if he is able to take him down. Capsodia uses his powers on the lizard, but the lizard just looks at him, first with fear, then with amusement. Bastrine laughs at what a weakling like Capsodia was even doing with the four Heavenly Kings. Capsodia looks at Bastrine, who disintegrates into ashes in front of him. Each of the four kings have their own attributes, and our boy was stuck with the death attribute. He wonders what filth Brazier fills his people's minds with. Capsodia takes a moment to sulk over his house and his dog when he hears a bark. Cerberus stands behind him as Capsodia is glad that at least his dog is safe. He reveals to the dog that he is no longer a Heavenly King, and soon people will come after him. He can't have his dog get caught up in his messes. He tells Cerberus to choose between him and Luviana, because she is the only person he trusts enough to take care of his dog. The dog doesn't even take a second and runs off to Luviana, leaving our boy jobless, homeless, and now dogless. Capsodia looks at Cerberus with a smile as he makes his way to the borders of the human territory. He wonders if he can just hide in the human territory since he isn't human himself. He is a third immortal thing that is half human. Long ago his ancestors were humans, which gives him a free pass to mingle among the humans. With his mind made up, Capsodia decides to go live among the humans. Another creature stops Capsodia in his way. The dude asks Capsodia for an introduction, confusing him as someone from the hero's party. The guy tells Capsodia that he has the power of the 8 souls, which he has gained by ripping souls out of human bodies. Capsodia clearly doesn't give a crap about this clown. The guy promises to take down Capsodia, not knowing that our boy has the power of joblessness and betrayal on his side. Vazag tells Capsodia a story in exchange for his soul, and then decides to crush him. Capsodia points at Vazag and tells him to die. Just like that, Vazag with his 8 souls is sent to heaven. The souls drift away from Vazag's body as he wishes them well on their way to heaven. Capsodia looks through Vazag's bag as he finds some gold, medicine, and a huge weapon. Capsodia looks around the place, which reeks of death. He pulls out a literal knockoff death note from his cloak. As he looks at the information on Vazag, he finds Vazag's house and finds a silver-haired baddie inside the cave. Capsodia tells her to remain calm as the woman panics, asking if he is a hero or someone from the hero's party. Capsodia looks at a nearby fox girl who is allegedly the hero who gave up her life to save the damsel in distress. Capsodia feels the body of the hero and asks the damsel her name. He looks up Pephemia's name inside his death note and brings her back to life, since he is the god of death in this universe. The damsel looks at Capsodia and realizes that he was able to perform resurrection magic without an altar or a relic. Capsodia realizes that once again he has effed up because this type of magic is forbidden in the human territory because of some ethical made-up thing. He remembers back in the good old days when he was asked to revive 1,000 men every day just because the demons were low life forms that fell in one swoop. Since he was busy playing God of Death, he never had time to go and harness his own skills in the battlefield, hence why he is such a low-level player right now. He is glad he was there in time to save her, otherwise she would have disintegrated. The silver baddie thanks Capsodia for helping her. He looks up at the skies and tells the heavenly kings to suck it. Paphemia wakes up and starts screaming about how much pain she is in. Capsodia explains that this is one thing he cannot help with. The silver baddie asks to be released as she uses her own magic to help Paphemia recover from her wounds. Capsodia looks at the spell and realizes that the girl he saved is a high-ranking priestess. Paphemia jumps on Sharon, thanking her for the rescue. The girls hug it out as they thank God for saving them both from this trial. Sharon points at Capsodia, explaining that he is the one who brought her back to life. Sharon introduces herself as a servant of God, and Paphemia introduces herself too. Then she glazes her friend for being the Holy Maiden. Capsodia realizes this woman is the Holy Maiden, with prophecies so accurate it makes Yusuf Daikech's Olympics aim look like trash. Because of her, the demons had suffered great losses. He realizes what a mid-person the Holy Maiden chose as her hero. Capsodia decides to hide his real name, and gives an alibi with the name Capua. Never in his immortal life did Capsodia realize that he would meet the Holy Maiden and the hero. A deadly combination now that he realizes he is an exiled demon himself. He decides to use the ladies to get to the city. Paphemia worries about the return of Vazog, but Capsodia shows Vazog's weapon to the ladies, revealing that he has gotten rid of the tyrant for good. Paphemia glazes Capsodia's skills while Sharon exposes him for only being level 1. Paphemia laughs at the joke while Sharon analyzes Capsodia. She turns pale once she realizes that Capsodia is really level 1. They ask how he was able to take down the tyrant. Sharon even goes to glaze Capsodia, that he must be someone with a lot of experience in battle. Capsodia is blown away at the absurdity that he took down Vazog with his battle tactics. Paphemia looks at Capsodia with stars in her eyes, as he realizes just what this girl is about to ask him. Paphemia begs Capsodia to make her his apprentice, and Capsodia immediately rejects the idea. With this, Capsodia's life in the human world begins with a 0-star rating encounter with the Holy Maiden and the hero. In the town of Noville, kids run around as women gossip, and our boy Capsodia realizes how perfect his new life is going to be in this happy little town. There is just one problem. The girls are clinging on to him for dear life, and he needs to find some way to get rid of them. Paphemia begs him to become his apprentice, but Capsodia tells her no, since he himself is under training. He tells the girls that this is where they will part ways, glad that he can get rid of the girls. Paphemia wags her tail as a sign of rebellion, but all this does is unlock the dog lover in Capsodia. Paphemia asks if Capsodia is looking for a job in this town, so she offers to take him to the guild. Capsodia is clueless about what a guild is, so Paphemia details that the guild is a place where they get jobs and quests because these two plan on registering as adventurers as well. Capsodia is eager for a free tour, but then he realizes that these girls aren't on their way to take down the demon lord. Paphemia realized that she is too low level to fight anyone, since she couldn't even take down Vazog, and had to be brought back to life thanks to Capsodia. Capsodia looks down at the dog girl, and realizes that even though she has a lot of potential, she needs to train harder than Zoro to take down the demon lord. Sharon explains that once Paphemia gains a lot of experience as an adventurer, her skills will grow and she will gain a lot to learn. Paphemia interrupts Sharon, stating that the best way to grow is to become Capsodia's apprentice, but Capsodia shuts her up. He offers to stick with the girls till they reach the guild. After that, they are parting ways. Paphemia hugs Capsodia, who only has one thing on his mind: a woman's privates are touching him. The girls and Capsodia make their way to the guild, where a woman with massive assets greets them. Capsodia looks around the room as he realizes how new all of this is for him. Even though he has been to the human territory before, he explains that he is looking for a job, and Paphemia realizes that he isn't an adventurer either. Capsodia daydreams that now he gets to live his life his way, without having to eliminate hundreds of humans and hopefully find a job that doesn't exploit him. Bro needs a reality check fast. The lady asks Capsodia for his name, which he again introduces himself as Capua. The lady gets down to the real questions. She asks for his education, his records, and his letters of recommendations. Capsodia realizes that whatever this lady is asking for, he has never heard of in his life. Since Capsodia doesn't have any of the required documents, the only job he can have is the designated cat feeder of the town. Now that's a job I can get behind. Capsodia asks how much the cat feeder earns, and lo and behold, the cat is richer than the person who feeds the cat. The lady explains that all Capsodia needs to do is give a simple test to become an adventurer. Then he can even live inside a mansion. The girls look at Capsodia with huge smiles, knowing that he has no other choice but to join them. Capsodia gives up the stubbornness and signs up to be an adventurer. The girls cheer that they can have adventures with Capsodia, who promises to himself that he will get as many jobs as he can away from these two. The lady brings out an orb which is a part of the test. All they need to do is hold their hand out over the orb. Capsodia realizes that he is royally effed because this device will reveal that he is a demon lurking among the humans because of his high-ranked magic. Paphemia jumps in to take the test first. The orb glows a bright color as Sharon realizes she has never seen anything like this. Capsodia looks at the orb, wondering who the hell Paphemia is really. The people of the guild decide to host a 3-day part for Paphemia's results because of how good they are. People with her results usually end up becoming great heroes. Paphemia jumps on Sharon as the guild lady realizes that they are in the presence of the Holy Maiden. Sharon introduces Paphemia to the guild as her hero of choice. She explains to the guild members that she needs Paphemia to gain a lot of experience to become a promising hero in the future. Paphemia hides behind Capsodia, ready to have him tested out now. Since Paphemia has declared Capsodia as her self-proclaimed master, the guild woman is shocked to see she even has a master. Capsodia locks in on the orb as the room fills up with a bright light. The result is quite different as the orb just says damn. Capsodia looks at the orb wondering what the heck it wants from him. The guild lady crashes out over a new outcome from the orb. Capsodia stares at the woman wondering what all of this even means. Even the people of the guild are in shock because they have been here for ages, but they have never seen the orb say something like this. Everyone celebrates the new phrase as Capsodia realizes that he might have just dug a deeper hole for himself by coming to the guild. Even Sharon joins in on the hype as she calls him a god-sent warrior. A buff old man joins the conversation as he reveals that a new day for the guild has arrived. This man is Mackenzie, a former adventurer and the current master of the guild. Despite all this massive aura, this man is not one bit better than Master Roshi, as he inappropriately touches the guild lady and stares down at both Paphemia and Sharon. He compliments the girls like a certain island man, stating that they have nice bodies. After the basic introductions, he starts glazing their beauty, realizing that he should have dressed up a bit more if he knew such pretty ladies would be there to greet him. The guild lady introduces Capsodia to Mackenzie, who gives him one look and realizes that this guy ain't worth anything. The old geezer roasts Capsodia for looking like a twink with lifeless eyes. Capsodia argues with the old man in his head. He is a half-demon. His eyes are supposed to be lifeless. Mackenzie lore dumps that in his 40 years of being a guild master, he has never seen this phrase before. This could mean either of two things. Maybe Capsodia has a high affinity, so the orb is wondering what even this creature is. Or maybe he has low affinity that the orb is shocked too. Or maybe it just means that Capsodia is truly a damned being, like a demon or something. The old man has hit the nail right on the head, so Capsodia just nervously gulps. But Mackenzie laughs it off because no demon has the balls to enter human territory and take a test specified for the humans. While Capsodia decides to change the topic so he isn't framed as a demon again, he hears a fly buzzing around. Mackenzie makes the choice to fight Capsodia so they can figure out his affinity. He asks Sharon for forgiveness, but he needs to make sure Capsodia isn't evil. Capsodia prepares himself in a battle stance, totally unaware that he is about to go against the creep of the century. The people hype them both up since they are about to witness a fight of the century. People already know that Capsodia is about to eat dirt. Capsodia, on the other hand, is locked in on the fly, as he summaries why the fly is his biggest rival in life. Demi-liches and flies have a very strong connection. Since they are half dead, they keep giving off the smell of rot, and flies are the only creatures that can detect this smell. Definitely the fly is a spy here to detect him and expose him to the humans. Capsodia makes it his life goal to put an end to the fly's tyranny. The fly lands on Mackenzie's head, and Capsodia locks in on the fly, telling Mackenzie to not even move a single inch. Mackenzie detects the bloodlust from Capsodia, but he himself is a very skilled warrior, so he has nothing to worry about. Mackenzie raises his fist, and Capsodia jumps at the same time, warning him to not move. He smacks the old man on his huge bald head, and Mackenzie kisses the floor, leaving everyone in shock. The people erupt into chaos because Capsodia was able to take down a man twice his build, with just one smack. Paphemia hugs Capsodia for an amazing job, but Capsodia sulks because the fly somehow got away. Capsodia looks at Mackenzie and asks why he is hiding away like an ostrich. He then finds out that he took down the hotshot of the guild in one shot. Now you all may be wondering how a total twink like Capsodia was able to take down a massive tank like Mackenzie. Well, the answer is simple. Demi-liches possess superhuman strength, and since they're half dead, they can surpass normal humans. Even the liches of this generation look much less like twinks and much more like gym rats. Capsodia realizes that while he was locked in on the fly, he forgot to limit his strength. He asks if Mackenzie is okay after everything that has been done. Mackenzie admits that Capsodia is strong enough, and he passes the test. Mackenzie confesses that he saw his life flash before his eyes with a single punch. Paphemia laughs in joy at how they can go on adventures together, even though Capsodia wants to give her up for adoption at any second. Sharon congratulates Capsodia and notices how she is shaking. He apologizes for scaring her like that, but she admits that she was only worried about Capsodia. Capsodia gives her a head pat for being a good little girl. Mackenzie tosses his silver badge pin to Capsodia as a medal of honor. Now Capsodia is a silver-ranked adventurer without any of the legal processes. Capsodia realizes that if he accepts this, then everyone will know who he is, and he will be in big trouble. Capsodia tosses it back to the old man, saying how the pin smells kinda weird. Mackenzie throws a tantrum on how something must be wrong with Capsodia if he is tossing away a literal gem. Capsodia argues that he is still a suspicious new character in town, and he won't ever accept a silver ranking from a guy like the old geezer. He asks how Mackenzie will make up for all the abuse Capsodia had to take. The tough guy persona breaks and Capsodia adds that he wants to try out the iron rank first, to see how things go for him. He is level 1, so he is skeptical at how things will work out for him. Mackenzie realizes that he got absolutely butchered by a guy who was only level 1. Sharon adds that she has already appraised Capsodia, so the whole fight was a big fluke, and Capsodia isn't all that he presents himself to be. Capsodia reassures that he is fine with being a level 1 adventurer as well. The guild lady tells Paphimia that she is a bronze level adventurer, but she insists that she wants to go on adventures with Capsodia. Capsodia locks in because he knows that this is his only way to get rid of the clingy dog woman, so he tells her that she should have her own adventures. He tells her that right now this is time for her to train on her own. If he stays with her, then she will become dependent on him, and it will stun her super epic growth. He tells her to claw her way up to the top first, and he will be waiting for her there. Paphimia starts shedding tears and promises to do better. Capsodia relishes in the fact that he was able to get rid of her just as he had planned, and she is stupid enough to fall for it too. He knows that Paphimia has a lot of potential, and soon she will reach a stage when she can gain a council with the king. Once she gets to the heroine status, she will become an upper-class aristocrat, and will live in the royal palace. A random nobody like Capsodia won't even matter to her when she has all the riches in the world. And in this time he will have built a life where no one can exploit him for his abilities. Paphimia talks to Sharon about what she will do now. Sharon asks about the quest she wants to accomplish. As they yap about the quest, Capsodia takes his leave. The girls start talking about Vazog and how skilled he is, and how he is so strong. He was a berserker in 3 digits. The girls giggle among themselves, and then reveal that Capsodia was able to take down Vazog. With this, all peace from Capsodia's future is yoinked. Loviana summons a storm as she floats in the sky. She asks Voganus what he is trying to do. Loviana asks if they are only here to dispose off the humans. Loviana tells him to follow the battle plan. Voganus tells her to loosen up and not worry about the details too much. Loviana screams at Voganus, who locks in. Loviana notices that the resurrections can no longer keep up. Voganese was sent to create chaos in the front lines because he cannot sit back and follow a plan. Loviana wanted Capsodia to make the battle plan instead because no one understands the situation better than Capsodia. He was nice enough to come to the meetings regardless of how busy he was. He was the person who took care of all the political side of the things. These other 3 were just extras. Without Capsodia, the demons will face a heavy loss. Brazier calls out to Loviana as he throws a fireball at her, saving her from an attack. He tells Voganese to go back to the front lines. Loviana asks who will take care of the orders. Then Brazier assures her that she will take care of the rest. She reminds him that even though he is the commander of the army, the Demon King rules over all of them. She asks why Brazier is being all cocky, but he just denies it. Brazier leaves to report back to the Demon City, but Loviana doesn't understand what can be more important than pushing after the enemy. She asks if he is just running away from the field to lock himself in his little lab. Brazier tells her that she has no idea how valuable his little lab toys are. One day she will understand when the war will change, all thanks to his little toys. Loviana wonders what direction they are headed in, now that they no longer have Capsodia. Capsodia wakes up in the morning. He couldn't really avoid the girls or the questioning that came with the knowledge that he took down Vazog. Since they were all brokies, they ended up sharing an inn. Capsodia opens his eyes and he is greeted by a wall. Paphimia sleeps on him as he pushes her away, because both of them are conveniently in their birthday clothes. Capsodia pushes her off and wonders what the hell happened last night for them to end up in this position. He asks what Paphimia is doing in his room, but Paphimia just clings to him, happy that he has come back to life. He wonders if Paphimia is trying to get into his pants. He wonders if coming to the human world raised his charm by 1,000,000 because now he has a heroine and a holy maiden all for himself. He tells Paphimia to get off him because Sharon would misunderstand since she is the holy maiden and all. Sharon calls out from under the covers that she too is here, and also in her birthday clothes. Capsodia wonders what an absolute Riz god he has turned to be able to experience such joy in his life. But since he doesn't recall any encounters, he hopes he didn't take advantage of either of the ladies. Since he is a demon, he doesn't feel much remorse about being a freaky little creature. He asks the ladies what they were trying to do. Paphimia explains that his heart had stopped beating, and his body was going cold, so they took the liberty of warming him up in bed. Capsodia closes his eyes and realizes that this is messed up because he uses magic to move and he doesn't have a beating heart. If the girls discover this, he will be exposed. But these girls are stupid enough to not doubt him. He tells the girls to put on some clothes while he memorizes every inch of their bodies in his mind. He tells the girls that he is sorry for giving them a scare, but he was fine the entire time. He makes an excuse that this was just a type of training that he did in the mountains. He has actually done this before too. There are demons who can use death attribute, but it is very risky. Whoever uses death attribute has no chance of survival. His spell stops his heart, but his heart is able to resuscitate itself. The girls glaze the man for no reason at all as he thanks them for being so dumb. Capsodia almost feels bad for fooling these girls, but he doesn't care. He slides out of bed as he prepares to ditch the girls. Paphimia mentions some preparations about bread, and Capsodia asks if she can cook. Sharon reveals that Paphemia is a good cook and can make anything at all. Sharon slips from the step stool, and Capsodia swoops in to save the lady. He tells her to take it easy, recognizing that she has lived a hard life, and this is the first time she is living in the outside world. All of her attendants were also taken down by Vazog. Capsodia digs in the food and is immediately blown away with how yummy the food is. Back at the demon's territory, he was so overworked, he barely ate. Paphemia jumps at the opportunity to keep Capsodia with them forever, as she offers him to stay with them for yummy food daily. He contemplates at her offer to make food every day. Capsodia asks if the girls plan on staying at the inn longer because he doesn't mind crashing in with them for a while longer. The girls ask if he has any plans after this because they will drop by the weapons shop later to pick out equipment for Paphemia. Capsodia decides to join the girls once more since he needs to know how much the money he has is worth. At the weapons shop, Paphemia and Sharon introduce themselves. The girls leave with the male clerk and Capsodia is left with the female clerk, who licks her lips at the opportunity to scam a young man for all he has in pockets. This scammer is Flema Ketten, and she has mastered the art of upselling and scamming all customers. With her eyes set on Capsodia, she knows he looks like a dumb little guy who she can scam pretty easily. With his shady clothes, he is certainly saving a lot of money, so Flema decides to sell him the magic armor. With her eyes locked on the prey, Flema makes her move. She asks what he is looking for. Capsodia says that he is just browsing, after which Flema starts laughing like a maniac. Capsodia wonders what is wrong with this one, thinking that maybe if he refuses a human, he might get cursed by a demon's smile. Flema jumps at the opportunity and decides to show him some armor. But Capsodia isn't really looking for anything. If he chooses armor, he will have to undress, and he doesn't want to expose his body to anyone else. His body is decomposing and uses magic to move, but someone might feel like something is off. Flema still shows some armor to Capsodia. She glazes the armor to Capsodia, who isn't impressed by the stats at all. Flema is shocked that Capsodia was able to see through her lies, but she recovers quickly, still glazing the weapon. Capsodia knows that this weapon is so bad that even the desperate demon lord wouldn't accept it. Flema keeps glazing the armor, saying that it has special stats and all, but Capsodia wonders what the problem with this woman is. She says that the armor has a 300 plus, which is still bad, because in the demon army, a normal soldier had at least 400 to 500. Flema panics at how well acquainted Capsodia is with the armor stats. She still insists that Capsodia try on the armor, and Capsodia wonders if she knows what he is. He holds her between his arms and asks if she knows what he is. Flema panics, but Capsodia pressures her more, demanding to know who she is. Flema introduces herself as the #1 clerk of the store. Capsodia realizes that Flema only wanted to look at his body, which is why she was insistent that he wear the armor. Flema tries to yank his robe off, but Capsodia fights back. The male clerk comes back at the noise and demands to know what is happening. Flema explains that Capsodia won't listen to her, and he instead blames her for trying to take advantage of him. The male clerk makes Flema apologize to Capsodia and then fires her. She tries to argue back that the store will go bankrupt without her. The boss exposes Flema that she was never the ace of this store. The only reason he called her an ace is because there was a time when they were just 2 people running the store. The boss scolds her more because ever since she joined the store, they haven't sold anything. He only tolerated her because she was introduced by a friend, and now she will be fired. The boss apologizes to Capsodia for the bad experience and gives him an apology gift. Capsodia comforts Flema because he too was fired just recently. It's not like her life is over just because she got fired. Paphemia shows off her new armor to Capsodia, which has an unnecessary cat bell with the collar. Totally unnecessary, but whatever makes you guys hard, I guess. Capsodia tells them all that now they are ready for a quest. The guild lady explains that there are 3 types of quests. Subjugation quests involve getting rid of monsters. Collection quests involve collecting different materials like gems, relics, and grass. Help quests involve helping the locals, and are most suitable for newbies. Since the trio is new, they can take any quest they like. Paphemia jumps at the opportunity to do subjugation quests because she wants to become stronger by taking down huge monsters. The guild lady hands her the paper, which Paphemia cannot read, so Sharon reads the paper for her. She accepts the quest. Capsodia agrees to the collection quests, and in an instant Paphemia is on him, begging him to do on the monster hunting quest with him. Capsodia locks into mentor mode and tells her that he doesn't want to stunt her growth by hunting in the same area as him. They need to go their separate ways for them to prosper. Inside, Capsodia reveals that demons have the ability to suppress and tame monsters, including the monsters that can see far away. He isn't going to risk his cover by joining some stupid monster hunting quest. He accepts the magic grass collection quest, but the guild lady explains that if he finds any monsters on his way to collect grass, he needs to leave them with the guild, and he will be compensated in paid market value. Capsodia wonders if this is a red flag. The girls roam the forest, looking for the monster on the quest paper. Sharon wonders how strong the wolf is. Paphemia promises to keep Sharon safe. Sharon is confident that she can keep up a barrier, and together they will have the strength of 100 men. The wolf makes an entry, and Paphemia blocks Sharon and attacks the wolf back. The wolf mocks Paphemia for having slow and weak attacks, telling her to struggle more against him. Paphemia unleashes multiple attacks at once, and even the wolf begs her to slow down a bit. After getting bullied by a little girl, the wolf decides to run away from the battle. Paphemia begs it to come back. The wolf wonders what is wrong with these weak-looking girls. It spots a lonely Capsodia picking grass. He wonders where he has seen this guy before. Capsodia is overjoyed with the fact that he was able to collect all the materials required by the quest. Without the two girls, he is happy for some quiet time. The wolf growls behind Capsodia as he realizes that his sweet time is over. The wolf calls Capsodia the weakest among the heavenly kings, and Capsodia realizes that his cover of being a friendly human is blown. The wolf introduces itself as a subordinate of Brazier. Bro even goes out of his way to say he loves NTR. If you don't know what that means, you are too pure to be on this side of the internet. The wolf calls out Capsodia and promises to chomp his head and offer it to Brazier. The intro itself is a big enough headache for Capsodia, who just uses his spell to get rid of the wolf. The wolf froths at the mouth and collapses. Capsodia feels glad that he was able to take down the wolf without having his cover blown. He looks at the body of the wolf, deciding to make cash out of the body by selling it to the guild. But soon, Capsodia will come to regret this decision. Capsodia takes the reward pouch and hears the staff confirm the amount, 7,000 perucas. He stares at it and immediately starts calculating how many nights at the inn that covers. Then he compares it to the awful pay he got back in the Demon Lord's army, a dried frog, and gets quietly emotional over how much better this is. Right after that, he asks where Paphemia and the others are. Someone answers that they still are not back yet. Then Paphemia and Sharon return, and both of them look rough, especially Paphemia, who is visibly drained as soon as she steps in. Capsodia looks at Paphemia and says, "From the way she looks, things clearly did not go well." Paphemia gives a tired little smile and says the monsters ran from them. Capsodia catches the details as she explains. She says it was a fierce wolf monster, very nimble, with a scar above one eye. Capsodia reacts right away and says that sounds like the Gaburufu. Then almost casually he says it attacked him while he was gathering magic grass, so he defeated it. The body is right there, huge and brutal looking, and the whole room goes dead quiet. Capsodia notices that the atmosphere just got weird. The guild lady freezes and calls out to Capsodia in shock. She shouts that this is an amazing sight and rushes into full analysis mode. She points out there are no cuts and almost no blood on the body, then asks if he used poison. Capsodia says no. She gets even more excited and starts talking about science, museums, and laboratories, saying this specimen would be invaluable. Then she drops the number. Maybe not even 1 million paracas would be enough for it. Capsodia just blanks out. He repeats the number in his head like his brain is lagging. The mascot cheers that he became rich instantly, and Capsodia is still stuck on 1 million. Yeah, that hits hard. But the second that number sinks in, Capsodia starts panicking internally. He imagines flashy rich people standing out everywhere, and realizes this is exactly the kind of attention he does not want. While he is still thinking that through, the others keep praising the value of the body, and talking about contacting the curator. Capsodia cuts in, and says that if the Gaburufu is really that valuable, then he will donate it for free. He says scientific development is more important than the reward in front of him, and says it would be better if more people could make use of the body. Then he adds that he does not mind, tells them to handle the rest, and leaves it to them. That works way too well. Paphemia and the others are instantly moved. They call his words noble, praise how altruistic he is, and say they will never forget this. Capsodia just stands there taking accidental saint points. Time passes, and that one decision completely snowballs. Capsodia ends up at a ceremony where people announce the establishment of the Capsodia Museum and ask him to cut the tape. A small museum is named after him. People gather around him happily, and they start calling him Capsodia Dia. He keeps moving through all of it, looking more and more uncomfortable. Then it hits him that Capsodia Dia sounds dangerously close to his real name, and he pulls his hood down harder while thinking he stands out way too much already. He also notes that the next mission location is pretty far away, and he is actually glad Paphemia and Sharon are not with him at that moment. Then he notices something wrong. He looks up and sees Paphemia and Sharon injured. Capsodia's eyes widen instantly and he moves over. Paphemia apologizes, but Capsodia immediately tells her she does not need to apologize and asks who did this. Sharon answers that it was a monster. Someone explains there have been many monsters in the nearby forest lately. Another says ordinary adventurers are not enough to deal with them, so they asked Paphemia for help. Then it becomes clear what happened. Paphemia focused too much on protecting Sharon and ended up taking the damage herself. Capsodia thinks it through and says that if Paphemia has been getting this much fighting experience recently, then the monsters around here must be seriously troublesome. He asks what the creature looks like. The answers come piece by piece: sharp fangs, red eyes, and 3 heads. Capsodia freezes on that last part. Then his face lights up and he blurts out that it is Cerberus. In his mind, he is already picturing that goofy little 3-headed fluffball, and realizing it must have followed him all the way here because it missed him. Meanwhile, everyone else is still treating this like a major threat, and wondering whether there is anyone bronze rank or above who can handle it. Capsodia cuts through that and says he will go. Paphemia immediately says that if he is going to fight, then she is coming too. Someone reminds him that he did not want to fight that much in the first place. Capsodia says these are special circumstances. Paphemia says she wants to see him fight, but Capsodia tells her to rest and heal her wounds. In his head, the real issue is obvious. He cannot let her see how he actually gets along with Cerberus. So instead, he says that since the monster was strong enough to injure her, he will need to go all out. Mackenzie basically helps him out by interpreting that as Capsodia not being able to fight properly while protecting her at his side. Capsodia silently appreciates that save. Paphemia finally gives in and tells him he better win. Capsodia says he will. Sharon tearfully asks him to please win too, and Capsodia answers with a calm smile that since the goddess of victory is smiling on them, he will definitely come back. He turns and heads out. The people behind him call out for him to be careful, and tell him they are rooting for him. Paphemia watches him go as Capsodia quietly calls out for Cerberus to wait for him with stars in his eyes. Loviana gets ready to leave Brazier's place, but Brazier stops her before she can go. He tries to invite her out that night to a bar known for Dragon's Head's sake. Loviana turns him down and says she already has plans. Brazier takes that badly and treats it like another excuse, and Loviana coolly points out that he is the type who gets hung up on the past. Brazier reacts sharply to that, and Loviana explains that she needs to look after her pet because its condition has not been very good lately. Brazier then changes the subject and asks whether she remembers the topic of his research. Loviana recalls the Chimera toys. Brazier confirms it and reveals that he has already released one as an experiment. He explains that he is studying their cells so he can create even more ferocious beings, and that after a few more days he expects to have the data he needs. Then he presses closer and tries to make Loviana choose him over Capsodia, leaning on the fact that Capsodia has already been cast aside and no longer holds the same power as before. Loviana smacks Brazier, then apologizes and says she did not mean things that way. Brazier dismisses it with a cold, irritated attitude. After she lowers herself in apology, he turns away and his expression hardens. His thoughts shift into full possession mode, with him deciding that in the end everything will belong to him. At the same time, Capsodia is already moving through the forest in his hood. Capsodia heads deeper into the woods carrying fruit for Cerberus and looking genuinely excited to see him. Then a roar cuts through the trees. Capsodia stops, looks ahead and sees several glowing eyes in the dark. For a brief moment he thinks he may have found Cerberus, but the thing that steps out is a massive three-headed hydra-like monster instead. The onlookers nearby panic immediately and try to stop him, making it clear that something on this level is far beyond an iron rank adventurer. Capsodia stares at the monster and instantly gets furious, not because he is scared, but because it got his hopes up for nothing. He makes it clear that the creature's appearance alone annoys him, and then his anger spikes even harder when he decides there is only one three-headed beast in the world that matters, and that is Cerberus. In his mind, Cerberus appears as an absurdly cute little fluff ball, which only pushes him further over the edge. He lowers his gaze, trembles with rage, and fully loses patience. Yeah, this goes bad fast. Capsodia raises a magic circle in front of himself and attacks immediately. The spell fires straight into the Hydra Lord and drops it on the spot. The beast lets out a broken cry and collapses. The people watching are left staring, barely able to process what just happened. By the time they realize the Hydra Lord is already finished, Capsodia has turned his back and is walking away through the forest like it was not even worth staying for. Even as he leaves, Capsodia is still upset over one thing only. It was not Cerberus. Then the real Cerberus appears somewhere else entirely, hauling crates indoors like a laborer. He keeps moving from one stack to another, looking more and more worn down, and starts wondering how his life ended up like this. His thoughts compare his previous master, who constantly dumped unwanted complaints on him, with his current master, who is far kinder and far more forgiving. He is still stuck on that contrast when he hears that it is time for his meal. Cerberus turns and finds Loviana coming to him with a bright smile. She has clearly been looking for him on purpose. She notices the dust all over him, fusses over his condition and says she brought food because he must be hungry. Then she sets the food down and starts feeding him directly. While doing that, she worries that he seems to have lost weight, and carefully reasons through how both overeating and undereating are bad for him. Cerberus just sits there and takes the full pampering. Paphemia comes rushing in with tears already in her eyes and latches onto Capsodia the second she reaches him. He stiffens right away because she is doing this in front of everyone. While Sharon gives him a much calmer welcome, Capsodia apologizes for making her worry. Paphemia reassures him that she expected him to come back safe. Then she asks about the monster he went after, and he gives a vague answer because the creature he defeated was not actually the one he wanted. Around them, people are already talking about Hydra Lord, and Paphemia looks at him with pure admiration and says she wants to become the kind of hero who can make people happy too. That praise does not relax him at all. Capsodia realizes Paphemia has been piling up losses lately, while Sharon keeps trying to encourage her. Before he can sort his thoughts out, Someone asks him for proof that he defeated Hydra Lord, so the completed Lord mission can be officially reported. He immediately considers pushing the credit onto somebody else, mostly because he does not want more attention or another ridiculous museum situation. Then a huge piece of Hydra Lord gets dropped right in front of the group, and the person behind it addresses him as an Iron Rank adventurer. The newcomer turns out to be Misteltam, the famous Silver Rank adventurer known as Absolute Flash, and one of the royal capital's top fighters. Capsodia sees him and briefly thinks this might finally get the spotlight off him. The people around them start wondering if Misteltam was actually the one who brought Hydra Lord down, but Misteltam does the opposite of what Capsodia wants and identifies Capsodia as the one who killed it. Capsodia's first reaction is immediate suspicion, and he starts wondering whether Misteltam is trying to take his earnings or drag him into something worse. Misteltam then asks why Capsodia came back without bringing the prey itself. While the crowd keeps showering Capsodia with praise, Capsodia frantically throws together an explanation and says he left it there because Misteltam looked badly wounded and he wanted the reward money used for those injuries instead. That lands hard. Misteltam goes quiet. Capsodia keeps smiling, but internally he is already suffering. Misteltam thanks him and explains that he and his partner came from the same hometown, and Hydra Lord destroyed that place years ago. The two of them kept chasing revenge, but the monster only grew stronger, and even after all that effort they still could not beat it themselves. He admits that failure still hurts, but he also says Capsodia's kindness toward him and his partner will stay with them for the rest of their lives. That just makes the room love Capsodia even more. Paphemia bursts into tears again. The others pile on with saint-level praise, and Capsodia can only stand there with that pained smile while his accidental reputation gets even bigger. The next day, Schwarin is with Misteltam and his injured partner. She finishes treating the partner, and Misteltam openly praises her power and thanks her with real respect. Paphemia then introduces herself to Misteltam, and respectfully points out that he is the hero Sharon chose. Misteltam shifts his attention to her, and the tone changes immediately. He bluntly brings up her recent failures, including the incident where she could not protect Sharon. Paphemia takes that straight to the chest, and looks down. Capsodia watches from the side, and thinks Misteltam is extremely blunt, but he also admits to himself that Misteltam is not wrong. Even the little side gag beside them makes the same point. Paphemia's success rate is still low, and she is doing everything she can just to keep up at Iron Rank. Misteltam keeps pressing and asks how long it has even been since Paphemia moved here, and why she was pushed into adventuring so quickly. The others explain that she still lacks real combat experience and is trying to build it now. Capsodia quietly agrees with that and recognizes that she really is working hard. Paphemia finally says it out loud herself. She admits she leaned too heavily on Capsodia and Sharon, says she is not good enough yet, and then steps forward and asks Misteltam to train her. Misteltam does not go easy on her. He warns that strength does not come that quickly. Paphemia still does not back off. She says being a hero means she cannot stay naive forever, and from there her whole expression changes. She is still bruised and emotional, but now she is locked in. Misteltam studies her for a moment, then accepts. Sharon supports the idea right away. Paphemia lights up instantly, and Misteltam adds one more warning that she cannot afford to take shortcuts. Paphemia agrees without hesitation. After that, Sharon and Misteltam exchange a polite promise to work together. Paphemia is all energy now, fully focused on what comes next. Sharon meanwhile goes quiet for a beat and just watches the scene, while Capsodia stands beside her with a small knowing smile. Paphemia is already in the middle of training when this starts. She throws herself at Misteltam, but he shuts her down immediately, calling out her lack of speed and pressing her on whether that is really all she has. Capsodia watches from the side, quietly clocks that she is no longer even using her sword, and realizes how far she has pushed herself. 5 days have already passed since the training began, and during that stretch Paphemia has been leaving Sharon and Capsodia behind every day, training until she is spent, then dragging herself back and collapsing in Capsodia's bed. Back at the inn, Sharon sits alone and turns when Capsodia comes in. He asks if she is worried about Paphemia, and Sharon admits that she is. She starts wondering if she has been holding Paphemia back the whole time. She meant to support her and give her confidence, but now she is not sure she handled it the right way. Capsodia listens, then thinks to himself that Sharon is putting too much of this on herself. Capsodia then nudges Sharon toward the obvious answer, and tells her to go see Paphemia. He points out that nearly a week has passed, and that Paphemia probably wants to see Sharon too. Then the manga immediately undercuts him with his real motive. In his head he admits that if Sharon does not go, this is going to become his problem, and he decides he cannot just sit there and do nothing if he wants to protect his own leisure time. The next cut makes it crystal clear why. Paphemia has been so exhausted from training that she is spilling straight into his personal space. When they arrive, Paphemia is completely wiped out. Her body is shaking, her breathing is rough, and she looks like the past few days have been pure punishment. The second she notices Sharon, her whole face changes. Sharon steps up to her and Paphemia, still trembling, reacts like seeing her again matters way more than she expected. Capsodia is right there too, giving a casual greeting while watching the reunion. Right after that, another person enters the scene. Verdana, Misteltam's partner, comes over and introduces himself to Sharon, thanking her for healing him earlier. Sharon answers gently and focuses on the fact that he recovered safely. Meanwhile, Misteltam looks over at Capsodia and Sharon, and clearly does not love the interruption, since Paphemia is still in the middle of training. Verdana, on the other hand, is way more relaxed. He warmly thanks Capsodia for saving him and then immediately starts talking to Sharon in a friendly, almost over-eager way. The talk shifts to Paphemia's development. Capsodia presses the point, and Paphemia cuts in before anyone can drag it out. She steps forward and offers to prove her growth directly by fighting. Misteltam accepts, and the two of them square up in the clearing while the others watch from behind. Paphemia lowers her body, fixes her eyes on him, and launches first. Misteltam reads her almost instantly. He acknowledges that she has become faster in just a few days, then tests that speed the moment she closes in. Paphemia rushes straight at him, getting so close that Capsodia and Sharon both react. But Misteltam catches the attack without giving ground. He stays rooted in the same place the entire time. His feet do not shift even once. That part says everything. Then the real evaluation hits. Misteltam judges Paphemia's natural feel, spacing, and raw qualities highly, but he also sees a fatal gap in how she actually handles battle. Capsodia hears that and immediately thinks she could still become an amazing hero if given enough time, but that thought gets crushed by the reality sitting underneath all of this. Time is exactly what they do not have. Demons are out there killing people now, not later. Yeah, that lands hard. Misteltam notices Paphemia faltering and pushes her to keep going because to him the fight is not over. Paphemia's hand hangs low, her face twists. She starts spilling everything out at once, all the quests she has taken, all the training she has done under him, even the distance she has put between herself and her friends. And after all of that, she still feels like she cannot do anything. Misteltam does not soften. He presses her again and forces her to face what she has left. That is where she breaks. Tears start pouring down her face. Capsodia freezes, Sharon covers her mouth, and Paphemia stands there shaking as she admits to herself that she is still weak. She tries to continue, chokes on it, then finally forces the rest out in one burst. Paphemia gives up on being a hero. Still crying, Paphemia says she is quitting being a hero. Misteltam just stares at her. Verdana and Sharon freeze. Paphemia repeats it through tears, trying to force the words out, and before that moment can settle, Capsodia suddenly yells her name and rushes in at full speed. Capsodia crashes into her and wraps her up in a huge hug. It is so sudden that she winces and blurts out that it hurts, while he treats it like payback for how often she clings to him. Then he pivots immediately and asks her what her greatest strength is. Paphemia, still rattled, guesses wrong on the spot. Capsodia rejects that answer right away and tells her to actually listen. From there he lays it out for her. He tells Paphemia that her strength is not her body at all, but her spirit. He goes even further and says that among the upper ranks of demons, there are plenty of powerful people, but none of them are as spirited as she is. He flat out crowns her the most spirited individual in the world. Then he tells her to stop sinking where she is. Cheer up first, keep moving at her own pace, hold her head high, put on a brave face, take a deep breath, and remember what she still has to do. Paphemia's face hardens again. Capsodia turns to Misteltam and asks for another sparring round. Misteltam accepts, while making it clear he does not expect the outcome to change. Capsodia then pulls Paphemia in close and whispers something into her ear. Verdana and Sharon both react to that, but Capsodia brushes it off like it is only a little advice. Paphemia looks confused for a second, asks if that is really fine, then accepts it. Misteltam calls her forward, and she steps back into position. The second round starts with Paphemia launching straight in again. Verdana watches and assumes she is just charging head-on because of her tribe's durability, the same way a shield-focused fighter would. He thinks Misteltam is about to shut her down again. Capsodia immediately says that reading is off. Then he gives the real reason. Paphemia is Sharon's chosen hero. Sharon hears that and instantly starts cheering for her with everything she has. That is the switch. Paphemia keeps moving forward while repeating the core of the advice to herself. She closes the gap, reaches Misteltam, and instead of striking, she grabs hold of him. Misteltam is caught off guard for the first time. Paphemia tightens her grip, turns her body and throws him clean over. Misteltam is stuck upside down in the ground, legs straight in the air. He just got folded. Everyone reacts at once. Capsodia calls the match over. Verdana cracks up. Paphemia stares at the result and has to ask if she really won. Sharon throws herself at her with congratulations and confirms that she did. Paphemia lights up instantly, and the two of them start celebrating together without holding back. While they celebrate, Capsodia calmly explains what he was aiming for. He says heroes show their real strength when they rise back up from situations that look completely hopeless, and that even one strong burst of encouragement can push them forward. He looks at Paphemia and says that right now, she is already doing a great job as a hero. At the same time, he notes to himself that causing friction here would help the demon race, but he still lets this play out because it is clearly what Sharon needs too. Paphemia clings to Sharon and admits what was really going on. She says she is hopeless without Sharon, apologizes, and confesses that she was simply lonely. Then she goes further and tells Sharon that the only reason she was able to give it everything she had was because of her. Sharon is caught off guard by that, but Paphemia keeps going, asks to stay by Sharon's side from now on, and promises to protect her. Sharon accepts with teary eyes and formally entrusts herself to Paphemia, even addressing her as Hero Paphemia. Off to the side, Capsodia explains the trick behind his advice. He had already noticed that Paphemia constantly clings to him, so grappling was something she could naturally do. Paphemia thanks him and happily says everything worked out exactly like he planned. Then she puts the lesson into words for herself. Her spirit is her strength, and the next thing she needs is the courage to face down any opponent. Capsodia gives a tired little sigh while she immediately latches onto him again. The moment that throwing lesson is fresh in her head, Paphemia grabs Capsodia on reflex and flips him right back into the ground, leaving his legs sticking up. Verdana laughs at him. Capsodia is done with this, and mentally swears he is never giving her advice again. Luviana sits in her room writing something down. She pauses, sighs, and looks uneasy. Then she gets up from the chair, leaves the room and says she is going to Brazier's room for a moment. She arrives at the large doors to Brazier's new office. It is explained that his recent research has caught the Demon Lord's attention and earned him a private room of his own. Luviana thinks this should have been a happy occasion, but it does not feel that way. She announces herself. Brazier lets her in, and when she steps inside, he greets her with a smug look and immediately asks if she came because she wants a private office too. Luviana says no and remembers the earlier atmosphere where working together was supposed to be more fun and more productive. She tells him that if he ever changes his mind about working with her again, he can let her know. Then she holds out the materials he asked for and asks him to check them. Before that can settle, Brazier asks her to work with him today instead. Luviana says she cannot because she needs to feed her dog. Brazier presses her again and leans in, accusing her of always using that reason to turn him down. Luviana apologizes and explains that her dog has been sick lately and has been losing weight, so she is worried. Brazier takes that badly. He brings up his status as the strongest of the 4 heavenly monarchs and treats her refusal like open defiance. Then a subordinate suddenly bursts in with urgent news, cutting the moment apart. Both of them snap toward the interruption. The report is brutal. The revised Hydra Lord that Brazier released a few days earlier has already been defeated. Luviana and Brazier both go wide-eyed. Brazier immediately focuses on the monster itself, reminding himself that the chimera he released should have been several times stronger than the original, and strong enough to contend with top human adventurers. He cannot process how it lost this quickly. The subordinate continues with the details. The case is still being investigated, but the names coming up are the silver rank adventurers, Misteltam, the Flash, and unsinkable Verdana. Luviana recognizes them as notable humans, but the report says they seemed overwhelmed at first, and then the Hydra Lord was killed the moment the researcher looked away. Luviana wonders if poison was involved. Brazier rejects that at once, and insists the creature should have resisted ordinary human poison. Brazier then moves to stop the failure from reaching the Demon Lord. Before the report can go any farther, a messenger is violently struck down. The impact splashes across the wall right in front of Lavioa, and she recoils in shock. Then she rounds on Brazier. Brazier explodes, furious that his failure was about to be reported upward. Luviana tries to pull him back and argues that this is a major issue for the Demon Lord's army, especially if humans outside the royal capital can beat monsters meant for S-rankers. She says this is exactly why the Heavenly Kings should act together. Brazier rejects that outright. Luviana tells him nobody is blaming him and tries to calm him down. Brazier says this failure is his alone and that he will handle it himself. Then he turns on her completely. He tells her to be quiet and threatens to eliminate her just like he did another man before. Luviana freezes. Brazier studies the map, concludes that the humans must have been injured no matter how skilled they were, and guesses they likely headed to the nearby town to recover. From there he decides to lead the flame beasts straight to that town. After that, Brazier laughs to himself and promises revenge on the humans for making a fool of him. The scene cuts to town, where Capsodia is out in his cloak with balloons in hand. He nearly collides with a small girl, steadies himself and hands back what she dropped. The girl thanks him. Capsodia apologizes for bumping into her, then gets briefly hung up on being called an uncall. Right after that, his attention shifts. A black bird sweeps past, his eyes sharpen, and he looks ahead toward movement in the distance. He recognizes the presence immediately. Then 3 small hooded figures appear together in front of him, identified as Esu, Rado, and Rito. A giant claw bursts out of a swirling portal. It reaches straight for Sharon. She turns, sees it, and freezes. Then the scene snaps back to town when Sharon suddenly screams. Paphemia and the others turn toward her at once. Sharon clutches herself, shaken, and says she can feel a dreadful malice. Everyone crowds around her. Mackenzie stiffens. The others try to figure out whether this is a premonition. Sharon says her visions are usually broken and unclear, but this one is different. What she saw was the demon army crushing the land. Paphemia goes still the second she hears that. Misteltam steps in and says this time the vision is probably right. He explains that he already felt a huge surge of magic from the west. He also sensed a massive wave of lizardons moving toward town. Since they all appeared at once, he concludes they were brought in by transfer magic. Then the number drops. There are roughly 10,000 of them. That throws the room into panic. One man blurts out that the whole town is finished if they do not respond fast. Mackenzie thinks it through and decides the town has to be abandoned and everyone evacuated. He asks Misteltam how long they have left. Misteltam says the enemy could arrive any time from half a day to a full day. Mackenzie starts moving to alert the mayor and tells the others to run. Paphemia shuts that down on the spot. Misteltam immediately tries to stop her. He tells her she is not ready. He makes it clear she cannot beat 10,000 demons. Paphemia accepts that she is still weak, but she does not back down. She says that does not matter because she saw Capsodia walk up to Hydrolord without even knowing what it was, and he still saved them and saved the town. She says that is what real strength looks like. Not having all the answers. Not waiting for perfect odds. Just moving forward to save people anyway. Then Paphemia steps forward and fully owns it. She says she is the hero chosen by the Saintess of Prophecy. She says saving people is the role she was given. Then she corrects herself and says this is also the reason Sharon chose her in the first place. Sharon looks up at her with tears in her eyes and a soft smile. That speech flips the whole room. The people around them start rallying. If a girl that small is willing to stand and fight, they cannot run either. Mackenzie tells Carla to speak to the mayor for him because he has decided to fight too. Misteltam joins in right after that. He says he still wants to make bread with his partner later, and that will not happen if the town is destroyed. The people watching are stunned at how quickly both men commit. The mood keeps turning. The townspeople start saying they might actually win. Some of them get their courage back on the spot. Paphemia thanks everyone. She says she will not run anymore. Then the group looks around for Capsodia. He is not in the dorm. Misteltam says it would be nice if he were here, but they cannot keep relying on him forever. Paphemia agrees. At the end, Paphemia thinks about Capsodia by herself. She admits that if she cannot get through a disaster like this, she will never catch up to him. Then she says his name again in her head and locks herself in. Capsodia meets Rito, Rado and Esu in secret. He tells them he was already expecting them. They confirm that the Hydrolord he killed was Brazier's revised version, and that they learned it from the autopsy. Capsodia puts it together fast. Humans may have been fooled by his current identity, but his old subordinates were not. Then, in the middle of that, a desperate plea for help flashes through his mind and stops him cold. The trio hand him a huge stack of papers. It is a demon revival list, roughly 10,000 names. They explain that they are begging for help with it, and Capsodia realizes that is why they came to him. He asks the obvious question in return. If Brazier finds out, this could go bad for them. The three of them do not back off. They make it clear Brazier is the problem, not them. He has been overworking them, running them without sleep, and dumping too much on too few hands. Capsodia looks over the absurdly thick list, realizes how badly they have been driven, and gives in. He agrees to help, but only if Brazier never hears about it. That is all they needed. Then the deadline lands. Half a day. Capsodia freezes the second he hears it. Half a day for a list this big is insane. The trio cheer anyway, thank him, and tell him they already secured the worksite. Capsodia is left there holding the stack and mentally collapsing while the scene cuts to the forest. On the demon side, a strike group is already advancing. A massive rock-bodied demon marches at the front with a weapon over his shoulder. Beside him is a large lizard-like fighter. They talk about Brazier using them in some remote town, mention that the one who defeated the revised Hydrolord is here, and even get distracted taking shots at Brazier's terrible naming sense. Then they spot the opposition. The adventurers of Noville are already waiting. Baphomet stands at the front with Misteltam, Verdana, and the others behind her. Both sides size each other up. One demon starts wavering, but the rock-bodied one shuts that down immediately. Then the lizard demon gets loud, hypes himself up, and launches a huge blast of fire straight at the party. The humans deflect it before it can break their line. That opening gets shut down fast. The second the fire attack fails, the formation shifts. Another demon calls for caution. The humans press in, and Paphemia moves first. She does not stay back. She jumps straight onto the big lizard fighter and wraps herself around his thick body and tail, trying to use the same grappling lesson Capsodia drilled into her before. But the monster is huge, and the first thing she realizes is that she cannot move it easily, so she doubles down. She repeats the next step in her head, screams through the strain, and climbs tighter onto the hold. She keeps forcing the grip higher and harder, refusing to let go. By the end of the sequence, she has at least secured the grab, and she is fully committed to turning that hold into something bigger. Misteltam appears behind the rock demon so suddenly that the demon can barely process it. His first reaction is disbelief. He realizes Bagura was dropped in a single hit, then notices the man behind him is Misteltam. The rock demon starts recognizing him as the famous Absolute Misteltam, but Misteltam cuts off any attempt at introductions and makes it clear he has no interest in learning the name of someone about to die. The rock demon still tries to introduce himself. He gets out that he belongs to the Flame Beast army, then randomly adds that he too is a creep. Right after that, both sides move. The monsters charge from one side, the humans surge from the other, and Sharon immediately starts directing the field, sending the strong to the front and ordering help for the wounded. Around them, townspeople notice the enemy count dropping fast, while the fighters crash into each other all across the battlefield. At another point in the fight, an older man swings at the female demon. She stops him cold, dismisses his hit as nothing, leans in on him like she is toying with him, and then shows him what she considers a real attack. She smashes him hard enough to drop him, and he goes down groaning. Paphemia sees that and instantly calls for Sharon to help Mackenzie. Sharon answers right away. Paphemia then turns on the female demon and demands to know who she is, but the demon refuses to answer, and instead looks past her. Her attention shifts to the men behind Paphemia, and she starts eyeing Mistletoe and the shield bearer like they are more interesting than the fight in front of her. Mistletoe catches that change at once. The demon woman keeps leaning into that distraction. She throws out flirty remarks at the men while Paphemia moves in. Right then, someone calls for Paphemia to act, and she commits to Capsodia's lesson. She grabs the demon and goes for the throw, but the demon realizes what happened almost immediately and twists it back, treating the whole thing like Paphemia got caught up in her charm instead of controlling the exchange. That reversal blows the formation open. People are knocked away. Paphemia gets slammed aside and goes limp for a moment, eyes closed, body slack on the ground. Mistletoe and Verdana react instantly. Verdana shouts for Paphemia while helping set Mistletoe up, and Mistletoe counters with Susanoo's light sword, sending a huge arc of power straight across the battlefield. Before that attack can settle the field, the other demon acts. Gidragon warns Ara that the incoming strike looks dangerous, then launches Blaze Blast. A massive fireball floods the page, then detonates into the ground in a huge burst. Sharon looks on in shock and calls out for Mistletoe, Verdana, and Paphemia as the blast tears through the fight. After that, the demon finally gives his full introduction. He says he has not properly introduced himself yet, then names himself Gidragon. He follows that by declaring his loyalty to Brazier and identifying himself as Lizardon General Gidragon. Sharon, Mistletoe, and Verdana are all in frame for that moment, and the weight of who just stepped forward lands immediately. The recognition spreads through the humans right away. Someone identifies Gidragon as Brazier's second subordinate. There is even a quick side remark undercutting that title by noting the original first subordinate is dead, but the real point is that this man is one of Brazier's top demons. Gidragon then turns towards Sharon, asks why someone like her is here, studies her robes, recognizes them as the clothes of a high-ranking priestess from the Aquaria sect, and connects that outfit to the high-level healing magic on the field. From there, he identifies Sharon as the Saintess. Once he figures that out, he goes straight for her. He grabs Sharon, forces her down, and says he is going to crush her to death. Sharon panics. The people around her shout that they cannot do anything in time. Gidragon keeps holding her in place and starts pawing at her while calling her cute and saying he wants to play with her. Then everything stops. A voice cuts across the battlefield with a sharp command to wait. The fighters on both sides turn. Gidragon still has Sharon pinned when the source of that voice comes into view. Capsodia is standing above the battlefield, cloak spread behind him, and Sharon looks up at him in shock and relief as she cries out his name. Capsodia suddenly appears on the battlefield looking completely wrecked. His cloak is smoking, his face is drained, and little puffs are still coming off him like he ran here on fumes. Sharon blurts out his name the second she sees him. Gidragon turns, looks him over and hesitates for a beat because Capsodia looks so ragged, he is hard to process at first. Several hours earlier, outside Noville, Capsodia is already collapsed from exhaustion. He is flat on the ground, muttering that he is done and too tired to move. The three little hooded demons gather around him and confirm the job is finished. Then they count the result. Capsodia handled 7,000 by himself. The three of them handled 3,000 together. That makes 10,000 total in half a day. They even treat it like a new record. After that, they say they will deliver the goods and tell him to leave the rest to them. Capsodia then singles Rito out and asks one question. He wants to know where Brazier is planning to start the next war. The answer hits immediately. Rito and Esu explain that Brazier's next target is Noville. Capsodia freezes. Then the rest comes out fast. The Flame Army is already gathering in the west. Brazier got angry because the remade Hydra Lord was defeated, and on top of that, he used high-level magic to transfer troops into the area. Capsodia forces himself up and starts working through the numbers. To move an army like that, Brazier would need a massive amount of sacrifices. Even if he used all his prisoners, it still would not be enough. That means the revived demons on the list are being treated as fuel or as troops. 10,000 demon lives are about to be burned one way or another. Capsodia realizes his own half-day of work may have helped Brazier wreck the Second Life base all over again, and that thought sends him straight into a rage. He decides on the spot that he is going to the battlefield. The three little demons panic when they realize he means it. Capsodia opens a transfer gate behind him, takes out a sealed envelope, and hands it over to them, telling them he is leaving the rest in their hands. Then he steps through. As he takes off, one of them calls after him that the transfer item is one way, so he is going to have to walk back. The trio stare after him and admit that he still has absurd endurance and magic left even after reviving 7,000. Then they harden up. They decide they cannot let him down, and one of them finally says what they are all thinking. The rumor that he was dismissed for being the weakest of the 4 heavenly monarchs does not feel believable anymore. Back in the present, Ghidragon greets Capsodia with a mocking little smile. He says he never expected to see such a familiar face there. Sharon immediately tries to stop Capsodia from coming any closer, and warns him that Ghidragon is on another level. Ghidragon reacts to that with interest, especially to being called a monster, and he keeps Sharon pinned while talking. Then he starts circling around Capsodia's situation instead. He calls him by name, brings up the fact that he has been living quietly in a human city, and laughs at the idea that a former heavenly monarch is hiding among humans. Capsodia does not bite. He stays flat and says, in essence, that all he wants is a peaceful life, no matter whether that life is with demons or humans. Ghidragon instantly brands that as betrayal. Then Ghidragon points behind him and shows exactly why he is so confident. Fresh demons are pouring in through a portal right then and there. He lays the count out for Capsodia piece by piece. 10,000 have just come out in an instant. 5,000 of the original force are still standing. That makes 15,000 in total. He asks Capsodia if he really thinks he can win against that. Capsodia repeats the number to himself. Stunned for a moment, Ghidragon keeps pushing. He brings up Capsodia's death magic, the kind that steals lives and eats a huge amount of power, and makes it clear he knows Capsodia cannot throw something like that around freely in his current state. He also reminds him that even if Ghidragon himself dies, he will just be revived again. His conclusion is simple. 15,000 troops should be enough to kill Capsodia. Ghidragon does not stop there. He says he is going to wipe out the humans in front of him, destroy the city Capsodia has been living in, reduce it to nothing again, and then use the Saintess for his own purposes. With that, he surges forward at the head of the army. The whole mass rushes with him. Capsodia's expression snaps. He throws out his death magic circles, glares straight at the charge, and unleashes a kill order on every single one of them. The second Capsodia unleashes his death magic. The whole front line starts breaking. Demons scream across the field. One of them stares at him in disbelief, and cannot understand why he still has so much magic left after everything. Capsodia answers while pointing with both hands, explaining that a Demolich has a method called Corpse Contract. It cuts down the magic cost for casting death, but it comes with drawbacks. One of those drawbacks is that his level does not rise, which is why he is still stuck at level 1. Then he looks at the last horned head still floating there, and calmly asks how long it plans to stay like that. The head just hangs there, confused. Capsodia flicks his finger. The head starts screaming. That is not the end of it. The horned head panics and begs for its life, while another demon shouts for Capsodia to stop. The head specifically freaks out over its body and begs him not to do anything to it. Capsodia does not stop. He drives the attack through and the impact erupts in front of him. The head goes from panic to pure shock. Then it is dragged into a circular magic formation, marked as going to hell. Capsodia watches it happen and thinks, with total resignation, that he knew this would happen and that he would have to kill it again. After that, the fight is over. Capsodia drops to one knee, crying and panting because now he has to bring all those demons back again. Nearby, Sharon starts waking up. She is disoriented at first, and has to piece together where she is. Then she realizes Capsodia really did wipe out all those demons on his own. She notices tears on his face, and wonders if he is crying for the demons he just killed. That thought completely changes how Sharon sees him. She looks at Capsodia kneeling there and decides he really is merciful, noble and holy. She is so moved she starts praying in gratitude and even wishes she could work under him one day. Capsodia then notices she is awake. He reaches out to her, brings her closer, and checks on her. Sharon thanks him. Capsodia reassures her and starts talking to her gently instead of like a commander. He tells Sharon she does not have to keep pretending to be strong. Sharon pushes back a little and says everyone was there for her, and that even the little kids were calling her the Saintess of Prophecy. Capsodia tells her that does not change anything. The battlefield is scary for anyone, whether they are a child or an adult, and he says she did well. That lands hard. Sharon tears up and thinks to herself that he really does see how young she still is. Then Paphemia barges in at full speed. She crashes into Capsodia while he is still holding Sharon, wraps herself around him, and starts praising him for beating Ghidragon instantly. Capsodia immediately tells her to let go, but she keeps clinging and says that is just how she is. Bro is basically getting dogpiled by gratitude. Around them, the townspeople start crowding in too. They are stunned that he beat Ghidragon by himself, and they even start bringing up Hydra Lord again. Paphemia jumps in and says she saw it with her own eyes. That almost gives Capsodia a heart attack. In his head, he panics that Paphemia is about to tell everyone about his death magic, which is forbidden. He realizes that if that gets out, his quiet life in Noville is finished, and maybe his place in the whole human realm too. But then Paphemia takes the entire thing in the dumbest possible direction. Instead of talking about death magic, she says that when he raised his arm and pointed, all the lizardons just dropped, and she decides that what she witnessed was an unbelievable finger flick. Capsodia freezes. That is absolutely not the conclusion he expected. The crowd immediately runs with it. They start saying his finger flick alone defeated a gigantic lizardon army. They repeat that he beat the whole force with one finger. Misteltam and the others are right there while the hype keeps snowballing around Capsodia's blank face. Then it gets worse. People start calling him amazing, praising the miracle flick, suggesting they throw him into the air, and even saying they should take his shoes off. Capsodia is completely lost at that point. Sharon and Paphimia make it official. They thank him for saving the city, count it down together, and toss him upward while the crowd starts chanting in celebration. Capsodia flails in midair, screaming, while the people below cheer even harder. And as he is flying up there, all he can think is that humans are terrifying, and that he has no idea what is wrong with these people. Yeah, this turns into a full victory festival in about 2 seconds. Brozier is losing his marbles and trashing his teammates for failing to destroy the town, and then losing 20,000 troops on top of that. A subordinate rushes through the details. Misteltam was there. Vergand was there too. Sharon, the Saintess of Prophecy, was there as well, along with her chosen hero. Brozier starts yapping about something. Before Brozier can move on that, Liviana steps in and tells him the Demon Lord has summoned him. Brozier immediately suspects her and snaps, thinking she reported him. Liviana does not bend. She tells him that if he wants to know where the information came from, he can ask the Demon Lord himself. She also tells him he should have known this was coming. Then she says she is going with him. On the way, she adds that they are going together because they are childhood friends and will keep doing things that way. A cheerful girl sees them off toward the Demon Lord, while Vogan is standing nearby realizes he apparently does not count as a childhood friend at all, and starts wondering if he should just head home. In front of the throne, Brozier tries to greet the Demon Lord with formal politeness. She shuts that down instantly. Her spirits are not high. They are down in the deepest part of the underworld. Browser apologizes, but he also starts talking about his own anger. That lasts for about a second. The Demon Lord forces him down, hammers him into the floor, and asks who gave him permission to raise his head while she is in this mood. Browser tries to apologize for the loss of the 20,000 soldiers she entrusted to him. The Demon Lord asks whose fault that is, and answers it herself. It is Browser's. Then she starts counting. To send 20,000 soldiers, Brazier had to burn through another 20,000 lives in transfer magic. That alone makes 40,000. Before that, he also sent out the modified Hydra Lord, and that cost another 5,000. Brazier stammers the total out loud as 45,000. On top of that, human prisoners of war were used as sacrifices too, and if the dead get raised again by the wraiths, the loss spreads even further. The Demon Lord makes it plain that Brazier's pointless actions have stripped away a massive portion of their military strength. She keeps going. The wraith's resurrection efficiency has already been dropping lately. Capsodia has also disappeared. That reminds her of something else, and she turns right back to Brazier. She asks if he is the one who pushed Capsodia out on his own. Then she moves to the next charge. Brazier tried to conceal this incident. The Demon Lord produces a sealed letter and says she received inside information with everything written down. Brazier panics at once and starts trying to guess who sold him out, even insisting it was not Vaganus and not Lavana. The Demon Lord tells him that part is none of his business. Then she wonders out loud whether Capsodia should have been made leader instead of him. Brazier tries one last defense. He says Capsodia had been a very quick-witted subordinate. The Demon Lord rejects the whole attempt and says his useless chatter will not work on her. Then a dark mass of magic slams into him. After that, Rito, Ratto, and Asu arrive as the Resurrection Department. The Demon Lord asks if resurrection is possible. They explain that Brazier's body can be restored, but the physical form has to be rebuilt first. The Demon Lord accepts that because, as she says, that was the informant's wish. Then she appoints Luviana as temporary leader and leaves those idiots in her care. Brazier is left staring when the whole audience ends with a cold dismissal. Once the room clears out, the tone flips completely. The Demon Lord starts crying and admits Brazier scared her. She clings to the woman and sobs about how harshly he looked at her, and insists she was only doing her job, even if it makes her look bad in front of her subordinates. The woman offers her cake as a reward for working hard, and that lands way better than anything else in the room. While that is happening, Liviana suddenly moves. She dives toward the floor where the sealed letter was left behind, while the small hooded subordinates react from the side. Liviana picks up the letter and stares at it. Then it clicks for her. She realizes that letter is connected to why both she and Brazier are still alive. She opens it and reads the request inside. The writer asked that in exchange for the report, all capital crimes be forgiven for life. Liviana recognizes the handwriting immediately. Her expression softens, and she quietly calls Capsodia an idiot. The town is still in full celebration mode. Food is everywhere. Barrels are flying across the room. People are cheering, drinking, and watching Capsodia keep up with all of it. He is still standing while the count on his drinks keeps climbing, and someone calls out that he has already hit his 50th. Even the old man is down before him. Paphimia is completely drunk and all over him. She hangs on to him, praises him for being absurdly good with alcohol, and gets way too affectionate. Capsodia, meanwhile, quietly decides that human liquor is weak, and that humans themselves are not much better with it. Paphimia then leans in even harder, and starts offering a very sloppy drunken reward, while Capsodia recoils because she reeks and he is barely surviving the contact. Around them, the bakery guy starts talking excitedly about yeast, tomorrow's opening, and the name of the new bakery, while someone else drags the scene toward finally going home. Then Sharon shows up in the middle of the chaos and clings to Capsodia too. She is flushed, smiling and acting boldly enough that Capsodia immediately starts panicking. She pulls his attention toward herself in a way that completely short-circuits him. At the same time, someone nearby starts demanding to know who let a kid drink alcohol in the first place. Capsodia desperately tries to claim it was only grape juice, but the whole situation is already gone. Then he suddenly shouts Sharon's name and jerks awake. He wakes up in bed, realizes it was a dream, and calls it a nightmare on the spot. But he does not get much relief, because Paphemia is right there beside him, half awake and asking what he wanted. Capsodia tries to settle himself, thinking he should just take the day easy and maybe have Paphemia bake bread. Then she gives him a lazy little morning greeting. That is when he notices Sharon is there too. Then he notices Carla is there too. The worst thing for a protagonist has happened. There are multiple girls are gathered on his bed around him, all casually greeting him like this is normal. Capsodia bolts upright and demands to know why all of them are there, especially Carla. The answer is simple. He apparently asked them to wake him for the ceremony, because he thought he would oversleep. So this is his own fault. The scene shifts outside to the ceremony. Capsodia stands there in his cloak while the whole town gathers around a platform. An official announcement is made, and then the title being granted is revealed. Mayor of Noville. The townspeople thank him again for saving them from the monsters. Capsodia, instead of reacting like a new mayor, just stares off and thinks about how pretty the sky is. The crowd, meanwhile, is fully locked in on him as their hero. After that, the congratulations keep coming. People call out to him, praise him, and start talking like this settles everything. One of them directly pushes the idea that he should use this chance to stay in town for good. Capsodia's inner reaction is immediate. To him, this is not an honor. This is a trap. The idea of being pinned down here by human gratitude is already making him sweat. When he starts moving like he might leave, the people around him react fast. One person treats his departure like a disaster for the whole town. Another says that if he goes, then they will go too. Sharon steps in much more softly. She thanks him, then asks him to be careful on the road. Paphemia is still emotional, pushes back against the whole idea and says he cannot just leave like that. Sharon looks at his face and notices that he seems strangely sad. Then Capsodia finally starts explaining why he cannot stay. A message has arrived from the capital. While they were busy fighting Vizag, another powerful monster entered human territory. It wiped out the guards on the border of the demon territory, and the news stopped there. Capsodia hears that and instantly realizes the culprit was him. He even goes blank for a second. No home, no dog. That was me. The others keep talking around him, saying neighboring towns are now packed with guards and that inspection points have already gone up on the roads, so his escape route just got a lot worse. Paphemia looks at him and says that if strong monsters are roaming around like this, maybe he should stay. Sharon answers for him. She says they cannot keep holding him there. Capsodia agrees and makes it clear he already decided to leave. Then Paphemia suddenly changes direction completely. She clings to Sharon, spins on the spot and loudly declares that she herself is staying in Noville. That catches everyone off guard, including Capsodia. Capsodia follows that with his real reason. He says he cannot just walk away after seeing two girls crying, and he cannot abandon the town in the middle of all this. The townspeople hear that and immediately turn it into something grand. To them, he is not staying because circumstances forced him. He is staying because two sacred maidens' tears moved his heart. They even insist he was never scared of the monsters in the first place. Capsodia just stands there while the whole story mutates in real time. Then Paphemia lunges at him again and grabs hold, proudly declaring that she has captured him. Capsodia reacts like this is absolutely not how any of this was supposed to go. Sharon sees her opening and takes it too. She steps in, takes Capsodia's hand, and smoothly turns the moment into a demand that he finally recognize them as his students. She says it with a bright smile like this part is already settled. Paphemia immediately jumps in after her and claims the same status for herself. So much for slipping away quietly. Capsodia looks at both of them, completely cornered, and tells them to prepare themselves. In his head, the plan changes on the spot. Since the town insists on trusting him this much, he is going to use that trust. He is going to train them hard, use the whole situation to stay ahead of the people searching for him, and somehow force his second life into existence anyway. He even talks himself into thinking there may still be a future in this after all. Then the scene cuts away from town. On a road somewhere else, there is already another commotion building. A woman is caught in the middle of it as she gets flogged inside a cage. The girl reaches out with tears in her eyes, asking for help and calling for her hero with a smile that feels a little too intense. A week passes after the battle with the Flame Army, and peace settles back over Noville. Capsodia is now surrounded by kids who treat him like a local mascot. They call him Dekoppen, ask for blessings, and line up while he taps foreheads with little flicks. He goes along with it, but inside he is already worn down and quietly working on an escape plan. He tells himself he just has to hold out a little longer. That plan gets interrupted by a very loud demon. A horse-faced man in a vest suddenly appears and introduces himself as Bicorn, the greatest gentleman in the Demon Lord's army. He proudly announces that he loves panties, especially fragrant ones. Capsodia is dead tired and barely reacts. Then Bicorn notices him properly and asks if he is the 4 heavenly monarch known as Death Scorpion, Capsodia. Capsodia brushes past that and questions why Bicorn is even there. Bicorn explains that he had been ordered to wait and take part in an ambush on the capital, but after no further orders came, he went out to investigate and ended up following the scent into town. By his own account, that led to one thing: gathering piles of panties. Capsodia immediately doubts the whole story. He does not remember any strategy like that. But before he can press the point, Bicorn leans in and completely misunderstands him. He assumes Capsodia is there for the same reason, starts talking about how wonderful the scent of unguarded women in this town is, grabs Capsodia by the shoulders, and excitedly offers him a premium pair on the spot. Capsodia rejects it immediately, but Bicorn keeps trying to force the gift on him, so Capsodia eliminates him. Death magic flashes, Bicorn screams, and the scene cuts to the aftermath with Capsodia standing over the fallen body, muttering that he did it again. Then he circles back to the detail that bothered him from the start. The supposed ambush order still does not sound right. Right then Sharon, Paphemia, and Carla arrive. They spot Capsodia, the dead demon, and the underwear in his hand. Sharon asks what he is holding. Carla explains they had been trying to catch a panty thief. Paphemia instantly turns the whole thing into praise, saying her master caught the guy for them and protected the town again. Capsodia wants out of there immediately. He smiles through it, but inside he is done. He even thinks to himself that he has been grinding death marches every single day and silently leaves the cleanup to Rito. While all that happens, Sharon watches him closely from the side. A few days later, a package finally arrives for Capsodia. He is visibly pleased the second he sees it. Paphemia notices his mood and asks if it came from a friend. Capsodia admits that more or less it did. Then he opens it and reveals the contents: a magic tool used by couriers in the Demon Lord's army. It is a new mask. He says he asked for it as a favor in return for his revival work, and he is clearly satisfied because with that mask on, no one should recognize him. To him, this means escaping Noville just got easier. He is already mentally saying goodbye to the town. Before he can act on that, another letter arrives. This one is from the royal palace, and it is addressed to both Paphemia and Sharon. They open it together. The contents hit Paphemia first. She has been summoned to the royal palace. Sharon explains what that means. Being chosen by a saintess only makes Paphemia a hero candidate for now. Once the palace approves her, she will be officially recognized as a hero. There will also be a hero investigation ceremony, and she will likely have to meet the other heroes as well. Paphemia is stunned at first, then brightens immediately. Sharon looks relieved for her. Capsodia, meanwhile, crouches off to the side and grins to himself. In his head, this is a complete victory. He thinks the obstacles are finally gone. The mission is complete, and now he can leave cleanly and magnificently. Then he notices Paphemia looking at him with tears in her eyes. She takes his reaction as happiness for her. Capsodia catches himself, quickly tones it down, and awkwardly acts like yes, of course he is happy for her. Paphemia is deeply moved by that. The mood stays soft for about 2 seconds. Paphemia throws herself at Sharon, starts congratulating her through tears, and then immediately shifts into planning mode, asking when they leave, and insisting they should eat before going. Capsodia is still standing nearby when something catches his eye. He looks up. A carriage has stopped. Someone inside calls for Sharon and says she has finally been found. Capsodia and Sharon turn together. Then the woman inside comes into full view. It is Her Royal Highness, Princess Mariangela. Princess Mariangela arrives sitting inside a barred carriage like that is the most normal thing in the world. Capsodia locks up the second he sees her. He had been about to slip out of town, and now a princess is suddenly sitting out by the border. Sharon is startled too. Mariangela says she came to see Paphemia, then calls her by full name and identifies her as one of the leading figures in the Flame Beast subjugation. Paphemia reacts modestly, but Mariangela keeps staring at her. Then Mariangela cuts straight to it and declares that Paphemia is disqualified as a hero. Paphemia asks what that even means. Mariangela clarifies that Sharon chose someone unsuitable. Paphemia is stunned. Capsodia blurts out in shock too, and Mariangela immediately notices him as the man always hanging around Sharon. Capsodia, though, gets hung up on something else entirely. He interrupts because one detail is driving him crazy. The princess is in a cage. He says that alone has been bothering him too much to ignore. Mariangela answers that the cage is there for aesthetics. Then she commits to that answer completely. She starts admiring the bars, the cold floor, and the whole trapped princess setup like it is beautiful. Capsodia stares at her and asks what kind of person even thinks like that. A maid steps in and formally identifies her as the third princess of the Cantabria kingdom, Mariangela Gig Cantabria. Then the maid adds the truly important detail. If Her Highness is not kept inside a cage, her mind collapses and she turns into a giant ape. While this explanation is going on, the lock is casually picked open. Capsodia immediately points out that maybe they should have started by getting her out first. Euphemia steps forward right away. She squares up, proudly identifies herself as a member of the Crimson Wolf tribe, and insists that she absolutely can become a hero. Mariangela turns her head toward her, then shifts to the suspicious man standing beside her. To Mariangela, Capsodia looks like some shady male passerby hanging around the girls. Sharon and Euphemia both cover for him immediately. They present him as their teacher and protector, and Sharon adds that they should avoid anything that would stain the reputation of the sacred maidens. Mariangela bursts out laughing at Sharon. She mocks how obedient Sharon used to be, and treats this bolder version of her like a joke. One of Mariangela's attendants explains that he came to act as Sharon's chaperone, and to judge whether her hero selection was legitimate. Someone on Capsodia's side answers that this whole discussion is already late, because Euphemia has already received her summons to the royal palace. Mariangela immediately snaps back into princess mode, silences Sharon, and insists that the kingdom's decision is not something anyone else gets to brush aside. And then the whole thing derails in an instant. There is a sudden jolt in the crowd. Someone gets shoved aside. Mariangela topples forward and crashes straight into Capsodia. When they hit the ground, his hand lands squarely on her chest. Both of them freeze. Mariangela goes red and wide-eyed. Capsodia just stares, trying to process what happened. Then her eyes well up, and he starts awkwardly apologizing while still hovering there. That is when Mariangela lets out a full scream, and right after that, a huge dome spreads over the town. The whole sky changes. Capsodia looks up and immediately realizes this is bad. He identifies it as a barrier. At the same time, Mariangela is still tangled up with him, and one of the maids angrily demands to know how long he plans to keep letting the princess ride him around like a horse. Capsodia, still stuck under her, turns to the maid and asks what this princess actually is. The maid finally gives the real answer. Mariangela is not just a princess, she is the Saintess of Barriers. And that title lands with the full formal name attached. Mariangela Gig Cantabria. No mean Lakewe can Kamenja under the barrier. People are already talking like the danger has passed. Like all that is left now is celebrating the princess for helping repel the demons. Capsodia stands off to the side in his cloak, listening to that mood settle over the town. At first he is thrown off by how smoothly this all turned into a success story. Then he looks at the barrier and starts thinking it through properly. It is anti-demon. It covers the whole town. Breaking it from the inside would expose him immediately, and the only one who should be able to crack something on that level cleanly is the Demon Lord. On top of that, Noville now has a hero and two saintesses inside it. Even if he tried to force a way out, that group would get in the way. So he comes to one conclusion: if he wants them to leave town, Mariangela has to acknowledge Euphemia first. Right after that, his attention shifts to the training ground. From behind a wall, Capsodia watches Euphemia's evaluation. Misteltam is there overseeing it, with Sharon and Mariangela nearby. Euphemia performs the move, and Misteltam says she did not do badly, but he also points out that she is still not putting enough waste into it. Euphemia answers immediately and goes again. This time Misteltam passes her. Sharon brightens and turns right to Mariangela, pushing for recognition now that Euphemia has shown her strength. Mariangela's answer lands cold. She still says Euphemia is disqualified. Sharon does not let that go. She points out that Euphemia has already shown her power, and even won against a silver rank hero, so she asks what could still be missing. Mariangela says the issue is not who Euphemia has defeated. Then the real reason comes out. To Mariangela, the problem is the impression Euphemia gives off. The moment she says that, her whole attention sharpens. She is not measuring Euphemia by results anymore. She is judging what a hero is supposed to look like. Mariangela lays that standard out completely. In her eyes, a hero should be stylish even in the middle of battle, so when she looks at Euphemia's approach, all she sees is someone grabbing enemies and throwing them around, which she treats as graceless and wrong. Euphemia pushes back right away and says that is simply her style. She makes it clear that in battle, beauty is irrelevant. Mariangela does not bend. Instead, she shifts the argument in a different direction and asks whether Euphemia has ever saved a princess. Euphemia admits she has not. That answer changes Mariangela's whole expression. She says she has been saved once before. Then she goes back 10 years. Mariangela remembers being captured by merchants. She says they oppressed her every day. She says they beat her body and subjected her to cruel treatment until she fell into despair. Then she places the scene even more clearly. She was in the basement of a gambling house. The second that location comes up, Capsodia reacts sharply from the side because he knows exactly what that means. Mariangela keeps going. In that darkness, when she had already given up for a long time, something appeared in front of her. What she saw was a figure in a black robe. To her, that person was a masked hero. The way Mariangela remembers that figure is almost idealized. She sees the black robe first, then the masked hero standing there before her. She describes him as someone who defeated his enemies instantly and offered help with a compassionate heart. Euphemia immediately hears that description and thinks of Capsodia, but she also rejects lumping her master together with a creep like the kind Mariangela had been talking about earlier. Mariangela ignores that interruption and keeps building the image of that rescuer in her head. To her, that man is the true hero, the real standard by which heroism should be measured. After that memory settles, the scene shifts away from the evaluation ground to a nighttime exterior by a tavern. Then it moves inside, where Capsodia is already seated with a drink in hand. Elodie arrives and thanks him for waiting, saying she only just got there. Capsodia reacts the second he sees her, and the two of them settle into the table together, picking up a conversation that clearly ties back into the memory Mariangela just dragged to the surface. Capsodia meets with Elobit, a neutral demon elite and an old acquaintance. The moment they sit down, she starts needling him. She says hearing about that old friend of hers brought back the urge to tease him again after 10 years. Capsodia immediately realizes she already knows he was forced to make contact with Mariangela. Elobit then turns to the bartender, orders the most expensive drink in the place, and casually puts the bill on Capsodia. He calls her out for extorting him. She keeps smiling and says she just wants to treat him, while the bartender in the back starts frantically mixing drinks. Elobit keeps poking at him. She points out that people in a rural town would not even know the names of the 4 heavenly monarchs, so the idea that he was somehow recognized out there is a little ridiculous. Then she tells him to stop stalling and get to the real topic. Capsodia looks at her, remembers what happened 10 years ago, and asks if the girl from back then is really that princess. Elobit says that is exactly what she expected him to ask, and the memory takes over. 10 years earlier, Capsodia is infiltrating the capital of the Cantabria kingdom. He hides his identity with the red mask, and Elite is serving as his guide. The mission itself goes smoothly. Capsodia confirms the kingdom's military strength without trouble. But while they are there, they also hear rumors that the demon lord wanted checked out too. Among those rumors is a secret auction house where humans are supposedly buying and selling demons. Capsodia hears that and immediately reacts to it. To him, that means humans are making money off demons, so he decides they are going to look into it before leaving. That investigation leads them underground. Inside the auction space, Capsodia finds a young Mariangela being abused and displayed inside a cage while men crowd around her. She is being yanked, struck, and treated like merchandise. Capsodia stops dead when he sees her. Mariangela, even while crying and being hurt, notices his frightened expression and reacts to that. The men around her keep talking down to her like she is property. That is the point where Capsodia's patience ends. Mariangela spits her anger out at the men. One of them answers by saying someone like her has no rights. Capsodia steps in, raises a death magic circle, and ends the men on the spot. After that, Mariangela looks up at him in shock. Capsodia checks whether she is alright. At first, he is judging her from the way she talks and thinking she might be some dark fairy. Then she identifies herself as human and breaks down, calling him her hero and saying he finally came to save her. Later, that whole incident gets twisted into a very inconvenient conclusion. Capsodia ended up being treated as the one who saved the kingdom's princess. L2 points out that he even somehow became her attendant after all that, which was not something she expected. Capsodia notes that Mariangela's injuries were healed with magic, and that she recovered mentally too, but Elite cuts back to the present and asks whether he really dragged her out just to reminisce. Capsodia says no. The real issue is Noville. He wants out of the town. Capsodia explains the current problem plainly. He can deal with the barrier itself if he has to, but Pifemia and the others will interfere. What he really needs is for those girls to leave town and go become official heroes. If that happens, his own escape gets much easier. Elite hears him out, says she can do that, and adds that it sounds surprisingly simple. Capsodia immediately knows there is going to be a catch. Elite leans in, says she has one condition, and tells him to hear her out. Elite lays out her condition first. In exchange for helping Capsodia, she wants him to appear before Princess Mariangela wearing the red mask. Not just show up either. She wants him to stand in front of her as the true hero Mariangela has been fixated on and crush that fantasy himself. Capsodia immediately gets hung up on a different part of the setup. He looks down the street and wonders why that princess is even in a place like this. Even while that is happening, she adds that she still has one more thing to discuss with him afterward. The scene shifts to Mariangela alone in a back street. A few rough-looking men notice her and start circling. One addresses her like prey. The second he sees her, Mariangela turns on them and demands to know what they think they are doing. She introduces herself as Mariangela Gig Cantabria and warns them that if they touch her, they could end up torn apart by her father and the royal knights. The men do not take that seriously at all. One repeats part of her name in confusion. Another mocks her for wandering around alone dressed like a rich noble jewel and says she only has herself to blame. Off to the side, Capsodia watches the whole thing while muttering in disgust about the men and their breath. Then the pressure on Mariangela gets uglier. Hands start closing in. Mariangela breathes hard, panics, and cries out for anyone nearby to save her, loudly identifying herself as the princess while begging for help. Capsodia hears all of it and stops moving for a moment. Then Mariangela notices him too. Instead of simply looking relieved, she shifts into a strange dramatic mode and starts reacting like he is, hesitating on purpose because he wants to make the whole rescue more embarrassing for her. Capsodia just stares, already regretting being here. From there, the whole situation goes completely sideways. Capsodia, still hidden, starts internally urging the men to push things a little further so he has a clean excuse to jump in. He wants them to hurry up and put her in obvious danger already. The men freeze and do not understand what they are even hearing. Then the setup suddenly fires off. Mariangela kicks or shoves Capsodia out from above, and he goes flying forward while screaming as he drops straight into the middle of the thugs. He slams into one of them head first and drops him immediately. Another thug recoils and starts shouting at the sight of this little hooded figure crashing in. Capsodia lands in a crouch with the guy down at his knees. The bystanders start yelling that both the princess and this new arrival are bad news. Capsodia throws up his hands and basically agrees that both of them are a problem. Then he turns back toward Mariangela. While she looks at him with that same stunned, glittering expression, Mariangela leans in closer and says his name the way she imagines it, calling him her hero. She starts moving toward him with total emotional certainty, while Capsodia awkwardly tries to respond and keep the situation under control. Then she throws herself at him. She crashes into his chest and wraps herself around him, smiling and calling him her hero again. At almost the same time, another impact lands off to the side with a hard sound effect and a scream, cutting the scene off right there with Mariangela still clinging to him. Mariangela crashes into Capsodia and wraps herself around him before he can even react. She is smiling, flushed, and completely overwhelmed that he is right in front of her. Capsodia goes stiff on the spot and just stares ahead while she clings to him like she finally found the person she had been waiting for. Once that first burst of emotion settles, Mariangela stays close and looks up at him with teary eyes and a soft smile. Then the embarrassment catches up to her. She realizes how improper the pose is, calls attention to it herself, and starts apologizing for how forward she is being while still right there against him. Capsodia only looks more trapped. After that, Mariangela immediately brings Sharon into it. She says Capsodia has to meet her, then starts describing Sharon as someone insecure and timid, an adult who never really acted on her own will. Mariangela makes it clear she used to worry about Sharon a lot, but now that she has found her true hero, her attention has shifted, and she even seems bothered that Sharon managed to find a hero before she did. Then Mariangela openly presents Capsodia as the person destined for her. She clings to him again, full of confidence now, and treats the whole thing like it is already settled. The people around them start reacting to that pairing, and Capsodia is left standing there with the same flat, cornered look while Mariangela beams beside him. From there, Mariangela makes her next move clear. Instead of taking Sharon and Paphimia with her, she says she is taking Capsodia to the royal palace in the capital. That hits Capsodia immediately. His eye widens, and he goes blank for a second. Off to the side, Elliot watches the situation develop with obvious interest, while the mood around the group starts turning. Paphimia steps in right away and rejects the whole thing. Mariangela answers by shifting the argument toward Sharon instead of Capsodia. She says the battlefield is no place for someone like Sharon and frames it as concern for her safety. Sharon goes quiet. Mariangela keeps pressing that point and speaks as if protecting Sharon means keeping her away from battle altogether. Capsodia catches what she is implying and pushes it directly. He reads it as Mariangela saying Sharon is unfit for battle. Mariangela does not really back off from that. She treats a hero and a saintess going to war together as something that may be customary, but from her point of view, Sharon still should not be doing it. That is where Paphimia hardens. She tells Mariangela she does not understand Sharon at all. She points to everything Sharon has already done, including how she faced the Flame Beast army, and how she recognized their strength even while she was afraid. Then Paphimia says that if Mariangela keeps talking like that, she is going to get angry even if Mariangela is royalty. With the air already heated, Capsodia cuts in. He points at Paphimia and says he wants a match with the hero. Mariangela lights up the second she hears it. Capsodia then sets the rule plainly. The winner will be the one who goes to the royal palace. Then Paphimia accepts the terms on the spot and steps forward, fully locking herself into the challenge. Capsodia smiles to himself because both sides just walked exactly where he wanted them. After that, the outcome that follows later is that Princess Mariangela Gig Cantabria is taken hostage by an unknown assailant. We barely begin, and the room already in chaos. Elliot has just rushed in with the news, and the reveal hits everyone at once. Capsodia, in plain clothes, turns with his eyes wide. Paphimia and Sharon freeze behind him. Elliot is visibly upset, tears on her face, and the room lands on the one point that matters. Princess Mariangela has been taken hostage. After that, Sharon explains why this matters so much. She says Mariangela has always lived right next to danger. Because Mariangela is a saintess, if she ever reached the throne, she would be expected to become the Holy Queen. That put her directly into the succession struggle. Some of her siblings already looked badly on her position, and some even wanted her gone. Sharon then explains her own connection to her. When Sharon first entered the palace and did not know her right from her left, Mariangela was the one who supported her. Even though Mariangela herself must have been suffering, she still encouraged Sharon every time Sharon felt crushed. Paphimia reacts first. She turns to Sharon, bright and certain, and says they should go save her. She frames it as the obvious duty of a hero chosen by Sharon, the saintess of prophecy. To her, helping someone in trouble is simply what a hero does. Ulan Fort, Sharon looks anxious and asks if that is really alright, because Paphemia's face makes it look like she is charging into something huge. Paphemia stays firm and adds that this matters even more when the person in trouble is also Sharon's savior. Capsodia, off to the side, gives a reluctant little agreement. Then Sharon turns to Elite and asks to strengthen their side for the rescue. She even suggests asking the true hero for help as well. That lands in Capsodia's head in the worst possible way. He immediately starts overthinking it and decides Elite must have already seen through everything. In his mind, because he blocked Mariangela's earlier plans and left her with no other options, Elite is now simply lending him a hand directly. He takes this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and internally acts like she has yielded to him. Then the conversation shifts back to the rescue. Capsodia asks whether they even still need his help at this point. Paphemia answers with full confidence that she is plenty strong on her own. So Capsodia gives her one part of the job. He tells Paphemia to handle tracking down the princess's whereabouts. Paphemia answers with total confidence, and the two of them seal it with a fist bump. Right after that, the rescue mission officially starts. The scene cuts to the road leading out, with the whole thing now underway. Out on the trail, Paphemia drops low and starts following the scent. She sniffs the ground and says there is no doubt about it. The princess passed through there. She also points out that Elite identified the kidnappers and their hideout very quickly. Elite then explains why that happened so fast. She says dark elves specialize in intelligence gathering. They are scattered across the world, building a huge network and constantly exchanging information. According to her, whether it is casual gossip or deep underworld secrets, there is basically no information they cannot get. Then she shifts from explaining to pointing. More importantly, she says, "Look, at the end of the trail there is a cave entrance, a nearby cart, and clear evidence that this is the place." From there, they stop outside the cave and think through the situation. One of the first questions is whether the true hero got there before them. But there has not been any obvious commotion, so it does not look like someone already stormed the place. Paphemia concludes that they probably arrived first. Then she looks toward the cave and works out the real problem. The cave is probably only a relay point. If Mariangela gets moved again, the search becomes far more difficult. Elid immediately says she will go in too, adding that even as a lowly demon she might still be useful. Sharon then says she wants to go as well. Paphemia turns to her and says no, Sharon should wait there. Sharon does not back off. She says it is more dangerous for her to be separated from Paphemia. Then she moves right up beside her, presses close, and asks for protection like a girl leaning on her hero. Paphemia flushes hard at that and admits she cannot say no when Sharon asks like that. So the plan changes. Sharon goes too. As they head inside, there is a tiny side beat where the closeness between the hero and the saintess gets framed almost like a neat proper pairing. Then, the investigation resumes. The scent of the princess gets stronger and stronger as they go deeper. At the same time, they notice there do not seem to be as many bandits around as expected. Paphemia suddenly shouts toward the chamber ahead, demanding to know what the people inside think they are doing. Inside, the scene is nothing like a normal abduction. Mariangela is tied up, but she is not cowering. She is straining against the ropes and loudly acting like she will be free in no time if this is the best restraint they can manage. Off to the side, Elite sits there openly bored, saying this is not even enough to pass the time while waiting for the hero to appear. Then she turns to one of the men and casually asks whether he is some kind of magician, since he looks a little cleaner than the others. The man says he has only been with the bandits for a month. The scene gets even stranger. Someone tells Mariangela to stop, but she does the opposite and insists on showing how quickly she can get out of the ropes. Another person tells her to give it over, and then the whole thing turns into instruction. She has one of the men bring the bindings closer and starts directing how they should be used. When he follows along, she praises him, telling him he has real skill and good technique. Then she tells him to put the restraints on her properly, and try them on her instead. The man gets flustered and blushes. Mariangela keeps supervising the whole thing like this is a craft lesson. She says it will not come undone easily if he does it that way. Then she tells him to tighten it more. Someone objects that it will leave rope marks on her skin. Mariangela completely rejects that concern and says the rope needs to be tighter or it ruins the experience. She even gets nostalgic and says it has been 2 years since she last saw rust like that in a hideout like this. Then she gets addressed like some legendary kidnapped princess, and actually leans into that title. One of the men even asks her to sign something for him. At that point, something suddenly flies in from the side, and smacks into the balding bandit. The impact lands hard enough to break the moment. Everyone jerks toward it. Mariangela looks up immediately. In the confusion, she assumes her true hero must have arrived to save her. Down below, Paphemia, Sharon, and Elite are all standing there looking up at the scene. None of them look impressed. Then one of them addresses Mariangela formally, and apologizes to her. Mariangela looks over, recognizes the group, and her whole mood drops. She says she thought the true hero had come to help her, but apparently not. The instant she says that, Sharon lunges in and smacks the lights out of her, leaving everyone in shock. Sharon grabs Mariangela by the front and yanks her close. Mariangela's eyes go wide at once. Her expression shifts from pure shock to a hard, emotional glare, like the hit to her pride landed before anything else. Sharon does not back off. She immediately turns the whole moment around and starts speaking for Paphimia's side. First she addresses Mariangela with formal respect. Then she makes her point clearly. In her eyes, Mariangela's hero came to save her life as fast as possible, while fully understanding the danger. Because of that, Sharon says Mariangela needs to take back the rude remarks she made earlier. She also says Mariangela should apologize to that hero and thank her properly for what she did. Mariangela stares at her while Sharon keeps going. Sharon even says she will accept the consequences for striking royalty later. Behind them, Paphimia and the others watch in surprise. Mariangela's face softens. She looks from Paphimia to Sharon and starts piecing it together. Then she turns to Paphimia directly and asks whether, in Paphimia's eyes, Sharon really is the true hero. Paphimia answers right away that the earlier comment did not really bother her. Mariangela says she understands. Then Sharon apologizes to Mariangela and admits she lost her temper in that moment. The princess says that Sharon should put her mind at ease. She even adds that everyone has moments where they lose their temper. The crowd behind them starts reacting loudly to the sudden reconciliation. The next beat gets almost absurdly warm. Paphimia, however, glances aside and awkwardly asks whether she is allowed to interrupt this and actually fight now. One of the people nearby even notes that the timing for butting in now feels very deliberate. Then the ground behind them erupts. A huge blast tears up the floor and throws both Mariangela and Paphimia apart in opposite directions. Paphimia crashes back with Mariangela in her arms and twists to protect her. At the same time, another figure tumbles away from the explosion on the opposite side. Then something huge opens in the rock wall, one enormous reptilian eye. A voice announces that it has found the hero and the saintess. Paphimia jerks toward it. The wall splits wider, and a dragon newt steps out, introducing himself as Gongar, a proud dragon newt, and an intelligence officer in the Demon Lord's army. He keeps talking, piling on details about his favorite pose and favorite trope like this is somehow the moment for that. Paphimia just stares. Capsodia hears that introduction and immediately snaps. His whole face twists as he blurts out exactly what kind of person this sounds like to him. Then he catches himself and starts wondering why he even took the bait that easily. He steps away from the others and forces himself to calm down. He tells himself to settle down because the gods are on his side. Right then, rain starts or gets heavier. Capsodia looks at the weather and realizes this actually helps him. He notes that all the townspeople will already be inside because of the rain, and more importantly, any scent trail is about to disappear. To him, this is a sign. He walks up to the barrier surrounding the area and studies it properly. He admits that it is specially made. A half-hearted attack will not budge it at all. Then he explains why. Physical attacks and magical attacks both pass through it in a way that makes breaking it normally very difficult. After that, he gives the key principle. Magic is only as strong as the magical power feeding it. From there, he starts defining magic itself. To him, magical power is basically life energy, the same kind of fundamental fuel found in both humans and demons, much like the nutrients taken in from food. Then he brings it back to himself. He states plainly that he is Capsodia, the Death Scorpion, and the greatest user of death magic among the demon race. Since death magic reaps life, he reaches the conclusion in one clean step. In other words, he can kill the barrier itself. Capsodia thrusts out his hand and activates the spell circle. He gives the barrier a single death sentence. The barrier answers immediately. Cracks burst through it in jagged lines, spreading fast across the entire surface. The structure starts breaking apart under the spell. Then the whole barrier detonates upward into a huge burst of light. Capsodia stands below it with his cloak lifting in the blast, watching the dome give way over the rooftops and trees. When the light clears enough for his face to show, he is grinning. Then he laughs at it outright and dismisses the whole thing as a joke. Paphimia keeps moving exactly the way she trained. She drives herself straight in again, repeating the same idea in her head over and over. Go straight and throw. Gongar smashes the ground and keeps trying to cut her off, but she does not stop. She slides, pushes off, and keeps charging right at him. Gongar gets annoyed fast. He starts calling her a pest while she keeps slipping past him. Behind her, Sharon and Mariangela are both watching, and Sharon begins a formal incantation. She invokes the celestial robe of gold, calls for blessing, and raises a protection barrier around the group. The barrier blooms up in a round shell just as Gongar presses in. Gongar notices the defensive magic immediately and mocks it. Then he slams more force into it and throws his flames against the barrier. Sharon strains under the pressure. Paphimia sees that and reacts right away. At the same time, Mariangela asks Elate whether there is any kind of plan, and a plan is given and accepted while Gongar keeps boasting that his flames can melt iron, and that human bodies cannot endure this heat in the deepest part of the cave. Paphimia suddenly changes rhythm. Instead of running in the exact way Gongar expected, she twists through the opening, spins in close, and reveals that she saw through his setup. Gongar realizes too late that she was not charging blindly after all. He jerks back in surprise just as she gets into grappling range again. Before Gongar can repeat the same move, another barrier flashes out around Parfumia. She recognizes it at once. Mariangela is the one supporting her now, and Parfumia takes the cue instantly. With that protection around her, she gets all the way onto Gongar and clamps herself onto him. From there, Parfumia turns his own words back on him. She calls this the big squeeze hug he wanted, locks herself around him harder and forces him down. Gongar starts choking and panicking, while Parfumia keeps the hold tight. Then she drives him straight into the ground. The impact lands hard enough to shake the cavern. For a brief moment, it looks like they have it. Sharon moves in to handle healing, and Parfumia is so dazed after the slam that she is wobbling around half-conscious. But Gongar is still standing. He bursts back up laughing, and admits that the two of them are not bad at all for a hero and a saint. He even says their earlier feat against the Flame Beast army clearly was not a fluke. Then he asks whether they are still going, and the answer he gets back is yes. Mariangela steps forward next and changes the whole tone. She looks at Gongar and calmly asks whether he is exhausted. Then she formally identifies herself as Mariangela Gig Cantabria, the Saint of the Barrier. She tells him another hero will be arriving soon, and explains the logic plainly. A hero is always beside a saint. The barrier that appeared earlier was hers. Gongar finally understands what happened. Then Mariangela offers a deal. She says she will become the substitute target if Gongar lets the other three go. She tells him he is free to refuse, but if he releases them now, he can at least leave with one saint instead of risking everything once the next hero arrives. Parfumia and Sharon both protest immediately, but Mariangela keeps pressing the trade as the more beneficial choice for him. Gongar thinks it over and agrees. He decides that if the other hero may arrive any moment, then settling for Mariangela is enough. The second that decision lands, everything moves at once. Parfumia takes a hit and recoils in shock. Sharon reaches out and yells for Mariangela not to go. Mariangela closes her eyes for a beat, and then a huge blast tears through the cave. Gongar escapes with Mariangela while the whole chamber erupts around them. Outside, Gongar is already carrying her away and talking about how unexpectedly difficult it was to secure the prize, but at least now he can avoid a pay cut. Mariangela, instead of breaking down, starts touching his scales. She says the rough, hard texture and the coldness feel wonderful to her. Bro's a freak. Gongar cannot process why she is laughing. Mariangela then blurts out the real reason. She has always wanted to be taken by a dragon at least once, even while screaming that she is about to be violated. As he carries her, Gongar starts voicing yet another warped fantasy, this time talking about a non-blood related younger sister he has loved since he was 10. Gongar's eye snaps wide. In the next instant, a heavy strike crashes into him from the side. He screams. Mariangela jolts with him, and the final clear reaction is Mariangela lighting up at what she just saw. Capsodia jumps through the rain, splashing around, happy that he is free from the little girls and their drama. He daydreams about his next plans for moving in the mountains where no one can find him. This will be the life he always dreamed of. An impact lands first. Gongar gets smashed down hard, and Mariangela, still absurdly carefree in the middle of all this, is humming while the whole situation flips around her. Capsodia is already there now, thinking through his next move fast. He wants to avoid another mess like the last one, and get out cleanly, but Mariangela is right there. Gongar is down, and the whole thing is only getting more tangled. Capsodia stands over the scene while Mariangela looks toward him and recognizes who just saved her. She focuses on him immediately. Gongar is still wrecked in the crater. Mariangela is fixed on Capsodia, and Capsodia is already trying to keep the situation from spiraling. Mariangela reaches toward him and addresses him like the hero she has been waiting for. Capsodia reacts stiffly, but she keeps going. She treats what just happened as proof all over again that he came to save her. Then she asks the question that matters to her most, why he keeps saving her, and who he really is. She even grabs at his cloak and mask, trying to pull him closer to an answer. Capsodia stops that immediately, and keeps the mask in place. Mariangela notices that resistance, but instead of backing away, she says she understands there must be a reason for it. From there, Mariangela moves straight into what she wants. She says she is prepared for whatever truth is behind the mask. She tells him he does not have to say anything out loud. Then she leans in close and asks for a kiss instead, treating that as enough to join them. Capsodia freezes again. She stays right there in front of him, eyes closed, waiting, while he stares like his brain just stopped working. Capsodia asks if she was really talking to him just now. Mariangela, still fully in her own world, makes it obvious that she was. She is not hiding it at all. Capsodia denies teasing her, and insists he has no such intentions, but Mariangela keeps taking his hesitation as embarrassment rather than rejection. She stays dreamy and serious at the same time, still expecting him to act. Capsodia, meanwhile, is clearly reaching his limit. Then he finally moves. He steps in close, lifts her chin, and brings his face right up to hers. Mariangela goes still, flushed and expectant. Capsodia addresses her directly, and tells her to look. His face fills her vision. He is forcing her to focus on the masked figure in front of her, instead of the fantasy she has been building around him. That is where it breaks. Mariangela's eye widens as she stares at the mask reflected back at her. Capsodia makes it plain that this face, the masked one, is what her hero really looks like right now. He pushes the point hard enough that Mariangela finally recoils. She screams, rejects it, and insists this cannot be the real thing. She says there is no way the person she built up in her head could look like this. Then, even while pulling back, she still asks him to stay by her side. Capsodia watches that contradiction hit in real time and realizes she is relieved that the mask is fake. That relief bothers her immediately. She starts questioning herself. She had wanted to see him. She had chased this image for years. But now that the real masked figure is in front of her, she feels relieved it is not the beautiful hero she imagined. That thought unsettles her. She turns inward and starts asking herself why she feels that way. Then the answer starts surfacing. She says she was afraid to meet the hero. She felt that if she actually met him, the hero she carried inside herself would disappear. While she is still working through that, Gongar recovers enough to move. His weapon comes up behind her. Capsodia sees it first, and reacts instantly. He shouts a warning and lunges. He slams into Gongar's attack and intercepts it before it reaches Mariangela. The motion is sharp and sudden. Mariangela turns in shock. Capsodia is already between her and the strike, moving on reflex to protect her again before anything else can land. The rain is still coming down when everything starts getting louder around Capsodia. A pair of armored men rush in and start treating him like the one who just attacked the princess. Capsodia immediately starts spiraling. He thinks about simply ending the whole problem right there, but then realizes Mariangela is watching, and if he acts now in front of her, he could end up a wanted fugitive in the human kingdom. On the other side, Gongar studies him more closely and starts suspecting he might actually be the exiled Capsodia. Capsodia denies it in the worst possible way, putting on a cheap act and calling himself some miserly commoner instead. Mariangela stares at that performance with visible disappointment, and thinks that if this were really her hero, those awful gestures would not be happening. Sharon, stuck farther back in the rain, can barely make out the conversation and is left wondering what they are even talking about. Capsodia, meanwhile, is already mentally collapsing over one specific problem. He does not even understand what Mariangela means by my hero anymore. Mariangela keeps looking at him while quietly defining what her hero should be. In her head, that person is kind and resolute. Gongar hears the atmosphere shifting and takes it the worst possible way. He decides he is being mocked, and says he will end everyone there, starting with the woman he calls the root of all evil. Capsodia snaps at that immediately, and tries to shut him up. Then Capsodia gives up on subtlety for a second, turns point straight at Gongar, and fires death magic at him. He flat out marks Gongar to die. Gongar screams instantly. Capsodia stands there covering his mouth right after the cast, while Mariangela looks on and starts realizing, with growing certainty, that in a crisis this man really does move to protect her. That realization hits Mariangela hard. Capsodia, on the other hand, instantly starts thinking about cleanup. He considers using the death register to alter memories, but immediately rejects it because a high-level appraiser could notice. He also considers simply ending Gongar on the spot, and burying the whole thing that way. While he is still thinking, Mariangela steps closer and suddenly identifies the move for what it was. To her, that was unmistakably the same forehead flick she remembers from 10 years ago. Capsodia blurts out in panic because she was not supposed to remember that. Mariangela keeps looking at him bright-eyed and certain now, and asks the question straight at him anyway. After that, Mariangela closes the distance all over again and throws herself onto him with full force, calling for her hero like she has finally confirmed everything. Capsodia jerks back and insists he thought he was not the one she was after. Mariangela ignores that completely. She says he really is the person from 10 years ago. Then, while still hanging on to him, she casually starts asking whether Capsodia is his real name. Capsodia tries to deflect, but she keeps smiling, and makes it clear that, real name or not, he has always been her hero in her eyes. Then she pivots into a whole new problem. She decides she wants to call him by a softer name, tries out Capua, rejects and revises it in real time, then asks to call him Darling instead. Capsodia visibly glitches at that. Mariangela treats his silence as progress and starts talking about going with him to the royal palace. Then she raises the stakes again. She says the match is void. Paphemia will still be recognized as a hero, and she is bringing Capsodia along too. In her head, this is not a conflict anymore. This is the birth of two heroes. Capsodia finally forces himself to push back. He grabs her shoulders, tells her to listen carefully, and explains that the reason his name is known to demons is not fame. Then he reveals the thing he clearly hoped would shut all of this down. He is part of the demon race. He even frames it like some ultimate devastating confession. Mariangela just stares at him. Then she interprets it through her own completely different lens, and treats it like he is saying the two of them cannot be together because of that. Capsodia immediately starts sweating because that is not where he wanted this to go at all. Mariangela hugs him tighter anyway and says he is joking. She refuses the whole explanation on the spot. Nearby, Paphemia and Sharon react at the same time. Paphemia realizes Gongar was the one their side failed to finish off earlier, and Ultite, standing behind them, calmly notes that her own master has caused Sharon a great deal of trouble this time. She adds that Mariamla has a habit of wandering into hideouts the second she finds one, then apologizes to Sharon for it, and says she will be more careful from now on. She also calls her own princess a walking nuisance with absolutely no hesitation. Sharon just stares, caught between concern and total confusion. Mariamla then clears the emotional fog herself. She says she has finally found her own hero, but she immediately separates that from Paphemia's role. In her eyes, Paphemia is still a true hero. Mariangela clings to Capsodia and says she is going to the royal palace together with him, while still calling him her own hero. Paphemia and Sharon both go blank for a beat. Then Capsodia starts protesting at full volume, saying he has not agreed to any of this, and that he is still in training anyway. Mariangela takes that as perfect news, and says she will go with him even if that training carries him to the ends of the earth. Paphemia and Sharon both finally break and yell at once, completely unable to process why the princess's hero is somehow their master, and why Sharon's saintly superior is acting like this around him. Mariangela keeps pressing. She leans in close, asks whether he will accept everything once they reach the palace, then softly calls him my dear Kapua. Kapuzia's face locks up. He gives this tiny, miserable response that sounds less like agreement, and more like a man surrendering to fate. Paphemia is still in the background shouting at him over why he is apparently a hero too, while Sharon looks at the whole thing like this somehow confirms what she already suspected about him. Capsodia tries to deny that the last few moments count for anything, but he gets drowned out immediately. Mariangela grabs the lead, pulls the whole group forward, and declares that they are leaving at once. She starts marching toward the royal palace, with Capsodia dragged into the middle of it, while Paphemia demands an explanation from Sharon, and Sharon looks just as overwhelmed. By the time the final wide shot hits, the decision is already made for him. They are heading straight to the palace. A bright opening under a stone arch gives way to the capital. The streets inside are wide and busy. Decorations hang overhead. People fill the roads. Two women walk arm in arm. A drummer is already playing. Children run through the square. Farther in, the royal castle rises over the whole city. The scale of it hits immediately. Paphemia leans out the carriage window and gets openly excited at how huge everything is. She and the others never ended up splitting up, so they are still riding together. Mariangela tells her to calm down and stop acting like a country girl, then immediately softens and treats that exact quality like something charming. Capsodia sits there and quietly realizes that he actually came all the way here. As they ride deeper in, the kingdom itself is laid out in detail. Cantabria is the third largest nation in human territory. Its population ranks second. Farming and forestry thrive there. The western canyons are rich in minerals. Its military strength is second only to the Desert Empire. Those same western canyons mean something very different to Capsodia. They were the front lines where humanity and the Demon King's army clashed, and most of his undercover missions happened there. Right after that, the carriage passes injured men in the street, including one on crutches. Capsodia's attention catches on them at once. Someone comments that the kingdom is apparently still harsh on deserters. Mariangela notices his face and asks if something is wrong. Capsodia answers no, but the look on him says the place is already dragging old things back up. Later, inside the palace, Capsodia flops face first onto the bed in the guest room and lets out a long groan. It is already the next day. The room is massive, and even that annoys him. Then the whole situation crashes down on him at once. He is a demon in the royal palace, here to become a hero. If he kills the wrong people, every nation will hunt him. If he runs, Paphemia and that walking disaster Mariangela will track him down. He admits to himself that he is stuck unless something changes. Then Elite walks in despite his complaint about entering without permission. But she is not alone. A tall nobleman steps in with her, dressed sharply and carrying himself like he owns the room. Capsodia immediately studies him and wonders who he is. Elliot is told to leave, which makes it obvious this visit is for Capsodia alone. The nobleman introduces himself as Varngood Gig Cantabria. The surname lands before anything else does. Capsodia realizes instantly that this man is royal. Once Elliot is gone and the room is sealed off, Varngood's tone shifts. He says he is pleased to meet the so-called hero, then tears that cover away in the next breath. He identifies Capsodia for exactly what he is, one of the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings, Lord Capsodia of the Death Scorpion. Capsodia freezes, staring straight at him, while Varngood smiles like he has been waiting for this moment. Varngood catches Capsodia before he can do anything reckless. He keeps a hand on him and tells him there are guards right outside. The point is obvious. If Capsodia even twitches wrong, the room becomes a battlefield instantly. Varngood then steers him toward a quieter place, treating the whole thing like a private meeting instead of an arrest. Capsodia stays guarded the entire time and clearly does not like where this is going. When they step into the next room, Capsodia sees exactly why Varngood wanted privacy. A blonde young noble is seated comfortably, and beside him are a woman and a child. Another woman sits near him as well, poised and composed. One of them welcomes Capsodia like they have already been waiting for him. Capsodia's face says it all. The second he sees the group arranged like this, he knows coming here was probably a mistake. Then the real problem appears. Capsodia suddenly notices demons inside the royal palace itself. His reaction is immediate and sharp. Varngood, however, is perfectly relaxed. He treats Capsodia's shock like confirmation that he was right to bring him in. The room is not just compromised. It is openly mixed. Humans with status are sitting together with demons. Like this arrangement has already been normalized behind closed doors. More of the lineup gets shown after that. Capsodia clocks several different demon types in the room, including bulky and monstrous ones, and at least one imitator type among them. Varngood points out that Capsodia is every bit as sharp as rumored. Capsodia shuts the flattery down immediately and asks the real question instead. He wants to know what Varngood is after. Varngood answers by laying out the core objective. He intends to bring Cantabria down from the inside. Once the kingdom falls into demon hands, he wants Capsodia to recommend him to the Demon King as the person who should rule it. Capsodia hears that and stares at him flatly. The whole proposal is naked treason dressed up like ambition. Capsodia pushes back on the idea right away. He treats it as an open betrayal of the human race, and he also points out the political problem in it. Even if Varngood talks big, siding with demons should destroy him the second it becomes public. Varngood acts like that part can be managed. The demons beside him stay calm too, like they have already committed themselves to this line. Capsodia keeps watching, thinking through whether any of this could actually work. The plan itself gets broken down next. Demons have already been planted in the capital ahead of time, apparently during the period when Paphemia was busy training. They stayed hidden inside the city and waited for the right moment. The opening they are banking on is the royal gathering, where the king, queen, and key royals would all be in one place. Once the royals are seized, and the command structure is disrupted, the hidden demons in the city are supposed to move. The force is not huge in raw numbers, but the explanation makes it clear they are counting on quality, surprise, and the paralysis of the city's leadership rather than a straight army-on-army clash. The succession issue sits right in the middle of this. Varngood explains that Mariangela is currently the strongest favorite in the struggle for the throne. She is not just a princess, she is also a saintess, and that combination gives her enormous public weight. There is even mention of a past saintly ruler who is deeply beloved, which makes Mariangela's popularity even more dangerous from Varngood's perspective. That is why he frames her as the obstacle he has to surpass, if he wants the throne for himself. At another point in the explanation, an important royal item gets brought up, something tied to command and obedience. It is treated as one of the tools that could force others to comply once the coup begins. The room keeps building from there. Planted demons, hostages, broken command, the city thrown into confusion, and then Varngood stepping into the vacuum. Capsodia listens to all of it without interrupting for a moment, and the look on him shifts from simple disgust to cold calculation. Then his own side of the equation comes in. Varngood more or less dismisses Capsodia's personal position as exile baggage and assumes he has nowhere else to go. Capsodia does not deny that he is cornered. He thinks through the chaos this plan could cause and realizes there may actually be a narrow chance to use it. But one thing matters more to him than power or revenge. He says what he wants most is a single quiet life. From there he agrees only on a condition. Once the job is finished, they do not interfere with each other. Varngood accepts that. The two of them sit with that agreement hanging between them, both smiling now, but not for the same reason. Varngood looks pleased because he thinks he has pulled a four-heavenly monarch into his plot. Capsodia looks composed because he has decided to move through this mess on his own terms. And by the time the scene closes, the two of them are already acting like temporary allies, while openly setting their sights on the hero and the saintesses standing in the way. Trumpets sound through the hall, and Capsodia walks in under full ceremony treatment. Paphemia comes in with him. Sharon is right there too. Mariangela follows close behind, already looking pleased with herself. The whole entrance is formal, packed, and loud. They move deeper into the throne room until Capsodia is standing directly before the dais. King Alfred and the Queen are seated above everyone else, with nobles and attendants lined along both sides. Capsodia keeps his head down and decides to just let the flow carry him through this. At the same time, Varngood watches him with that same knowing smile, and the earlier plan between them still hangs over the scene. The king welcomes them and moves to begin the appointment ceremony for the hero and saintesses. Before it can start, Varngood steps forward and cuts in. He apologizes outwardly, but then asks for the entire ceremony to be suspended. The king immediately questions him. Mariangela turns on her brother too. Varngood answers with one clean point. He has doubts about this appointment. Mariangela rejects that right away. She insists that Capsodia and Paphemia are the real thing, and says her own judgment is not mistaken. Varngood does not back off. He says the issue is not only the hero, he widens it to the saintess involved in this appointment too. Then he points toward Sharon's judgment, and starts implying that even saintesses can have their eyes clouded. From there he presses harder. If the goal was strength, he says there should have been better choices than some random man. While Mariangela gets cornered, Capsodia watches from the side and actually gets a little satisfaction out of it, treating this as overdue punishment for all the unreasonable trouble she has forced on him. Varngood sees that Mariangela has no clean answer ready, so he says he will answer for her himself. Then he drops the real accusation. He says Mariangela and Capsodia are romantically involved. Capsodia freezes on the spot. Mariangela somehow makes it worse instantly by treating that accusation like the only real problem is that the family had not been told yet. The whole throne side visibly stiffens. King Alfred asks for confirmation. Mariangela answers with total confidence, and pushes it even further, talking like she has already planned a future family with Capsodia. Capsodia starts sweating and tries to deny it, but the room is already gone. The older royals do not even react with clean outrage. They look shocked, emotional, and weirdly relieved all at once. Paphemia explodes next. She openly objects because if Capsodia gets taken by the princess, then he stops being hers. Sharon immediately sides with her and says she hates that outcome too. Mariangela answers from pure personal desire and keeps acting like her own will should settle the matter. The hall starts breaking into noise until Varngood shouts for order. Then he uses that exact chaos as proof, saying the relationship is unusual and that their impartiality is now doubtful. But Varngood still is not finished. He says Mariangela abused royal authority and brought Capsodia into the palace under false pretenses because she wanted him there personally. He adds that her eccentric behavior caused trouble throughout the journey. Mariangela does not try to dodge it, she admits that part is true. The queen praises Varngood for speaking up in the name of truth and fairness. The king accepts the point too, but clearly dislikes that all of this is erupting right now in the middle of the ceremony. Then Varngood says his story does not end there. A new pair enters the hall, a blonde armored man and a veiled saintess. He presents them as another hero and saintess. The saintess is Telemus. The hero is Samahosa. When the question of title comes up, Telemus gives hers plainly. She is the prophetic saintess. That hits the room immediately, because everyone there thought that title belonged to Sharon. Paphemia reacts first and blurts out the obvious. This makes them a fourth pair. The nobles around them start murmuring at once. Sharon is the first one hit by the reveal. She stands there small and stunned while the room closes in around her. Paphemia reacts right after that and immediately rejects the whole thing. Varngood, on the other hand, keeps pressing because this is exactly the opening he wanted. The hall is already shifting from ceremony to dispute. The argument tightens around the title itself. Varngood and Telemus lean on the same point. There should not be two saintesses carrying the exact same prophetic role at once. Telemus treats that title like something singular by nature, something prophecy itself would not duplicate. Sharon's side pushes back, but Varngood keeps steering the room toward formal proof instead of emotion. From there, he proposes the cleanest test possible. If there is doubt, then both saintesses should simply give a prophecy in front of the court. Ptolemy stands composed beside him while Sharon faces her from the opposite side. The nobles in the room start leaning into it immediately. To them, this sounds simple, official, and hard to argue with. Capsodia watches that setup and realizes the whole thing is starting to slide out of control. He is already surrounded by Varngood's side of the plan, and now this court fight is growing into something else on top of it. He decides he has seen enough for the moment, and slips away, heading out under the excuse of going to the bathroom. Even while he leaves, one of the demons nearby keeps talking, and Capsodia quietly notes that the situation is starting to smell wrong. Paphemia and Sharon do not let him get far. They rush after him and stop him in the corridor. Paphemia is visibly upset that Sharon is being treated like a fake. Sharon is shaken too, but she is still trying to hold herself together. They ask Capsodia what they should do. He is caught off guard, and one older retainer nearby basically corners him further by asking how long the two of them plan to stay apprentices. Capsodia nearly spits out the answer on reflex, then catches himself. That question lands harder than expected. Sharon starts turning over his past words in her head. Paphemia does the same. She reminds herself that she became a hero because Capsodia pushed her forward. Sharon remembers being told to stand on her own too. Little by little, the panic turns into resolve. Paphemia says this is something they should overcome themselves. Sharon agrees that she cannot stay discouraged forever. Then Paphemia locks in completely and decides they are going to make the court recognize Sharon as the real prophetic saintess. While they harden their resolve, Capsodia keeps moving through the palace alone and kicking himself for not handling this earlier. Then another noise cuts through the corridor. He hears a commotion from the direction of the third princess's room. He stops at once. The second he realizes it is Mariangela again, he turns and heads straight for it. At the same time, elsewhere inside the palace, Varngood is still working the room. Hidden under the court argument is something else entirely. He has people moving. He has men stationed in places they should not be. Capsodia reaches one of those palace passages and finds armed personnel there too, enough to make it clear that quiet preparations are already underway under the surface of the ceremony. That detail makes the whole palace feel even more compromised than before. Back in the hall, the test is about to begin. Telemes stands facing Sharon directly. The court settles. Both girls are framed as rivals for the same sacred role now, and the next step is no longer talk. It is prophecy against prophecy. Paphemia watches with total focus. Sharon faces forward, still tense but no longer backing away. The whole issue gets reframed around one idea: a fake saintess. The logic is laid out fast. The real prophetic saintess is a problem for any demon-backed move inside the royal capital. But prophecy is already known for being vague and fragmentary, so that weakness can be exploited. If the fake one is treated as the real one, and the real one is made to look fake, then the entire meaning of prophecy can be bent however they want. Right after that, the formal test begins. Sharon and Teleumiz are brought forward to face the court, and the duel of prophecy is set in motion while Varngood watches with full confidence. Capsodia, Paphemia, and the others stay off to the side, looking on. Varngood's side makes the goal even clearer. If Sharon is exposed as a fraud, then Paphemia, who was chosen alongside her, loses credibility too. That means two obstacles disappear at once. Teleumiz then glides right past a direct confrontation, and calls Paphemia over instead. Paphemia is surprised, but steps up. Teleumiz starts with something simple, and asks about Paphemia's breakfast. Paphemia answers immediately, loudly, and in way too much detail, naming exactly what she ate. The crowd reacts to that like Teleumiz already nailed the first hit. Capsodia watches from the side and realizes what is happening. Whatever the content is, Teleumiz has already found an easy mark. From there, Teleumiz moves from breakfast into Paphemia's future. She keeps talking smoothly, steering the whole thing toward Paphemia's heart instead of the court's doubt. Paphemia tries to act like there is nobody important there, but that answer does not hold for long. She starts wavering, then blushing, then looking genuinely flustered. Teleumiz keeps pressing until Paphemia is half panicking and half hoping. Then she turns the whole thing sweet, telling her that what she wants will be fulfilled soon. That lands instantly. Paphemia brightens up and thanks her with total sincerity. Sharon watches all of this happen and realizes Teleumiz just pulled Paphemia completely into her pace. Then Teleumiz turns to Sharon and says it is her turn. Sharon stiffens. Before the pressure can crush her, Paphemia steps in and pushes back for her. She says Sharon cannot use prophetic power whenever she wants. Then she explains why. Sharon told her before that she hears prophetic voices all the time, and that those voices frightened her. So this is not a matter of Sharon lacking power. It is fear. Teleumiz and the others take that in. The explanation gets treated as a psychological issue, rather than proof that Sharon is fake. Then Sharon finally speaks for herself. She admits she was afraid to use that power because she thought a true prophecy might make Paphemia unhappy. She was afraid of seeing a future that would hurt her. That confession changes the whole mood. Sharon remembers how weak she was back in Noville, and how Paphemia protected her there. She decides she cannot stay like that forever. If Paphemia is trying to become stronger, then she has to do the same. She brings her hands together and focuses. Capsodia feels the heaviness of this moment too. To him it is like a space opens up that swallows not just humans but even him, a demon. Then the room breaks, people cry out, Paphemia lunges toward Sharon, the court looks shaken. And when Sharon's power finally resolves into words, the prophecy is brutal. Among the heroes selected by the Saintess, someone of the demon race is hiding there. Sharon's prophecy keeps going. She confirms there is no mistake, and then the prediction sharpens into something much worse. Cantabria is going to fall. That lands, and Capsodia moves instantly. He tries to bolt right there. Mariangela lunges after him and grabs on. Another small figure gets tangled in two, and for a second the whole thing turns into a ridiculous pileup of grabbing, dragging, and robes getting stretched. Then palace staff step in and stop everything cold. The next decision comes down immediately. Since suspicion still has not been cleared, they are moving to torture. 30 minutes later, the new test is underway. The earlier investigation and questioning apparently were not enough, so they escalate. Capsodia, Paphemia, and the others are brought into a bathhouse. A large cow-like beast sits over blazing heat in the middle, and attendants watch from behind. The device is explained as something Varngood proposed while borrowing Mariangela's power, and the logic is brutal. The metal heats up, the water grows more extreme, and anyone who cannot endure it should confess. Mariangela stands outside the bath completely composed, and asks how the human herding device feels. Capsodia hates the whole thing immediately. He hears that the setup was originally meant to punish demons who betrayed their own race, and that only makes him angrier. He even starts objecting to how the whole device is being used, all the way down to the house cow at the center of it. Paphemia takes the exact opposite approach. She treats the ordeal like a contest with her master and plants herself hard. She is flushed, straining, and already suffering, but she refuses to lose to him. Then Capsodia has a miserable realization. If the point was exposing a demon, they could have just passed everyone through Mariangela's barrier and been done with it. Instead, the room chose this nonsense. He silently concludes that everyone here is an idiot. Mariangela, meanwhile, looks at all the exhausted faces and says the test is not over. Then attendants bring out a tray of bottled milk. That gets everyone's attention fast. Mariangela takes the lead again and drinks one first. The effect is immediate. She perks all the way back up and treats it like she is coming back to life. Capsodia almost folds on the spot. The second he sees how good that milk is, his priorities start collapsing. He openly drifts toward the idea that if he can drink that, he might not care about demon pride or anything else anymore. Someone else starts moving on the same temptation too. and for a second the test scene becomes a scramble toward milk. Capsodia barely drags himself back from it, and realizes how close he came to embarrassing himself. Only one person is still stubbornly trying to brute force the original trial. That person is Paphemia. She keeps forcing herself onward, and insists she will keep going until she beats Capsodia, but the whole thing is already slipping. Mariangela calls some of what follows cheating. Then she changes tracks herself, steps out, and starts luxuriating in the cold. The cold air feels amazing. Even the floor feels good. She presses into the relief of it with zero restraint. Watching that hits Capsodia badly. The heat has already wrung him out. Paphemia is clearly exhausted, and he finally snaps to the obvious answer. This test proves nothing. If everyone is boiling, then being human or demon stops mattering. So he decides there is no reason to keep enduring it. He says they should just get into a cold bath and jumps. The cold water hits and it is instant relief, but the timing is awful. Paphemia ends up right there with him, close enough that both of them freeze the second they notice. They stare at each other in silence, flushed and stiff, with the water barely separating them. Paphemia is the first one to recover. She weakly admits defeat and accepts that Capsodia outlasted her. Capsodia reacts by thrashing away from the moment as fast as he can. After that, the scene is basically wrecked. Capsodia tries to soften it by acting like winning or losing is not what matters anymore. Around them, the people overseeing the test point out the obvious. They were supposed to prove they were not demons, not turn this into a bath disaster. Paphemia gets so worn down she starts muttering nonsense. The observers start judging the whole attempt as a failure. One says it is no good now. Another calls it a failed adjustment. Capsodia hears all of that while still trying to recover. Then Varngood calmly says they have not gotten a confession yet, so they should move to the next phase. He reveals the next tool he wants to use, the Mirror of Par. Capsodia's face locks up the second he hears the name. A man proposes trying the Mirror of Par, and that one suggestion lands with the subtlety of a falling chandelier. The name alone makes someone realize exactly which artifact this is, and another stunned voice can only choke out a confused reaction. The explanation follows fast. The Mirror of Par is a magic mirror that reveals the truth, and if they use it, Samosa and the others will be exposed. Worse, whatever result it shows is the kind of thing people will accept without argument, because the mirror is a famous artifact trusted by humans and demons alike. Off to the side, someone in the bath panics that this is really bad, while another voice snaps at Varngood, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. A smug observer decides none of this makes sense, mutters that Varngood ought to be digging his own grave with a stunt like this, and wonders what he is thinking. The hooded boy calmly thanks everyone for waiting, and says they will begin with Lady Paphemia. She steps up, nervous but cooperative, and checks the mirror. At first nothing appears, and she blurts that nothing is showing up, right before the mirror finally activates. The hooded boy confirms that it is the real deal, and when someone asks if that means Paphemia is fine, the answer comes back that it does. Her reflection appears cleanly in the glass, and the tension drops for a second. Then Sir Capla is called next. One man is already grinning like he pre-ordered the chaos, while the hooded boy inwardly notes that the real problem is still the other two, since Capla is not even using transformation magic himself. Capla steps forward anyway. The mirror hums again, and the room immediately starts clowning on him, with one person saying his exhausted face is the usual Sir Capla, and another joking that a total lack of drive is basically his birth certificate. Capla answers that little chorus with murderous calm, looking at someone and saying only that they should die. Casual, absolutely normal court behavior. Even after that, the testing keeps rolling. Someone admits that despite knowing he was innocent, he still got nervous, and then Samosa is called up. He staggers over, groaning, checks the mirror, and his reflection comes back human. Another candidate, Lord Cberus, is then shown to have no signs of transformation either. With that, the hooded boy states the conclusion plainly. Among the hero candidates there are no demons. He turns that result toward the Saintess, and the implication hits her like a truck that paid extra for dramatic timing. She freezes, covers her mouth, and can barely process it, while the smirking noble says everything is clear now. She can only stare and deny it, insisting there is no way because that verdict tears straight through her prophecy. The room does not let her breathe. Shocked voices ask whether everyone has been deceived this whole time, and point out that this girl never even had the chance to be escorted properly. Someone sneers that if she keeps doing this her whole life, she might eventually guess right by coincidence, and another dismisses this latest result as nothing more than a fluke. Then the knives come out for real. She is branded a fake saintess, told she will not be forgiven just because she is a child, and an order goes up to seize Sharon. The cat-eared girl instantly pushes back, shouting that Sharon is the real deal, and that no one should touch her. The smiling noble brushes that aside, tells Sharon not to worry because she is just as guilty for falsely claiming to be a hero, and promises to put her through hell. The cat-eared girl fires back that they should not expect the mild torture from earlier, then turns to her master in desperate faith, begging him to protect Sharon, and insisting he must already have a plan. Meanwhile, the realization hits her hard that she had been traveling with a fake all this time. That is the kind of betrayal that does not even need a soundtrack. Then the hooded boy moves and the whole temperature changes. One voice admits being completely fooled, and another agrees. Sharon stands there stunned, barely managing a tiny sound while the guards close in with spears. The hooded boy calls Euphemia by name, and she shakily answers. He calls Sharon, and she answers too. Then he drops a single verdict over both of them. Expelled. Just one word, and the whole scam gets body slammed into the floor. Afterward, the smiling noble turns to him and asks what he had been thinking. The hooded boy says he thought Cerberus would do something about it, but that he is honestly glad a miracle occurred. Nearby, a relieved blonde boy clings to Sharon and says it is a good thing the demons were not exposed, because if that had happened, their plan would have been ruined. So yes, this quietly confirms that the smiling side had a plan all along. Love that for literally no one. Inside his own head, the hooded boy wonders whether that man was really planning to carry the scheme through, then judges him as far too careless and reckless, while also admitting he has no idea how much that man believed he was capable of. He decides that as long as he can escape, anything goes, and then he turns back to Cerberus. He even wonders whether there might have been some other way, some path where Samosa and the others could be cut loose without throwing those two into prison. Cerberus, on the other hand, is having the time of his life in the worst possible way. He talks about how entertaining it will be to plunge those little brats into despair by revealing the true identities of those monsters, and he casually suggests revealing the truth to them later. The hooded boy says nothing. He just looks at him, and that silence bites harder than a speech. Then the scene cuts away from the court entirely and drops into a stone corridor lined with locked cell doors, ending on a quiet shot of hands resting on a lap, like the atmosphere is holding its breath before the next knife twist. Euphemia sits in the cell calling for Master, still insisting this has to be some kind of mistake. She is worked up and ready to move, but Sharon stays composed and says that whatever the reason for all this, she still needs to apologize to Cerberus for hurting him. Then an unseen voice asks how Lady Sharon and Lady Euphemia are doing, and Lord Varngood steps in with his entourage, carrying himself like a man who has never once been told to lower his volume. Euphemia immediately asks what the prince wants, and he answers by mocking her, saying that even a fake hero gives off a different kind of aura. Sharon asks why Lord Varngood is here, and he calmly says he has heard about what they went through before leaning in and telling Lady Saintis that she has quite an enticing face. Varngood keeps pressing closer and says Sharon is still green, but so adorable that it makes him want to punish her. Euphemia shouts Sharon's name, but Varngood just keeps going and says he wants to make both of them his private soldiers, sending them to the front lines and using them as his playthings the rest of the time. When Sharon asks what exactly he is planning, he smugly says she has figured it out, just as expected from the true Saintis. Then a demon woman pops into view with a teasing little entrance, which somehow makes the room even worse, and Sharon can only stare and realize in shock that there is a demon here. When she connects the dots and questions whether Varngood is working with a demon, the answer that comes back is a cheerful confirmation. Subtlety is fully dead at this point. Varngood talks about turning all of this into the tale of their noble sacrifice, while Euphemia rages back at him and refuses to forgive him. He laughs that she is all bark and no bite, then turns and asks Cerberus if he agrees. That is when Cerberus appears in front of the cell. Shireen and Euphemia call out to him at once, and Euphemia lights up saying she knew Master would come to save them. Cerberus looks on without softening. He repeats the word playthings with cold disgust, calls the whole thing pitiful, says there is no point in living in a world like that, and raises a magic circle. Then he says this is an act of mercy, and declares that he will put them out of their misery. The girls do not break. Euphemia shouts that she believes in him because he is her master, and Sharon backs her up saying that just like Lady Euphemia, she believes in him too, while also apologizing to Cerberus for hurting him. Cerberus answers with only one order. He tells the two of them to die. The girls collapse and a boot steps beside one of the fallen bodies. Varngood lets out a delighted laugh and praises the spell as magnificent instant death magic. He says this is exactly what he expected from Cerberus, then starts rambling that with power like this, Cerberus could even have defeated the Demon King, before quickly adding that maybe he has said something offensive. A rare moment of self-awareness, and even that arrives late. Cerberus shuts him down at once. He says that believe it or not, he is quite loyal to the Demon King, and tells Varngood not to say careless things. Then he asks whether he should kill Varngood too, just like he killed them. That threat lands hard. Varngood's face tightens, his voice catches, and his movements slow down immediately as Cerberus watches him in silence. All that swagger from earlier suddenly looks a lot less convincing when death is standing right in front of him and speaking in a calm voice. The palace looks peaceful from outside for one brief moment, and then the whole place gets hit. Arrows fly, flames burst against the walls, and the guards snap from quiet watch to full panic. One soldier can only stare and ask what is going on, while another voice calmly says that it has started. Elsewhere, someone says to wait, another says they should do their part too, and the hooded man stays cool and says they need to talk. A report comes in that the High Knight's quarters and the dispatch center are already in ruins, and that sends everyone into even more chaos. The hooded man shuts that down fast and tells them to calm down, because the flames have not reached them yet. He orders them to keep carrying out the firefighting work. The others quickly fall in line, saying he is the only one who can give orders now. They explain that the other princes and princesses are out in the suburbs and the knights are away escorting them. When they realize he is Lord Varngood, they listen. He tells them to focus on putting out the fires and to report anything suspicious at once. Then he asks if his father and mother are safe. He is told they were attacked, but they were moved to the audience chamber, and he answers that the two of them should be left to him. Someone nearby is impressed and thinks he really looks like the next king. The hooded man, of course, has a very different thought. Inside his head, he tells those fools to keep praising him, because the setup is that simple. He lays out Varngood's real plan step by step. The demons take the king and queen hostage. The royal guards get worn down, the chain of command breaks, and the palace forces collapse. But then he reveals his own version of the ending. In his version, once the monsters are beaten, the people will praise Varngood as the hero who saved the kingdom. Clean image, nice speech, very fake. Then the real Varngood heads for the audience chamber, already acting out his grand hero moment in his head. He starts to shout at the demons and throws around his full name like he is walking into history, while thinking he would never truly serve a demon king, and that this room is where his legend will begin. But when he gets there, the scene is completely wrong. The king and queen are already safe, surrounded by guards, and Varngood stops cold. He barely gets out a confused sound. The king looks straight at him and says he will not be fooled by a demon pretending to be his son. He asks where the demons are, while Varngood stammers and tries to understand what just happened. He hears that Varngood was there just a moment ago, and that this is strange. Then the king drops the real bomb. The other Varngood already explained all of his evil plans. That flips the room instantly. Men around Varngood start shouting, asking what this means, calling him a traitor, and demanding to know if he sold them out. The king orders that person to be captured, and Varngood's face finally says what his mouth cannot. His little script just got stolen, and performed better by somebody else. As the trap closes, Varngood realizes something is even more wrong. The people around him should not be moving on their own, if the ring is still controlling them. He looks at the ring, then looks up and sees the hooded man smiling near the mirror of Par. That is when the truth fully hits him, and all he can do is think that there is no way this is happening. A long scream tears through the air outside, and the scene shifts. Someone points out that Lord Capsodia is still wearing that idiot's form, while another voice lets out a relieved breath. Capsodia is thanked, and someone says this mess using Varngood's face was just the kind of move expected from him. Another person adds that Varngood is probably cursing right now, and honestly that feels generous. Capsodia then starts explaining everything. He says Varngood only wanted to use the demons for the War of Succession, and never meant to obey the Demon King at all because he despised demons from the start. He says things were at a standstill for a while, but the moment Varngood brought out the Mirror of Par, his true intentions became clear. The people with Capsodia admit they were completely fooled. One says that if he could, he would strangle them with his own hands. Capsodia keeps going and says the original plan only needed Sharon to be killed in front of the king. But once Varngood lost patience and the whole thing started falling apart because of Sharon's prophecy, he decided to cut loose and move on. Capsodia explains that Varngood planned to use the ring that commands the king to control him and force him into that role, but he had already shut down that magic with instant death magic before that could happen. After that, he says he used the transformation staff, contacted the king and the others, gathered the demons inside the city, and that is the whole story up to now. Then he asks if they should add the finishing touches. Over an open book, he says he understands their anger, but they do not need to worry because there is someone even angrier at Varngood than they are. And with a sharp smile, he says that person will deliver heaven's punishment. Varngood's plan is in pieces, and the bill is coming due. Paphemia suddenly wakes up with Sharon calling her name, and she weakly murmurs for Lady Mia. Sharon asks if Lady Paphemia is alright, and Paphemia comes to just enough to say the prince had teamed up with the demons. But her memory feels foggy and she cannot fully piece it together. She checks on Sharon next, and Sharon says she is fine. Paphemia cuts off the rest of the confusion and says they have to leave that aside for now, because the demons must already be running wild. She blames herself for being careless enough to think they would only use royalty to slip inside. Shireen sadly says that if only she had believed in herself more, but Paphemia answers that it also proved Shireen is the real deal. Then they move, and when they look ahead, the way out is already open. They soon run into Lady Mariangela. Everyone is surprised to see her there, and they ask what she is doing in a place like this. Mariangela answers that she came looking for healing, because exhausting things kept happening. A group of soldiers then notices her and gets excited that the princess really is here, even saying the rumor was true that she comes to the dungeon when sad things happen. They quickly turn hostile, saying that even if they are surrounded they can handle it, and that everyone here is going to die. They also demand to know who these people are, why the hero and the saintess are still alive, and what they are doing here. Varngood gets sent flying so hard he is still screaming while he spins through the air, the kind of scream that keeps going like it forgot how to stop. Paphemia and Sharon look on, and the people around them say the matter is settled and praise Paphemia for the job. Euphemia immediately wonders if Master will praise her too. Sharon says she is sure he will, and that she is certain of it. But then Euphemia realizes she cannot see him anywhere. The thought that she has been traveling beside an imposter hits her hard, and Sharon quietly admits this really could end just like this. Then Elite steps in, says it is too early to give up, and suggests they may still be able to find out where he is. Not far away, the demons crowd around Lord Capsodia and thank him over and over, saying they have really settled into human life, and that they owe him a lot. One even says that if Capsodia had not been there, things would have gone badly. Then someone asks who came up with the plan. Capsodia says it was Lord Varngood, and that answer lands like a brick. The others stare, ask if that same Varngood was the one who thought all this up, and say Capsodia is far more reliable than him. They ask if he really is not coming back, and remind him that he was the one Varngood had exiled. Capsodia says that is true, thanks them for the feeling behind their words, tells them they should get going soon, and says that when they meet again they should drink the night away somewhere. Then he turns and quietly says it is time. The moment he tries to leave, Mariangela drops in on him like a disaster with good hair. A sharp ringing sound cuts through the forest, and she happily says she found her darling. Capsodia answers that she is too late, and that he would have preferred not to be found. Mariangela looks around and says the dark forest is perfect for a nighttime visit, and she wants to get started right away. Capsodia can only stare in panic. Someone calls it a rare lack of common sense. Someone else yells at her not to strip him, and she keeps grabbing and kissing at him anyway while he freaks out. Then Euphemia and Sharon arrive, announce that Mariangela is back, call the whole thing the power of love, and finally turn to Capsodia. He awkwardly tells them to listen and says everything was Varngood's scheme, so the suspicion toward them has been cleared. Euphemia and Sharon step close and reach out to him. Euphemia calls him Master, Sharon calls him Holy One. Both beg him to come back. Capsodia freezes, and even his little staff can only make a weak sound. When they ask what happened to Varngood, he says he defeated him. Then he smiles and tells them they did well. He says that under those harsh conditions, they crushed a scheme that even he could not see through, and that they are already a fine hero and saintess. Euphemia immediately says that is a lie. She insists it was just luck, and she even guesses that the reason he told them to wait was so they could strike at the exact moment Varngood was left looking dead. Capsodia answers with the truth he has been carrying. He says he believed he had killed them because he misunderstood everything and thought he had been betrayed. He says that their being brought back is the fruit of their own effort, though even the others look at that like it is a bit of a stretch. He calls himself a failure. He admits he was scared and could do nothing but run away. Even so, he says they were the ones who saw through the plot and protected the country. Euphemia refuses to accept that and says Varngood was simply that powerful. Capsodia stops her, says he respects her, and tells her she was amazing for defeating him. Then he confesses the part that hurts the most. He doubted both of them once. He fell for Varngood's smooth talk, and he even tried to kill them. Because of that, he says he can no longer face them, that he is leaving, and that he is sorry to both of them. Mariangela says it hurts her too, but she also wishes for his happiness. Euphemia and Sharon can only cry out for their master. Mariangela watches him and admits that when he looks that pain, she cannot tell him not to go. Then she steels herself, says she will give one last push, and takes back the order that expelled him. Capsodia answers by telling Euphemia and Sharon that they are already fully licensed masters. The girls burst into tears and thank him, calling him both Holy One and Master, while he quietly thinks it is over and perfect. And right on cue, the demons come charging back in, yelling for Lord Capsodia, and saying they have decided to go with him after all. So his clean escape lasts about 5 seconds. The noise keeps growing. Some shout that those are the heroes. Others ask if those are demons. One voice even says that is fine, and they should all live together, which is a very bold idea for a group running straight into trouble. Euphemia wonders if the Holy One came there in secret to fight the enemy, and the whole crowd decides Capsodia must have been buying time for them. They shout that they will fight too, that they will protect Lord Capsodia, and they pour so much praise on him that he practically sweats through his cloak. At last he snaps, throws out his magic and tells them all to die. A huge blast roars forward. The crowd blocks it. They keep coming. His identity gets exposed on the spot. Capsodia can only scream in pure disbelief as his last shred of cover falls apart, and then the girls pile onto him and make it even worse. Euphemia says she sees it now and claims he only kept his distance so he could draw out Varngood's secret unit. Sharon says that as expected of the Holy One, he beat them with the shockwave of a finger flick. Mariangela sweetly adds that this means even his running away was a lie, and Capsodia, crushed under all that praise and all those bodies, can only protest that there is no way that is true. Euphemia says it is still too early for her to be a licensed master. Sharon says there is still so much they want to learn from the Holy One. Mariangela says she has fallen for him all over again. Then a dry voice praises him as a perfect harem-type protagonist. Another says being picky is just arrogance from the harem type, and Capsodia jerks in horror and wonders who would ever want anything like that. At the castle, someone brings up Lord Varngood, And another person says that after being sent to the penalty city, his death is all but certain. Then the public ceremony begins. Parthenia steps forward when she is called by name. Alfred Gega Cantabria speaks in the stead of God and tells her to become the sword of the country and of humanity, to become their shield, and to show her courage to the people. Parthenia answers without hesitation. She swears to give her life to protect her country, her family, and her friends. After that, the talk shifts to the hooded man. The ruler says that because of his own strong wishes, he has decided to remove him from the list of hero candidates. The hooded man thinks back to yesterday and reflects that when the king asked again about the whole affair, he answered honestly and the matter went through far too easily. He figures that if he does not carry the title of hero, he can say goodbye to the two girls who are heading to the battlefield, say farewell to the troublesome princess too, and finally complete his plan. He even admits to himself that he should have left town before the unrest, and that he chose the worst possible person to team up with. Even so, he says he owes a debt for Mariangela being saved, refuses a royal reward for himself, and asks that the reward be given to the true heroes instead, because he was not the only one who saved her. That noble request lasts about 3 seconds before the reward talk takes a sharp turn into madness. Mariangela pushes the idea of taking her as his wife. The hooded man says he is grateful for the feeling, but says he is still in training, and that the princess surely has someone else more suitable for her. Inside, he panics and thinks that the last time he turned something down, they ended up making a museum after him, so he scrambles for another answer. He quickly speaks up and asks for a different reward instead. He says he wants a place where he can train at his own pace, somewhere far from the front lines, with fresh air, lots of greenery, a somewhat rural life, and enough people around to keep things livable. It is such a detailed request that it feels less like a reward and more like an escape brochure. Then the answer comes back. There is one perfect place. Before long he arrives in Noville. The townspeople spot him in the street, call him Lord Fingerflick, and welcome him back home. They ask if he was not supposed to be in the royal capital. Then Mariangela and the others appear too. Mariangela happily says this is the place where they first met, and calls it a return to their origins. The hooded man stares at them and asks why they are here, and what this miserable sight is supposed to mean. Someone tells him it came from His Majesty. He says not to just say sorry, and demands a real reason. The answer is that because things are hot right now, a truce has been made, and when he said he wanted to go to Noville, it was approved with surprising ease. Then Mariangela casually adds that Parthenia and Sharon will serve as precious military assets for the time being, and that her darling has now become the lord of the whole area, including Noville. The hooded man completely loses it and screams in shock. He protests that this was a favor, not treason, and asks if the reward can be changed. The people around him explain that changing it would not be easy because it was a direct royal grant, and reversing it would be a mess. Mariangela, already fully committed, starts calling him Lord Viscount, and cheerfully says they should do their best together. The congratulations keep piling on after that. Parthenia, Sharon, and Mariangela gather around him and celebrate while he stands there looking like a man whose peaceful second life just got stolen in public. Parthenia and the others beam at him, and he can only stare ahead in stunned silence. Then the mood quiets. Parthenia sits with a paper in her hand, thinks for a moment and says she sees now. She looks ahead and says only one word after that: Noville. And with that, the place he chose as a quiet retreat suddenly feels like the center of his next disaster. As the talk trails off, Sharon suddenly wraps herself around him from behind, and he jolts in surprise and asks what she is doing. The others crowd around too, and someone jokes that this is exactly what a harem protagonist looks like when his hands are full. Another voice asks what everyone else is doing there, but Mariangela cuts in at once and says that protecting her darling is the duty of a good wife, and that she alone is more than enough. While someone nearby quietly points out that they are not married. Sharon is clearly not herself, and when they ask what is wrong, it comes out that she has been protecting Lord Capua since 3 days ago, all while stuffed in that backpack. He stares and asks if she was really in there the whole time. Sharon tearfully mutters about food, and Parthenia says that going without eating for about 3 days is sometimes part of Saintess training, though only now and then. Sharon apologizes over and over, and he realizes this is not how the usual Sharon acts at all. Then a rough group barges in and demands to know who these people are. They drag him over to a table, point at him and ask if he is the new lord. One of them shoves a paper in front of him and tells him to pay up. The paper is an IOU addressed to the Lord of Noville, and the amount is 10 billion park. He goes blank on the spot. The men explain it with awful cheer. Since the former lord did not collect taxes, there was no money. On top of that, he borrowed more while building up the land and paying the guards, and now all of that debt has rolled over into the new lord's hands. Just like that, Noville stops looking like a quiet country retreat and starts looking like a financial crime scene with nice weather. The collectors press harder and say that if he cannot pay them back, they will just take his organs, or maybe take the cute girl over there instead. Before he can even respond, Mariangela steps forward and tells them to wait. She says she will be the collateral for the debt, gives her full name as Mariangela Giga Cantabria, and declares that she is the princess of this country, asking if they really think she is not worth 10 billion. The men stare, doubt her for a second, then start talking themselves into it, saying she is elegant, pretty, and probably some high-class noble lady. They tell the others to do their best to gather the money, while Ellet trembles, calls out to the princess, and then quietly says she is leaving the rest to Paphemia and Sharon. A beat later, Mariangela is gone. When the girls ask why Ellet allowed it, she says it is a vassal's duty to understand her master's feelings. She explains that if the king learns about this, he will think it is too dangerous and drag Mariangela back to the royal palace, and that even as a princess, she came to this territory with real resolve. She adds that at worst Viscount Capua's territory could be abolished, and that is why Mariangela willingly became collateral for the debt, because she believed in him. Paphemia can only stare and say there is no way, then call her noble, while Sharon says Mariangela kept smiling right to the end for his sake. He meanwhile can see straight through it. In his head he flatly decides that Mariangela is just aiming for that lazy trash heap life anyway, and then immediately regrets not squeezing a little more debt relief out of the situation before she left. He explains that things in Noville settled down more easily than expected because there is a truce for now, and when he said he wanted to go there, it was approved without much trouble. Right then Carla appears, congratulates him once again on becoming a viscount, and says she has come to ask a favor. The others repeat that in surprise. Carla says she has a favor to ask, and the hooded man asks what the favor even is. As he listens, he looks over the earlier mess and thinks that, as expected, Shorin has already kept up with everything, while also wishing a certain useless maid would take notes for once. Then he politely excuses himself for a second and thanks Sharon, who just gives him a small reaction back. A moment later he takes something hot and nearly jumps out of his skin. Someone calls him Lord Saint and asks what is wrong, and he awkwardly tries to laugh it off by saying it was probably just a little hot, while another voice points out that he looked like he got cooked by surprise. Someone even wonders whether Master has a cat tongue. Once that little temperature crisis settles down, Carla explains that the request comes from pilgrims of the Agria faith. He asks what that has to do with anything, and she asks if he really does not know the faith. He admits he lived a secluded life in the mountains for a long time, so no, not really. Then the explanation begins. She says that long ago there was a young man named Agria, sent down to the human world by the Lord God. Saint Agria traveled around saving humanity, did all kinds of things, and was said to have defeated the demon king of that era, with absurd power. The Agria faith was built around worshipping that incredible man. After he saved the people, he became wildly popular. The faith spread in no time, and it eventually became the state religion of the Cantabria kingdom. Someone dryly notes that this is what the scriptures say, and someone else immediately complains that the story is way too vague. Then Carla adds the point that matters now. The place where Saint Agria is said to have descended is the sacred peak, Mount Akazan. She says they want him to head there. Mount Akazan is a sacred place inside Noville's territory, normally visited by many pilgrims, but lately wraiths and evil spirits have gathered there and made it impossible to approach. She asks him to exorcise them. He goes silent and thinks about how much of a pain this is, while someone beside him quietly warns that the Agria faith is the state religion and a huge organization with close ties to other nations, so refusing them could bring trouble later. He admits to himself that he wants to avoid conflict as much as possible, especially since human religious groups are powerful enough that even the Demon King takes them seriously, and even if he helps, the reward will probably be tiny. Still, he smiles and accepts the request, then instantly tries to dump the job on the girls instead. He says they have plenty of experience, so they will be fine, and makes it clear that now that he is a feudal lord, he has zero intention of doing manual labor himself. Truly, the speed of that dodge deserves its own medal. That plan dies fast. Paphemia points out that he also forbade them from forming a volunteer army, so they cannot just gather people. Someone suggests soldiers, but they are reminded that they cannot hire any while buried in debt. Sharon says she is bad with ghosts because you cannot grab them, which is a deeply practical complaint. Elith says she has to handle the mansion's affairs, so she cannot go either, which leaves only one practical fighting force. Right then, Sharon suddenly says he cannot go. Everyone turns to her. She nervously says Mount Akazan is a dangerous sacred peak, and if something happened to Lord Saint, she trails off there. The hooded man notices how strange this is, because Sharon is usually the one who says reckless things, and that makes him start thinking hard. He realizes the mountain is the sacred peak of the Agria faith, sees how tense the believers are acting around Sharon, and concludes that Sharon must have some connection to the Agria faith too. Then a greedier thought slips in right after that. Maybe she has some secret stash hidden there. Priorities, as always, remain beautifully broken. In the end, he decides he cannot leave this one to his apprentices after all, and the whole group heads for Mount Akazan. Sharon stays quiet, and once they arrive, he gently checks on her. She says she is fine, but he tells her she has been acting strange lately, and says he will listen if she wants to talk. She thanks him, and when he presses a little more, she says that maybe one day, when she can put it into words in her heart, she will tell him. Paphemia immediately promises that when that day comes, Sharon should tell him properly. Then the climb continues, and somebody loudly begs them to save the emotional talk for after they finish climbing. At the 7th station, they spot the inside route and realize the true target. The mausoleum lies even farther in. They see wraiths packed along the cleric's training path, and he concludes there must be a source drawing them in. He decides they will smash that source. Then he asks Sharon to deploy the protection barrier. Sharon perks up at once, says she knows this training ground inside and out, and eagerly tells him to leave everything to her. He agrees, though he privately admits her sudden excitement is a little worrying. He still decides to trust her. Inside the training ground, they quickly realize the way ahead is a trap course. Sharon says that if that is the case, they will just run straight through it, and tells everyone to stay right behind her. He barely has time to ask what she means before she takes off at full speed and drags the rest with her. The next stretch turns into pure screaming chaos. Sharon charges ahead, traps fire everywhere, everyone starts shouting, and he gets yanked along by Paphemia's ridiculous strength, while the whole party bounces through the death course like luggage thrown down a hill. When they finally crash out of it, he says Sharon really should have told them this from the beginning, and admits he has been worrying about not knowing everyone's secrets. Sharon apologizes to both of them and says she cannot tell traps apart at all. Paphemia calms her down, and he tells the group to pull themselves together and keep going. As they move deeper in, he keeps watching Sharon and thinking that she really is acting strangely. He sees her hitting buttons one after another and briefly wonders whether his dream of finding her secret stash has somehow been discovered, but he drops that thought when he remembers she was acting odd even before this. Then Paphemia calls out to him, he looks up and the whole room opens before them. Black energy curls through the chamber, a huge figure rises at the center, and a giant skull-like face stares back at them from the dark. That is the moment the joke fully leaves the room, and the air turns cold enough to bite. The huge wraith keeps swallowing the other wraiths, and the hooded man realizes it is getting bigger as it feeds. That makes the answer painfully clear. This thing is the source. Paphemia reacts at once and rushes in anyway, but Sharon warns that she cannot just grab something like that with her bare hands. Paphemia still refuses to back off and throws herself at it like she has already decided that common sense can wait outside. Then the monster finally speaks, and it somehow manages to make the whole situation worse. It says its name is Gain, and proudly declares that what it loves most in the world is girls in bandages. The hooded man can only look at it in disgust and think that even after becoming an evil spirit, this thing kept all of its rotten tastes intact. Gain keeps going, rambling about loose bandages and talking like Paphemia is some prize it is about to dress up for itself, while the hooded man curses under his breath and tries to figure out how to get her free before that creep can lay a hand on her. And the hooded man even thinks that if a monster like this had joined the Demon King's army, it could have aimed for a high rank just by being this troublesome. Gain notices the staring and snaps back, asking if the hooded man wants the same treatment too. The whole thing is so vile that even the room seems tired of listening to it. The hooded man starts thinking this has become way more annoying than expected, and wonders if he should just finish it with instant death magic and be done with it. Before he can move, Sharon quietly asks him to leave this to her. Then she steps in and unleashes purification magic. Since Gain is undead, the attack hits him brutally, and his scream tears through the chamber as the light tears him apart. When the noise dies down, someone checks on Paphemia, and she says she fell but she is fine. Sharon is praised for dropping that monster in one blow, but she shyly says she only acted on instinct. Then she suddenly looks around and asks where her master is. Off to the side, the hooded man sits there trying to steady himself, thinking that was far too close and that Mount Akazan nearly became his grave. At the same time, another thought hits him hard. So that is why Sharon had been acting strange. He never expected her to be this strong. And now, to his own shock, he has actually been saved by them. That quiet moment does not last. 3 hooded figures appear in front of them and speak one after another, giving the names Esmeralda and Rito. They say they did not expect to meet him in a place like this, and that it has been a while. They add that they were surprised, and the mood changes all over again. The fight is over, but the real trouble clearly was not waiting very far behind it. The 3 hooded visitors settle in as if this cave is their break room, with one of them handing something over and politely offering him a seat. He refuses and cuts straight to it, telling Rito to forget that and explain why they are here. One of them says he should be the one answering that, then calmly reminds him that this is human territory. They ask whether the Demon King is really fine with Lord Capsodia wandering off like this and abandoning his duties, and when they hear he has even been made a Viscount, they half congratulate him and half make it sound like a very suspicious life choice. Then they explain why they came. They say Demon King is short on workers because of the long war, so the Demon King started pushing work-style reform and a remote work system to use a wider range of people. They say it has been a huge help to demon society, and then casually reveal that Akazan is their hometown, with wraiths all over the place. One of them points out that the whole remote work idea was something Lord Capsodia proposed a long time ago, but Brazier kept killing the idea until after he was removed. Capsodia can only stare, admit he barely remembers that, and think that he must have been so crushed by overwork that the memory got wiped clean. Then the talk swings back to the Saintess, and the dwarves point out that she had terrifying power and almost killed him, which makes them wonder what on earth he did to make her that mad. He can only weakly answer that he would not say he did nothing. That answer immediately sends his thoughts spinning. He remembers that Sharon had been acting strange even before she ever touched him, and starts wondering whether she is actually trying to kill him for real. Someone notices his face and asks if he is forgetting something important. Another flatly reminds him that he is a demon in the first place, and the whole issue suddenly lands on him at once. He screams, grabs his head, and realizes he completely forgot the tiny detail that being a demon might put him on the Saintus' enemy list. The dwarves confirm that his identity is definitely blown now, and call him a confirmed target, while also noting that for someone with such a cute face that Saintus has brutally sharp eyes. He desperately tries to deny that Sharon is after him, then spots Paphemia and Sharon coming closer and knows he needs a cover story right now. Paphemia and Sharon arrive and ask who the three little hooded figures are. He panics so hard his soul nearly leaves his body, then blurts out that they are dwarves. He hurriedly explains that they are a harmless subterranean race and tells the dwarves to play along. To his horror, they actually do it, standing there with little tools and chanting a cheerful hey-ho like they were born for theater. Sharon lights up immediately and says this will work, and Paphemia asks whether dwarves are really like that. Sharon gets excited and says this is so cool because it is her first time ever meeting dwarves, while Paphemia notices that Sharon is strangely getting into it. Capsodia, meanwhile, is dying inside but manages to keep the act alive. Once the panic settles, Paphemia asks what he was doing with the dwarves in the first place. He says the truth is that one of the wraiths led him to a money problem and then to something even better, a huge ore deposit in Akazan. He explains that dwarves have always loved gems and ores, so they came to inspect it, and that they also know a lot about wraiths. When Paphemia asks if they actually found the deposit, he confirms it. Then he leads them farther in, and the whole group stops when a massive mithril ore vein opens up before them. Everyone is stunned. Paphemia calls it beautiful. Someone says it is incredible, and Capsodia stares at the shining wall and starts doing math in his head at light speed. First it is millions, then a billion, then he decides it might be worth 10 billion. Sharon happily says that with this much they can pay back the debt, and praises him like he planned the whole thing. He says no, but not in a way that sounds very convincing. As the shock fades, he quietly thinks back over Sharon's behavior. He realizes that when she warned him away from the mountain, it was probably because the drop was dangerous, and that when she rushed ahead through the training ground, she was likely showing him where the traps were by setting them off herself. He finally understands that she was worried about him the whole time, and that Sharon really is a kind girl after all. Paphemia happily says this means Lady Mariangela can come home too, and the dwarves comment that this all feels less like virtue and more like absurd luck. Capsodia, however, is already somewhere else in his head. He imagines turning 10 billion into 20, mutters about using it as capital for things called stocks, and starts grinning to himself like a man who has just discovered finance and immediately become a danger to society. Paphemia notices right away and says, "Master looks so happy." Sharon looks at him in silence, her face calm but unreadable, while he keeps smiling to himself in front of the glittering ore. For one brief moment, everything seems to have lined up perfectly around him, and that alone feels suspicious enough to be its own warning sign. Capsodia wakes up sprawled across the bed and enjoys what feels like a rare calm morning. He tells himself the debt problem is solved, the pilgrims can travel safely again, and Mariangela still has not come back. He even thinks this peace might not last forever, but it still feels nice while it lasts. On top of that, some old arrangement with the Agria faith seems to be letting him take a share of the profits, so for one brief moment he decides he really is one lucky guy. Then he gets up to wash his face and that lucky feeling dies instantly. The moment the water touches him, he screams. His skin feels like it has been hit with boiling water or acid, and as he stumbles back in shock, he realizes he has felt that kind of pain before. He looks outside and freezes. Something strange is surrounding the place, and even he can tell there is a demon-harming barrier set up around the manor. Right then Sharon appears carrying a container, and calmly asks if something is wrong. Capsodia stares at her and blurts out that, more importantly, he wants to know what happened to his face, then asks if all that stuff outside was her doing too. Sharon simply confirms that it was. Capsodia explains that he only went to wash his face at the basin, but the water was boiling hot. Sharon says that is odd because it should have been replaced with well water. When he asks if she changed it, she says yes, and adds that strange things have been happening lately. She then explains, with complete innocence, that even after she purified the well water into holy water, the strange results kept happening. Capsodia latches onto the words holy water like a man hearing his own funeral music. He asks if it really is holy water, and Sharon answers yes, it is. He then asks if the tea from before was the same, and Sharon confirms that too, saying she served it to him because she thought it would not make any difference. That is not the kind of sentence a demon wants to hear before breakfast. Capsodia stares at her and starts putting everything together in his head. He asks why she would do something like that, then stops himself and wonders if all of this was actually meant to protect him. Sharon, meanwhile, is distracted by the barrier wire on the fence and says it looks cool. Capsodia watches that and convinces himself this must be Sharon's own way of setting up defenses against monsters, because the manor has basically no security. He quickly tells her not to worry about his face, says it is only red because he bumped it, thanks her for everything, and says he is heading back to his room. Then the second he is alone, his whole expression breaks and he realizes what he thinks is the truth. Sharon knows. Inside his head, the panic turns into a full courtroom drama. He decides the first time Sharon traveled with him was to confirm his true identity. He decides her holy water tea was a test to watch his reaction. And now, in his mind, she has her final proof. He calls it an assassination attempt, and notes that she still has not told anyone else yet. Then he convinces himself that the only reason she stayed quiet was so he would not notice, and he even praises her for being clever. By the end of it, Capsodia is no longer scared. He is grinning. He points at his own face and swears that he is going to turn this whole situation right back around on Sharon. It is a wildly confident vow from a man who just got cooked by face wash. But confidence has never needed evidence in this house. A calm mountain morning sits there like nothing is wrong, with animals moving through the quiet and the peaks stretching into the distance. Then the ground breaks. Dirt bursts upward, a crater opens, and a huge armored hand claws its way out. A heavy figure rises with it, dragging itself from the earth like the mountain just coughed up a nightmare. Sharon jolts awake in bed and stares ahead, shaken. She wonders if it was that dream again, or if it was a prophecy. She tells herself that while she is asleep, she cannot control her power well enough to know for sure, but that strange chill means something. She thinks she should at least consult Lady Paphemia, then sees Paphemia asleep and murmuring in bed, still out cold. Sharon stops herself there. She tells herself that Lady Paphemia has just become the hero, so she cannot burden her at a time like this. Instead, she decides she has grown a little too, and that she cannot stay protected forever. Elsewhere, the hooded lord sits alone and admits to himself that he is in a massive bind. In his head, the Saintess has already figured out his true identity, and on top of that, she has been coming after him in full assassination mode, so now he has to fight back. He looks over the room he has loaded with defenses, curses, and traps, and weighs his options. He considers tampering with her memory through the death register, then immediately talks himself out of it, deciding that a sudden death would leave too clear a trail. Even while he is plotting, one thought keeps sticking to him. He feels like he is forgetting something about what happened back in the cell. His maid comes in, and the two of them start circling the problem. She asks how long he plans to keep up this little spy game, and he points at the fortress his room has become, and says anyone would stay on edge after seeing all that. She calls it paranoia. Then she brings up the other disaster waiting in line. He knows exactly what she means. He says the mithril deposit is much bigger than expected, far beyond what one lord can mine, and so large that it would need national involvement. She warns that if word gets out, the people of the demon realm will move too. He agrees and says the whole war started because of underground resources in the first place. So if the Demon King finds out about Noville, the place will turn into a sea of fire. Even so, he tries to calm things down by saying they are far from the front lines, and unless someone uses teleportation magic, nothing should happen right away. That thought lasts about one breath, because Carla suddenly rushes in and shouts that a castle has appeared. It is in the north of Noville. They hurry out and stare across the hills at a full castle standing where there was nothing before. The hooded lord says that was supposed to be the road to Mount Akazan, and it definitely was not there 4 days ago. He asks who could possibly build something like that in just 4 days, and the answer comes running at them. He notices something approaching and says those guys really do exist. He explains that they are the kind of workers who can keep going non-stop, not for 4 days, but for 100 years. Then an armored rider on horseback charges straight in and stops before them. The rider laughs and throws out a greeting that lands like a slap, welcoming them as foolish humans. Just like that, Sharon's bad feeling stops being a feeling and turns into a problem with walls. The armored knight fixes his attention on Paphemia first and remarks that she has quite a fighting spirit, then asks if she is the rumored hero. Sharon tenses up at once and says this knight is no ordinary enemy, while the pressure around the group shifts hard in an instant. Then the knight's gaze slides past them, lands on the hooded lord, and he hesitates. He asks if that man could really be Lord Capsodia. That one name hits like a thrown brick. Capsodia immediately breaks into a cold sweat, while Sharon repeats the name in confusion, and someone asks whether that is some kind of nickname, and if they know him. Capsodia laughs far too fast, insists he is just Capua, and says he does not have some fancy name that would make girls swoon over him. Then, under his breath and very much inside his own private panic spiral, he identifies the men as Dark Knights, and desperately tries to stop them from saying anything else, because his situation is already messy enough without former subordinates showing up to make it worse. As he sizes them up, he remembers exactly why they are such a pain. They are his former subordinates, and while their swordsmanship is already at the level of seasoned veterans, that is not even the worst part. What really makes them dangerous is their excessive sincerity. Armed with absolute, almost ridiculous loyalty, they will carry out even the most unreasonable order. They are compared to worker ants for a reason, and that image only gets better in the worst way when he remembers that they despise lies and betrayal. Sharon quietly asks if they are acquaintances, and Capsodia can only fumble out a weak non-answer while his thoughts race in every direction at once. He even considers for one reckless second whether he should just switch sides on the spot, but Euphemia being right there shuts that idea down immediately. That is not strategy anymore. That is raw survival with bad posture. While Capsodia is still internally collapsing, Euphemia beams and assumes the Dark Knights must have come all this way to congratulate her master for becoming a Viscount. Sharon notices that Lord Saint looks pale, but one of the knights repeats the words Viscount and Saint, like each one is another nail in the coffin. The implication lands, and Capsodia panics so hard he practically short-circuits. He blurts out that they are the traitors instead, trying to turn the whole accusation around before it can stick. He even starts to move like he might silence the problem right there, but Elite cuts him off cold and tells him that would be foolish. She reminds him that he already called them his colleagues, and killing them now would only make him look even more suspicious. The lead Dark Knight asks if Lord Capsodia has any excuse to offer, then takes the lack of one as his answer. The fight is about to start, and Capsodia still has not managed to lie his way out of it. For him, that alone counts as a personal disaster. Before the Dark Knights can press any farther, Sharon steps in front of Capsodia and declares that Lord Capwan is a saint sent to them by God. She says that even if these men were once his colleagues, she will not overlook anyone pointing a sword at him. Capsodia is left staring at her in total confusion, wondering why she is protecting him and whether the Dark Knights have somehow mistaken the target. His own thoughts immediately rebel against that comforting theory. Then Euphemia joins in too. She says she kept quiet because these men were supposed to be the master's former colleagues, but she has had enough of all this talk about betrayal and taming. More than anything, she says she cannot forgive anyone for pointing a blade at her master. The lead Dark Knight praises her spirit and accepts the challenge without hesitation, and Euphemia charges him head-on. Euphemia throws herself into the fight with pure force and fury, but the Dark Knight calmly meets her charge. He blocks, counters, and hurls her down hard enough to make the ground answer back. He asks if that is all she has got, then sends her flying again when she tries to keep pressing. Sharon cries out for Lady Euphemia, and Capsodia finally says aloud what the problem is. Dark Knights are basically wraiths, so physical attacks will barely do anything. Then he steps forward himself and declares that the next one is his. A Dark Knight reacts to that with surprise, but Capsodia has already raised his hand and gathered magic. That is the moment Sharon moves again. She places herself in front of him before he can attack, and Capsodia can only stare at her back and wonder why she is doing this at all. The lead Dark Knight tells Sharon to step aside, but his tone changes when he looks at her properly. He studies her face and says he has a weakness for young girls, especially those with green hair. Sharon refuses to move. The knight says her hair may not be green, but she is still a young girl, and because of that he does not want to use violence on her. She answers with a flat refusal, then turns to Capsodia and begs him to run away. He is so stunned he can barely get out a sound. Sharon looks back at him with tears in her eyes and quietly asks him to please stay alive. That line lands with the force of a confession and the timing of a car crash. Even the Dark Knight seems thrown for half a beat. Then the moment breaks, and the Dark Knight acts. He seizes Sharon, declares that he is taking this maiden into his custody, and looks at Capsodia with sudden understanding. He says he takes it. Sharon must be his precious lover. Capsodia can only stare in shock as the knight mounts up with Sharon in his grasp and rides off. As he retreats, he leaves behind one final message. If Capsodia wants her back, he is to come to the royal palace alone. And just like that, Capsodia's day somehow gets even worse. His cover is hanging by a thread. His enemies have arrived. His former subordinates have judged him, and now the girl he thought was trying to kill him is the one being carried away while protecting him. That is the kind of emotional whiplash that should come with a neck brace. Lim wakes with a start in an unfamiliar bed and immediately looks around trying to understand where she is. Capsodia appears at the doorway, gives her a quiet greeting, and she instantly calls him master. The moment she remembers Sharon, she asks about her, but Capsodia tells her to calm down first. He starts to explain, and Lim cuts in on herself, blaming her own weakness and saying that if only she were stronger, none of this would have happened. Capsodia stops that thought cold and tells her it is not just her fault. Lim says she does not know what to do yet, but she promises that she will get stronger and come back. When Capsodia asks where she is going, she tells him to cheer up because the man who took Sharon told him to come alone, and she is going to get strong enough to beat that guy. Capsodia tries to stop her, but she says he told him to come alone, so that is that. Elite steps in next, and Capsodia says that knowing Lim, she will probably just come back later screaming for him anyway. Elite tells him that is not what she means, and asks if he is not going to run away. Capsodia repeats the idea back in disbelief, but Elite points out the mess standing right in front of him. Lady Mariangela is not there. Lady Sharon has been captured, and Lady Euphemia can only think about rescuing Sharon right now. Then she lands the real blow. Now that Sharon has been taken by the Dark Knights, Capsodia's true identity is going to be exposed. He asks what exactly she is talking about, but Elite answers that there is a perfect chance here to eliminate Sharon. Capsodia immediately says he will make it look like the Dark Knights killed her, and if the blame lands on them, no one will suspect him. Elite asks whether he really intends to use the Dark Knights like that. He says yes, and even calls it exactly what one would expect from Capsodia of the Corp Scorpions. Elliot presses him further and asks if that is really his true intention. Capsodia answers that of course it is, but Elliot can see straight through the face he is making and asks what that look is supposed to mean. She says she will leave the Sharon situation in his hands and takes her leave, saying she will send reinforcements instead of helping herself. Even after leaving the Demon King's army, she notes that he still has not changed and is still just as stubborn. At the door, she tells him she wishes him good fortune in battle and teasingly calls him a prince on a white horse. After she leaves, Capsodia sits alone while the image of Sharon begging him to please run away keeps replaying in his mind, and he realizes she had been completely serious. He starts turning the whole thing over again in his head. If all of this was only a misunderstanding on his part, and if Sharon never truly exposed his identity, then everything changes. He mutters to himself, says he guesses he has no choice, and heads out. The scene shifts to Sharon in a decorated room, surrounded by soft furniture and far too much sweetness for a prisoner. She insists it is impossible, and says it has to be a lie. One of the Dark Knights answers with a smug little laugh and tells her that yes, Capsodia is a demon. Sharon refuses to believe it and says he betrayed demons, so he could not be one of them. Then the knight calmly asks whether she still refuses to believe it after seeing this. A dark shape rises and Sharon stares in horror. She whispers that it is a demon, that instantly drags her back to the dream she had before, the one filled with betrayal. Then another scene hits her like a blade to the chest, a vision of Lord Saint being killed by the Dark Knights. Sharon is left shaking, trying to understand what she is even supposed to believe anymore. Was Lord Saint truly a demon? Had he really been deceiving everyone this whole time? But then another truth rises just as strongly in her heart. Even if all of that were true, Lord Saint protected everyone and embraced her with real warmth. To her, to the hero, to Lady Mariangela, and to all of humanity, he is still precious. With tears in her eyes, Sharon declares that she has made her decision. No matter who he truly is, she says she will protect him with everything she has. That answer comes out with more force than any sword swing. The memory shifts again, this time to early morning. Vel asks Euphemia if she wants to learn the sword, then bluntly tells her that she has no talent for it. Euphemia protests that she is the hero, but Vel tells her that being a hero and having sword talent are not the same thing. He says she needs to polish her own strengths instead, and decides to teach her the magic sword. Euphemia has no idea what that means, and Vel explains it in the simplest way possible. With the magic sword, distance and tactics do not matter. You just unleash it at the enemy. Euphemia shouts in confusion, but still asks what she should do. Vel tells her to feel the light within herself. He has her focus on the light sleeping inside her, and when she finally reaches it, a brilliant glow bursts out from her, as Vel identifies it as the hero's light. Capsodia moves through the forest alone with the castle in sight, and the whole place already feels wrong. Beasts lunge at him from the brush, but he barely even treats them like a problem. He checks the area, notes that there is still no sign of an entrance, and more importantly, no sign of Euphemia's voice either. Then he spots what is waiting for him, and figures it out right away. From that point on, it is basically one trap after another. He almost sounds amused by it, saying this really is a trap festival from there on out, then smugly reminds whoever set this up that he is the one who taught them how to make traps in the first place. That old thrill starts coming back to him, and he decides that since no one is around, he can finally go all out. Then he finds the course marker for the Demon Realm class, notices it starts at beginner level and gets harder the deeper you go, and decides to test those trap-making skills for himself. The next stretch turns into a brutal little obstacle course. Capsodia cuts through zombies and wraiths without blinking, coolly deciding that instant kill is instant kill, no matter what kind of undead is standing there. Coffins slam shut, monsters drop, and he even starts talking trash to the whole place, saying this is honestly a letdown and that he expected something way more brutal. Then he runs into a new problem. The undead around him start moving strangely, and so does he. He realizes something is off, panics that he is lagging behind, and then understands the trick. It is slow magic. Right after that, a heavy cage crashes down, and his swagger takes a direct hit. Then the worst kind of backup arrives. Mariangela bursts back in dramatically, proudly declaring that for her darling's sake, she has returned from heaven and hell. Capsodia immediately realizes these must be the reinforcements L8 sent, and he does not sound grateful about it for even 1 second. Mariangela says she heard everything from her maid, and tells him that if he had waited just a little she would have come with him. She also points out that things are already easier because he crushed most of the enemies first. But the moment she sees the zombies closing in, her whole expression changes for completely the wrong reason. Instead of panicking, she gets excited. She starts going on about how perfect this is, how thrilling it would be to be bitten and turned into one of them, and how she has apparently always wanted to be caught by zombies. That is not courage anymore. That is a different department entirely. Capsodia sees where this is going, decides she is somehow enjoying herself, while Sharon is the one actually in danger, and hands the whole zombie mess to her on the spot. Mariangela tells him to leave things there to her. He instantly agrees, and she somehow loves him even more for making that selfishly efficient decision so fast. Capsodia then launches forward at full speed, and tears through the forest so hard the chase turns absurd. After about an hour, he is still going, still furious, and still mowing through anything that gets in his way. He finally reaches the castle gate, only to find it shut tight. He knocks, then growls that it will not open because they must be scared, and says that makes sense because right now he is basically a raging lion. Then he finds a letter from the gatekeeper. The note casually explains that the castle gate key was dropped somewhere in the forest, that the gate is too sturdy to break, and just to really season the wound, adds a postscript saying the gatekeeper is quitting the Dark Knights today because the jock mentality has gotten unbearable. Capsodia can do nothing except scream into the sky like a man who has just discovered that even the side characters have chosen violence. Far off, Mary Angela hears that scream and instantly decides it means he came back because he was worried about her. That thought sends her into full romantic meltdown mode. She shouts that she loves him so loudly it practically becomes weather. Meanwhile, Capsodia somehow does manage to find the key, only to spot a glowing signal rising into the air right after. He looks up and the whole mood hardens again. Whatever chance he thought he still had, that flare makes it clear the other side knows exactly where he is. At the gate, one of the Dark Knights is already waiting with Sharon behind him. He calmly says he has been waiting for Capsodia. Capsodia, filthy, furious, and 1 bad second away from a breakdown, shouts right back and demands that they open up. The reunion finally happens, and it is about as warm as a sword to the ribs. Capsodia walks into a vast hall packed wall to wall with Dark Knights, and the man at the front tells him he took so long that they thought he would not come at all. Capsodia fires back that it is their fault he was late, but before he can take control of the exchange, the Dark Knight side makes its position clear. Since he knows about their lord, they cannot let him live. Then Sharon is brought out in front of him as their hostage. Capsodia immediately notices how strange that is, because taking hostages is not the Dark Knight's style, and using a Saintess as leverage against demons makes even less sense. Sharon, shaken but steady, asks Lord Saint if what she heard is true, and one of the Dark Knights coldly remarks that she really must be his lover. Capsodia goes quiet for a moment, then raises his hand and points straight at the knight holding Sharon. He tells Sharon that he made her go through something frightening, and promises that he will save her right now. At the same time, he finally admits what has been building inside him all this time. Sharon has believed his words from the bottom of her heart since the day they met, and she has not changed at all. He realizes that this is simply the kind of person she is, and for the first time from the bottom of his own heart, he decides to trust her. Then he openly says it. He has decided to trust a human. The Dark Knight in front of him immediately warns him that using that magic in front of Sharon will expose his true identity. Capsodia answers that the knight is acting tough, but his agitation is obvious, because even a Dark Knight would die instantly if that spell lands. Before the clash can finish, the stained glass above explodes and Paphimia comes crashing down into the hall screaming Sharon's name. She lands hard, stumbles through the broken glass, and then apologizes to Sharon for arriving late. Sharon clings to her and says it is all right, asking her to believe in her. One of the Dark Knights mocks Paphimia for rushing in even after being told her attacks would not work, and still agrees to play along for a while. Paphimia answers by charging straight at them anyway. Capsodia instantly panics and shouts that physical attacks will not work on Dark Knights, but Paphimia barrels in with a full-force punch anyway. The hit lands, and instead of phasing through, it cracks the armor. The Dark Knights are shocked, and Capsodia is horrified for a completely different reason. He recognizes that armor at once. It is the expensive high defense gear bought on the Demon King's orders, and he bitterly remembers that he had to cover the cost with his own salary because it was so expensive the budget was short at the time. While everyone else is staring at the fight, Capsodia is basically watching his paycheck shatter in real time. Paphimia keeps punching. She does not stop at one hit either. She hammers the same knight over and over until the armor breaks apart and the body inside slumps down, unable to move. Capsodia begs her to stop, but that only comes after a whole storm of punches. When the knight inside stops responding, Paphimia looks down in confusion and asks where the person inside went, because all she can see now is broken armor on the floor. Then more Dark Knights step in and surround her. Seeing the numbers close in, Paphimia decides she cannot hold back anymore, and says she will have to use it after all. She draws her sword and says she wanted to save this for later. A Dark Knight laughs at her stance and calls her an obvious amateur, but Paphimia closes her eyes, steadies herself, and tells her master to watch. She says this is her power right now. Light starts gathering around her blade, and Capsodia's expression changes immediately. He realizes this is not a magic sword at all. It is the hero's light. The Dark Knights shout for everyone to brace themselves, and Paphimia screams as she swings, sending a huge wave of light across the hall straight at them. The Dark Knights laugh at Paphimia's glowing blade and tell her that a magic sword is an advanced technique, not something she can master overnight. They point out that she is not controlling it at all, and the moment Capsodia sees the light attribute clashing with his own death attribute, he panics and screams. The power flares out wildly, knocks Paphimia around, and sends the room into chaos. A Dark Knight mocks her as just a novice hero with a power she cannot control, while Capsodia desperately tells her to deactivate the magic sword. Then Sharon steps in and says she will help, because she is better with magic. Paphimia thanks Sharon, and Sharon calmly tells her to leave the control to her. The two girls start moving together with the shining blade between them, while Capsodia yells for both of them to put him down first, before they do anything else. A Dark Knight calls the matchup interesting and says they will see which is superior, the girl's sword or the Dark Knight's swords. Parthenia and Sharon charge anyway. Parthenia calls out an attack said to be passed down directly from Mr. Misteltam, and together they unleash Amaterasu. The hall erupts in light, and the Dark Knights caught in it scream. When the blast fades, broken helmets and shattered armor are left all over the floor. Parthenia stares at the result in amazement, while the Dark Knights realize that what they just faced was not a normal magic sword at all. One of them says it feels like a power far greater than that, and another wonders if it could be the rumored hero's light. They decide it is a terrible matchup for them and order a temporary retreat. Parthenia then looks around and wonders where Master went, and Sharon says she thought she heard a scream. Mariangela appears right after that and cheerfully says the whole thing was totally unscripted, but they somehow managed it. Parthenia, glowing with pride, tells Sharon that after coming that far to save her, she is Sharon's hero, and Sharon warmly answers that she is Parthenia's saintess before starting to heal her. Even while smiling, Sharon can tell something is still bothering Parthenia. She says she still has something she is worried about, and when Parthenia asks how she knew, Sharon answers that it is because she is her hero. Sharon then tells her to say what she wants done right now and promises they can talk about the rest later. Parthenia hesitates, admits there are many things she wants to ask about Lord Kapua being called a demon and a betrayer of demons, but then makes up her mind. What matters first is helping him. She says she has to go help Lord Kapua, and Sharon immediately agrees. The two of them set off together to save their master. Elsewhere, Kaposia is on the floor, half ruined and half panicking, muttering that 9 times out of 10 the attack that hit him was the hero's light, the natural weakness of demons. He explains to himself that the hero's light is a light magic power possessed only by the chosen hero, the very embodiment of the hero's vitality, and that it has the worst possible compatibility with the death attribute. From there, his thoughts spiral straight back into paranoia. He decides that Sharon must have known about that power from the start, that asking him to make her his apprentice was an assassination plot, and that everything connects now, even Parthenia helping him. He groans that he never should have trusted humans, calls himself an innocent abandoned demon made into a fool, and abruptly decides he has had enough. He says he is going back to the countryside, that he will grow vegetables in a field, live quietly, and let his classmates laugh if they want. As soon as he spots what looks like an exit, he bolts for it, declaring that even alone he is not afraid, and that his peace of mind comes first. That brave escape lasts exactly until he reaches the next room. He steps inside, expecting freedom, and instead finds a lavish, frilly chamber filled with stuffed animals, dresses, and enough cute decorations to count as psychological damage. Capsodia stops cold and just stares, while a tiny armored figure dressed like a maid stands there sparkling in the middle of it all. His face goes blank on the spot. One more step, and this man may actually sue fate itself. Capsodia steps into the next room and finds himself staring at a giant stuffed bear, frilly clothes, and a cute little maid outfit hanging neatly in place. He can only ask what this even is, while a tiny armored figure reacts to being seen. Another voice quickly tries to calm things down and says the outfit looks fine, and the little figure proudly agrees that of course it suits. Capsodia immediately snaps that this is no time for that, because if they do not get back soon, everyone will be after him, but the other side stays stubborn and keeps pressing him anyway. While he tries to deal with that mess, he reminds himself that instant death magic is useless unless he can point, aim, and say the words properly. If they keep him from doing that, the spell will not fire. Right then, Parthenia and Sharon burst in calling for Master and Lord Saint, and Capsodia realizes his problems have somehow multiplied instead of getting solved. He looks at the girls, looks at the Dark Knights, and starts wondering how the whole thing turned into this desperate mess in the first place. He came here to save Sharon, but now Mariangela is talking about cutting the Saint into pieces. Parthenia is still fighting, and he has no opening to focus. So Capsodia suddenly changes tack and says he was sent there to kill the promising hero and Saintess too, then proposes that the Dark Knights join forces with him. One of them notes that he really does seem to have gained some trust, and Capsodia immediately insists that it is only an act, adding that the girls have been nothing but trouble attached to him the whole time. That excuse almost works for half a second, but then a Dark Knight explodes at him and asks if he is really planning to betray that innocent little girl again. The accusation gets even sharper when they call out his fake human act and say they cannot forgive him for deceiving a trusting little girl a second time. That is when the whole scene goes completely off the rails. Capsodia fires back by asking what about their disloyalty to their former boss, and one of the Dark Knights tells him to stop mixing personal and professional matters. Then the argument derails into the dumbest battlefield debate imaginable. Capsodia shouts that a little girl is only up to 8 years old. The Dark Knights stop and start arguing among themselves instead, with one saying 10, another saying 6, and another saying 12 should still count. Capsodia gets dragged into it too, yells that he does not care what they call it as long as they do not do this around him, and the whole hall somehow turns into a war council about age categories in the middle of an actual fight. Sharon sees an opening in that ridiculous pause and thinks she might be able to escape. She calls out to Lord Saint, moves, and in the next instant, a Dark Knight's sword drives into Capsodia. He freezes with a stunned sound, and Sharon is hit by the sight so hard she goes blank before breaking into panic. Capsodia tells the others to knock it off, but blood is already running. Sharon is crying for Lord Saint, and the moment turns deadly for real. Then the hero's light swells again through the room, and the wounded Capsodia rushes forward into the blinding glow, even though he already knows exactly how bad that is for a demon. As the light floods the hall, Capsodia thinks this is bad, then worse than bad, then flat out fatal. He tells himself he still has not accomplished anything, that he is actually going to die, and reaches out while the brightness tears across everything. Behind him, Paphemia and Sharon are still there, close together, crying and trying to keep moving, while he mutters at the worst possible timing of all of this. Then, right at the edge of that whiteout, another hand catches his, and Capsodia can only stare in shock. Sharon opens her eyes in a white, empty place and quietly asks where she is. She calls out for Lord Saint and for Paphemia, and then she notices a cloaked figure standing in the distance. As she stares, the figure turns and asks whether she could possibly be referring to him when she says Saint. Sharon is shaken because the aura feels right, even if the face does not. The man calmly introduces himself as Lord Saint Agria, the hero she worships and the one who will become the savior of the world. When Sharon notices he is bleeding and offers to heal him, he brushes it off and reasons through what happened instead. Drenched in a huge amount of holy magic, the spell cast on that body was undone, and only his consciousness was brought back for a short time. He asks her name, hears that she is Sharon Strong, and then asks her for one promise. He wants her to keep getting along with him from now on. When Sharon asks if he means Lord Kapua, she answers without hesitation that of course she does, because Lord Kapua is her master and the Lord Saint. He says that is a good answer. Then as the magic begins to fade again, he says talking with her was fun. When she asks for his name, he tells her to forget it, because that is exactly what makes it a problem, both for himself and for Kapua's secrets. With that, he quietly tells her he will see her again when the time comes. Capsodia wakes to the sound of Sharon singing, and realizes his head is resting in her lap. Still dazed, he mutters that he really did die after all, and even jokes that Sharon must be trying to be a saintess in heaven too. Sharon gently crushes that idea at once by telling him this is the living world, not heaven, and honestly far too dreary to qualify. Capsodia realizes he is alive, then notices his wounds are gone and immediately panics for a different reason. He blurts out that she could have killed him at any moment while he was unconscious. Sharon, however, looks just as confused and admits that her memories from arriving at the castle are hazy. Capsodia can only stare, decide she has won, and call it the mercy of a victor. Sharon then asks him to tell her the truth from his own mouth about everything. The barrier around the mansion, the holy water tea, all of it. He tries to bluff and says he already knows everything, right up until Sharon asks if he even knew about her dreams. That sends the whole misunderstanding crashing down. Sharon explains that lately she had semi-awake prophetic dreams of him being attacked by the Dark Knights. She was never fully sure, so she chose to protect him just in case. That is why she hid in the backpack, set up the mansion barrier, made the holy water, and even forced him along that miserable route on Mount Akazan, because she completely forgot there was an elevator. At that point, Capsodia has to face the truth. This really was all one giant misunderstanding on his part. Once that settles in, Capsodia awkwardly asks the question that has been eating at him. He asks Sharon if she hates him. Sharon starts to answer, but before she can get far, new people arrive and completely derail the moment. Capsodia asks if something happened to the Dark Knights, and then just freezes when a group of handsome men steps forward and one of them greets him like an old acquaintance, even correcting himself from Capsodia to Lord Capua. They introduce themselves as the Dark Knights. Another man explains that thanks to the light of purification, their curse has been lifted. Capsodia's eyes go straight to the armor and his soul leaves his body a little, because yes, that is absolutely the same armor he paid for. Then the whole group kneels and pledges themselves to him, declaring that from this day on they are his holy knights, and asking for his orders. Capsodia can only stand there and realize that a mere viscount suddenly having 500 holy knights is not the kind of thing that blends into the background. Not even a little. A hooded man among them calmly explains that he was the knight commander who led the holy knights, that he went on a journey to cure the cursed holy knights, and that he ended up getting attacked by his own subordinates, which he calls a very fitting story. Capsodia here's the part that matters most to him. The manpower problem is solved, and the labor is free. That thought alone nearly heals him better than any spell. At the same time, Paphemia, Sharon, and Mariangela gather around him again and start praising him from every side. Paphemia calls him amazing. Sharon says the Lord Saint is surrounded by such reassuring people. Mariangela naturally declares that this is exactly what she expects from her darling. The Holy Knights line up behind him, the girls press in at his sides, and while everyone else looks thrilled, he stares into the distance like a man watching his quiet second life get mugged in public. All he can do is look at the sunrise and wonder where that second life of his went. Rain pours over the mansion as a door swings open and a broken hole in the wall shows this place has already had a rough day. Inside, Cramble is called through a link and asked if she can hear. She answers the Demon King at once, and the Demon King tells her that their vision is connected now, and orders her to go into the mansion. Back at the castle, the Demon King admits she feels bad for making a desk worker do field work, but she has too many fires to put out at once. Loviana is already investigating Noville. The magic research facility still needs to be restored, and Dronzer still has to be questioned after he regenerates. On top of that, the Demon King grumbles that without her throne, even using her own power feels frustratingly limited. When someone fusses over her and says she might be lonely, she instantly denies it like a child caught being soft for half a second. Cramble moves through the empty entrance hall and quickly guesses the mansion has some kind of defense system. The response comes back that she should handle it, and she does. Monsters rush her. Cramble steps in without hesitation, and the whole thing turns into a clean little slaughter. After the fight, she is praised for the result, told to go farther inside, and she keeps moving until the search leads to a hidden room. There, the truth finally comes into view. A special homunculus body is waiting in a tank, and the Demon King identifies it as the body Brazier had been making exclusively for her, the one she asked for long ago. So the ugly mystery in the mansion was not finished after all. It was just waiting deeper in. Then the news gets worse. Contact with the Dark Knights in Noville is suddenly lost, which confirms that something is definitely happening there. One demon woman prepares to report this to the Demon King, but she already looks like someone whose luck has filed for divorce. Her subordinates disappeared. She got pushed into leadership. 2 heavenly kings defected, and even her pet ended up mysteriously sick. She practically wants to cry before she even gives the report. Then the Demon King appears in person, not in her usual form, but in a tiny horned homunculus body. That alone stuns everyone. When they question it, she calmly explains that the body was made just for her, and that she only transferred her soul into it. It is real, it works, and somehow that makes the room feel even stranger. Once the report is given, the Demon King learns the contact in Noville is gone for real. She decides on the spot that she should go herself. The others immediately push back and warn that in that body she cannot possibly withstand much, and that even sending magic from the Demon King's castle to her soul is hard enough already. They tell her not to risk it. She listens, but only up to a point. The Demon King says she is glad they are worried, but her patience ran out a long time ago. It does not suit her to sit around and keep taking hits. She hands the guard duty over to Loviana, states plainly that her power will be heavily suppressed, and still moves forward anyway. One woman accepts the order and swears she will protect the Demon King even if it costs her life. The Demon King answers with only one mood after that. She tells the traitor to prepare, and says they are going to Noville, and then because this story refuses to walk in a straight line for too long, the Demon King's eye catches a flyer. In the next beat, all that tension gets hit by a completely different kind of spark. She locks onto the words amusement park with alarming focus and starts imagining it at once, like vengeance and theme park planning can apparently share the same seat. So while the march toward Noville is definitely serious, one thing is also very clear. Somewhere in the middle of all this revenge, the Demon King has already added one more goal to the list. Capuand is packed. Families crowd the paths, the rides are full, and while everyone else is having the time of their lives, Capuet is out there in a cleaner's uniform, doing honest manual labor like fate. Personally came to mock him. Guests casually hand him more trash to deal with. Little kids wave and call him Director Capua, and he forces out a stiff little goodbye with the smile of a man whose soul clocked out hours ago. Then the memory of how this happened comes rushing back. A month earlier, when someone called that bridgehead a waste, the talk turned to money. Since the mine was the only source of funding, they needed to turn the place into a paid facility. Capua grumbled that he had really been hoping for a love villa with his darlings, but the others kept pitching ideas anyway. One wanted lots of greenery, another suggested a fighting arena where people could train, another said it should be something people could simply enjoy. Then came the winning shot, an amusement park. The construction started in a rush. The materials were cheap because they used the trees already planned for clearing. The labor was practically free because the Holy Knights did the work, and before long Capuan was born. Sales shot through the roof, the territory's treasury filled up, and Capua ended up asking the obvious question, which was why he was the one working there as a cleaner. The answer is brutal. The place gets too many visitors, the staff start deserting no matter how much they are paid, and after the scandal about no days off, they stop getting applicants altogether. Capua tries to keep things moving anyway. He barks at one worker to smile in front of the customers, gets hit with a deadpan reminder about park regulations, and then asks the real question, what happened to the Holy Knights? He is told they have priority tasks. When he asks about the part-timers, the answer is even worse. They are on dates, and some of them even handed in resignations saying they could not get any time alone together. That lands hard. Capua just stands there thinking about how he has not had a lover in 260 years, while nearby someone flatly calls him a terrifying beast. He bitterly decides maybe a customer will fall for him instead, and that is exactly when he bumps into a hooded woman. She apologizes for not watching where she was going. He tries to act like this was some grand premonition of destiny, and then both of them freeze. Laviana recognizes Capsodia. Capsodia recognizes Laviana, and both immediately demand to know why the other is there. Elsewhere, Paphimia is training hard under Capua's old advice, still pushing herself because he told her she needs to become a full-fledged warrior quickly. Sharon watches proudly, and the two of them hear voices coming from a restricted area. When they check it out, they find a small horned child collapsed on the ground. Paphimia panics at once because there is a child down, and that is the kind of sight that sends every hero nerve firing at once. The child weakly mutters that food is bad, and for a moment nobody knows what that means. Then they realize it might just mean she is hungry. They feed her, and the tiny girl immediately bursts into tears and starts crying that it is so delicious. She thanks the strangers, says she feels better, and when Paphimia explains that she helps people in need because she is a hero, the little girl stares at her like that answer came from another planet. Then a scream tears through the park, and the moment snaps in half. Back with Capsodia and Laviana, the situation gets worse in a hurry. Laviana reveals that the Demon King is missing and demands his help finding her, since he is one of her childhood friends. Capsodia, already sweating, asks why the Demon King would come all the way there just for a test run, and complains that a first errand should have stayed closer to home. Laviana instantly gets suspicious and asks if he betrayed the Demon King. Capsodia denies it with the speed of a guilty man and swears his heart is still with the Demon King's army. Laviana says that if that is true, then he has to help. She asks how he got separated from the Demon King in the first place, and Capsodia explains that they camped out, made food, ate, went to sleep, and then she was simply gone the next day. Since teleportation magic is currently blocked and human inns are dangerous for her, he figures that if she is still inside the grounds, the fastest place to check would be one of the attractions. They move out at once, and just as they do, another loud cry echoes through the park. That sound leads them straight to the site Capsodia least wanted to see. Inside, Paphimia and Sharon are surrounding the little horned child and trying to comfort her while she cries out for Cranball. Paphimia and Sharon look worried, the child looks miserable, and Capsodia takes one look and realizes the truth. It really is the Demon King. Worse, the Demon King is surrounded by humans. In his head, the whole thing instantly turns into a picture of hell. Laviana reacts even faster and says she is going to save her, no matter what. Capsodia tries to stop her, and argues that the humans are clearly comforting the Demon King. But Laviana fires back that the Demon King is crying, which makes this an emergency. Capsodia tells her to calm down. She tells him he is being ridiculous. And then the little horned child looks up, throws herself at both of them, and sobs out the most destructive words possible. Papa, Mama, I missed you so much. Capsodia and Laviana freeze on the spot, and the whole scene detonates in pure shock. Inside the staff room, Capsodia finally drops the tired worker face and demands to know why the hell they are there. In the soundproof room, even the crying from outside has vanished, which only makes the mood stranger. Laviana presses him about this whole master business, while nearby the others fuss over what to call Grisaria and even toss around a saint-like nickname as if any of this is normal. Then Laviana looks straight at Capsodia and asks the real question, whether he truly betrayed them and why humans are worshipping him now. Grisaria cuts in before he can squirm too far, and says betrayal is not the main issue yet. Even if he were a real traitor, escaping while protecting her would not be easy, but Capsodia understands souls better than anyone, and at worst she can abandon that body. For now, she says, their heads are still attached, so she doubts he plans to kill them. Once Capsodia realizes this is about finding the traitor, not chopping his head off on the spot, he hurriedly insists it absolutely is not him. Grisaria decides that if that is the case, they may as well use him, and says she will ask him directly. Outside, people keep shouting things like Genius Lord of the Century and Lord of the whole region, and when Grisaria calmly reminds him that he is the man in charge here, the poor guy finally breaks and starts crying. That fake smile has already worked overtime. Capsodia admits the tough act was only a front and that deep down he may have wanted to go back. Living as a demon among humans was reckless from the start, so he says enough is enough, and even offers to turn himself in. Grisaria takes that as proof he has finally accepted it. Then she digs deeper and says that because he was interested in humans, he slipped into the human world in the first place. Capsodia cannot even deny that. He admits he likes studying human culture, but he never expected it to end with nonsense like being treated as a human prisoner, a trending idol, a ruined investor, and a day laborer all at once. When Grisaria points out that even building an amusement park came from that same drive, he freezes, spots an opening, and his whole brain changes tracks. The moment he sees it, Capsodia calls the whole thing an entertainment opportunity. The Demon Lord is still a child, so if he can entertain the new Demon Lord properly, maybe he can work his way back into the army. The thought of military service still makes his hands shake, but to him even that sounds better than being chewed up by human life forever. so he bows, accepts Grisaria's acceptance of his hospitality, and declares that he is riding this wave. Then, without even blinking, he says that from here on out he and Luviana should continue as a married couple. That one line blows straight through the whole group. Paphemia asks if she is supposed to guide Gri-chan, and Capsodia answers that with Paphemia guarding his daughter. He can rest easy, though inside he is panicking that he will be finished if anyone catches on. Grisaria, clearly enjoying herself, starts spinning a story about a daughter who wished for her papa and mama to reconcile, and says that when they met again their old feelings returned. Capsodia and Luviana both go stiff at the words married couple. Even so, Grisaria telepathically tells Luviana that it is fine, and reminds her that they are old friends who wanted to talk. A moment later, when Paphemia and Sharon admire Luviana as Capsodia's ex-wife, and marvel that they even have a grown child, Capsodia desperately claims he only just found that out himself, and blurts that Griesheim is Luviana's child from a previous marriage. That only makes Luviana imagine a child between the two of them for real, and her face goes red so fast that Capsodia thinks she is about to melt on the spot. Even then, Luviana does not fully let him off. She quietly says there is still a chance he is a traitor, and that is exactly why they have to keep watching him without misjudging him. Capsodia nods along and tells everyone to follow his lead, trying to keep the act alive. Then he turns back to Luviana and leans in, saying things like this should be handled early as he reaches toward her to calm her down. He does not get far. Mariangela cuts in at once, stops him cold, and says no farther than that. The others start wondering if Luviana's identity might already be exposed, but Mariangela has already planted herself there like a wall. She glares, declares that she will not let anyone get near her darling, and then flatly tells the thieving cat to go home. That is where the whole mess locks up, with Capsodia trapped between an old comrade, a fake marriage, and a princess who is more than ready to escalate for personal reasons. Mariangela jumps in like she has been waiting her whole life for exactly this kind of chaos. She demands to know what this human situation is, tells Kapua to explain himself, and then introduces herself with full dramatic force before declaring that she is his lawful wife. That lands like a brick through a window. Luviana immediately pushes back and says it is fake and that she knows nothing about any marriage. Grisaria, meanwhile, throws in her own sharp comments. Paphemia gets loud too and insists Master Right Saint belongs with her, and the whole argument turns into a messy little ownership war in seconds. When Luviana asks who the thieving cat is, Grisaria bluntly says she is Master's ex-wife, and then introduces herself as the saint's child, Grisan. That only makes Mariangela burn hotter. Capsodia, stuck in the middle of this explosion, weakly asks if they are seriously planning to remarry, and one look at Mariangela's face tells him this is not a safe joke anymore. Mariangela immediately treats Luviana like the first great obstacle in love, and starts gearing up for battle, only for park staff to call out that her break is over, so the War of Hearts gets paused by a work schedule. Human society really is undefeated at ruining dramatic timing. As they move on, Capsodia mutters that humans are a strange bunch, while Paphemia and Sharon quietly circle back to the question that matters. They ask him if he does or does not have a wife right now. Capsodia awkwardly says no, that is the premise here, and the mood relaxes just enough for Grisaria to start over properly. She introduces herself again, and Paphemia and Sharon warmly accept her, with the whole thing suddenly becoming weirdly wholesome for a minute. Later, Capsodia and Luviana end up close together during the rides, and the whole thing is far too close for two people pretending not to be affected. Luviana snaps at him, he snaps back, and then both of them end up flustered anyway. Capsodia even notices her heavy makeup and dark circles, and figures Brazier is not there either, so she must have been through a lot herself. Before that can turn into anything softer, Paphemia and Sharon rush over to check on Grisaria and ask if she is okay after the fast dragon trolley. Grisaria looks stunned for a second, then quietly realizes they were really worried about her. She thanks them, calls Paphemia big sis, and thanks everyone for caring. It is a small moment, but it hits her hard. Then Misteltam arrives. He greets the group, notices unfamiliar faces, and Capsodia quickly introduces Grisaria as his child, and Laviana as his ex-wife. Misteltam takes that in with a calm smile, while Grisaria chirps out her own greeting. Capsodia immediately tries to shield Laviana from too much attention by saying she is extremely shy around strangers, but Misteltam has already seen enough to understand the distance there. In his eyes, that gap between humans and demons is not something that closes in one day. He reflects that unlike the young Demon King, humans and demons have killed and been killed by each other for ages, and that kind of scar does not vanish just because everyone is sitting at the same table. Even so, he politely guides them to their seats, while Laviana clearly has not let go of any of this for even 1 second. At the meal, they are told to show gratitude to the ingredients and the one who made the food, and to say Atatakamatsu before picking up the spoon. Grisaria listens, tries it, and then quietly tells Capsodia that this place is interesting. Capsodia answers that humans really are fascinating. He says they even give thanks for things they cannot see, but the most fascinating part is humans themselves. Grisaria notices that Paphemia and the others like this place too, and wonders if this is why humans form such strong bonds. Then her thoughts turn darker. Many demons look down on her while swearing loyalty, but Capsodia tells her that none of that is her fault. The real cause was that the 4 heavenly kings failed to unite demonkind, and even though they all lived longer than her, they were still the inexperienced ones. Grisaria realizes then that he really is worried about her. Capsodia awkwardly but sincerely says he is a demon who swears absolute loyalty to the Demon King, and that truth matters more than any act he has been putting on. When Paphemia and Sharon come back, Grisaria brightens up at once, and the whole table warms again. Then dessert arrives, along with an apology for earlier, and it is served specifically for the two of them as a couple. Capsodia and Luviana stare at it in horror, because the drink comes with 2 straws stuck together in a heart. Nothing says please enjoy your fake marriage, like weaponized romance presentation. Both of them recoil at the same time, completely horrified, while everyone around them looks far too pleased. The shop proudly brings over its special, the Happy Tropical Couple Juice, and explains that it is wildly popular with couples and newlyweds. The dessert lands in front of Capsodia and Luviana like a public execution with extra fruit on top. Luviana stiffly says she appreciates the gesture, but drinking something that's scandalous out in the open is a bit much. Capsodia can only sit there and die a little inside while she gives a quiet, embarrassed acceptance anyway. Grisaria refuses to let either of them escape. She cheerfully tells Capsodia that he is only being shy, then physically pushes the two of them closer and orders them to drink. Capsodia jolts in shock while Luviana turns even redder. Off to the side, Misteltam watches with suspiciously sharp eyes and notes that Capsodia's hands look like a martial artist's, while Grisaria wonders why this man is with that boy at all. Another comment points out that, whatever this looks like, Capsodia and Grisaria are clearly talking like a real father and child. Someone nearby even imagines giving Capsodia and his ex-wife a little extra service, and Capsodia hears that and immediately starts internally begging the Demon King not to make this any worse. Too late for that, obviously. When Grisaria asks Capsodia whether he has any complaint, he hurriedly says he has none and tells Luviana they should just pretend to be close. The moment he commits to that, his body completely betrays him. Even though he is undead, he says he can hear a heartbeat, and the pounding gets so loud in his head that he starts wondering whether he has been hit with some strange spell. Luviana, just as flustered, tries not to look straight at him, while the girls watching from the side stare so hard they may as well be charging admission. Capsodia notices them gawking, decides he has to finish this quickly, and leans in. Luviana takes her sip and quietly says it is delicious. Then the whole thing blows up. Luviana suddenly lashes out, and Capsodia gets sent reeling while she screams. The crowd instantly turns that into applause, praising her as amazing, and calling her an incredible young lady. Someone even says this is exactly what they would expect from the saint's ex-wife, which is a sentence that should never have existed but now very much does. Grisaria, meanwhile, is thrilled, and starts thinking Capsodia's control over people's hearts is flawless, and that her reputation is shooting up right along with his. One shared dessert, and somehow the park turns into a live martial arts demo. All that noise draws in a new problem. A woman in dark glasses arrives, and Capsodia recognizes her at once as Elite UP. He panics immediately because she is a dark elf, and if his face gets out through that network, the news will spread fast. He also realizes she is trouble in general, and then notices she is staring at Grisaria too. Before he can stop any of it, Grisaria brightly introduces herself as Gri, daughter of Papa Kapua and Mama Luviana, and even greets Elite as her dark elf big sister. Elite can only stare and repeat that back in confusion. Capsodia desperately tries to patch the situation by blurting out that Gri is just a relative's child, and that he has not even told her they are married. Elite ignores that rescue attempt completely. She treats the whole thing like a silly question, asks why anyone would aim small, and says they should aim for the world instead. Grisaria answers with perfect confidence that she has been aiming for the world from the very beginning, at least in the Demon King sense. Then Elite suddenly declares the whole thing a complete disaster, scoops Grisaria up onto her shoulders, and announces the dawn of a new era before taking off. Luviana shouts for Gri to wait, and Capsodia can only yell about an enemy attack while watching the whole mess run off right in front of him. Capsodia looks at the mess around him and decides this does not feel like a real enemy attack at all. To him it feels more like one more of Elitimed wild whims. Then the next problem hits him anyway. The Demon King is still in danger. There are too many people around, and if this keeps going, her identity could get exposed in the middle of the park. He starts pushing through the crowd while trying to figure out where she went, but the place is already turning into a full-blown stage event before he can get ahead of it. A loud performance kicks off with sugary lines about copy-pasting hearts, copy-pasting eyes, and being wrapped in love forever, and the crowd completely eats it up. Someone near Capsodia even yells lifelong support like this is now a sacred vow. Capsodia and Luviana get caught in the middle of it, and he suddenly feels like he has seen this kind of armor and this kind of madness before. Then the lights hit, the stage opens, and two cheerful performers greet the crowd and introduce their act. A second later, the name DC's rings out, and the audience explodes. Capsodia is already having a terrible time, and somehow the park still finds a way to raise the difficulty. The performers call out to Master and tease that he is the type who keeps his back turned. They tell him that one day they will make him face them, and then announce that today they have a special guest. With a flashy little chant, they trigger a transformation, and the Demon King gets wrapped up in light right there on stage. When the glow clears, she appears in a full magical idol outfit and proudly introduces herself as magical idol Shigachigri, promising to trample hearts. The crowd goes wild. People shout that she is director Kapua's daughter, Gri-chan, and even Capsodia has to admit the kid has raw stage power. Laviana tries to keep her head on straight, but even she blurts out that the demon is cute before catching herself. Gri throws herself into the role with total confidence and says that this too is part of being the Demon King. Off to the side, Capsodia returns to Laviana and lets out the biggest relief sigh of the day, saying he got dragged into all that and had to use the machine. Laviana asks where the Demon King and the others went, and Capsodia can only call her reckless while trying to think. The easiest answer is that if Paphemia and the others are with her, she should be fine. Then he figures they may have a better chance if they search from above. Even while he is trying to sound calm, his face says he knows this whole night is one bad decision away from getting worse. Meanwhile, Gri walks around with Paphemia and Sharon and casually says she forgot to tell the others where they were going. When they ask if she is really okay leaving Papa and Mama behind, she says it is fine because she can read the room, and they are probably getting along just fine. Then she turns the spotlight on the girls and asks what they think of her papa. Paphemia says he is cool and strong. Sharon adds that he is kind. Gri says he is very smart, though sometimes so smart that no one can tell what he is thinking. Then she suddenly asks the real question, whether the two of them like her papa. The girls freeze, stumble, and react exactly like people who just got caught with their hearts unlocked. Gri keeps pressing, asking if they are not going to make a move. The answer she gets is softer than that. One of them says it depends on him. Another says she feels the same way, but it would not be fair to force things. Then Gri gives her own answer. She says she cannot openly support them, but if her papa ends up choosing Paphemia or Sharon, she will not hate it, because she likes both of them too. After that, the mood warms again. The girls call her adorable, offer to buy her a crepe, and tell her to wait right there while they run off for a moment. Gri watches them go, looks around the benches and stalls, and then suddenly feels a sharp tearing pain, like she heard a voice or sensed something wrong. She tries to brush it off as her imagination, but the uneasy look on her face says she does not fully believe that. Not far away, Sharon finally says out loud what has been growing in her heart. She tells Paphemia that hearing about an ex-wife made her realize something. Anyone can become a disciple, but only one person can truly be the proper wife. Paphemia listens, then answers with surprising calm and says they should both do their best in their own ways. Sharon smiles through it and admits she does not know when or how it will happen, or whether it will be one of them, the princess, or even Laviana, because in the end that choice depends on his feelings. Paphemia accepts that, wishes Sharon luck, and Sharon does the same for her. The two girls head back together, happy they talked and ready to rejoin Gri. They call out to her, apologize for making her wait, and round the corner expecting to see her on the bench. Instead, the bench is empty. Both of them stop cold. Then they look around and call for Gri-chan, and this leaves them there with the night suddenly feeling much bigger and much less friendly than it did a moment ago. Capsodia and Luviana ride up together to get a better view, and he lightly says that once they go higher they should be able to see everything. She answers that she still cannot see as much as she expected, but he keeps the mood loose and tells her that Paphemia and the others were never going to slit their throats in their sleep. He says she is too tense, and that being wound up only leads to mistakes, adding that this is probably why the Demon King paired them up. Luviana does not laugh that off. She asks what is wrong with taking the mission seriously, and then a second later finally notices the real problem. The cabin is absurdly cramped. She blurts out that they are way too close, tells him no violence, and says they are going to talk this out properly. From there she goes straight for the question that matters. Since he was exiled from the Demon King's army, did he betray demonkind or not? She asks him why he is even here. Capsodia looks at her, thinks about how the two of them would have tried to kill each other on sight in the past, and realizes they really have grown up enough to sit down and talk calmly now. So for once he decides not to dodge the question. He tells her not to freak out when she hears it, because Brazier tried to have him killed. He explains that after he was exiled his home was burned down, and Bastrine appeared saying he had come to kill him on Brazier's orders. Laviana is stunned. She admits Brazier and Capsodia never got along, but says trying to kill him still makes no sense. Capsodia agrees right away and says that is exactly why it is stupid. Laviana says the same thing from her side. Brazier hated her, yes, but he was not the kind of man who would dirty his own hands like that. Once they say that out loud, the answer gets uglier. The person behind the attack was not Brazier. Bastrine was likely being used too. That means someone inside the Demon King's army stands to gain from Capsodia's death, or someone is trying to wipe out the four heavenly kings completely. Capsodia even realizes the rumors around him spread too neatly to be natural. He then admits why he missed it before. When Baystrine attacked him, his house burned, and he lost Cerberus. He was not in the right state of mind to piece everything together. But meeting Liviana again and hearing all this finally makes him understand how serious it is. He says he thought everything would somehow be fine as long as the Demon King and the 4 Heavenly Kings were still there. Liviana asks him one more time if he betrayed them. Capsodia answers immediately that of course he did not, and even says there is no way he would ever defect to the human side. He apologizes to her, and that is what finally breaks her composure. She starts crying and says she could not stop it. Even after everything she did to him, she still wanted to believe him. Capsodia tells her that part was Brezov's fault, not hers. Liviana says people always talk about the 4 Heavenly Kings as if they form one whole, and now that 2 of them are gone, she finally understands how hard that really is. Capsodia awkwardly downplays himself, and says he is not that great anyway, just some level 1 guy with a territory in the human realm. Liviana almost smiles through the tears and says that is exactly what is so absurd about him. Instead of returning to the Demon King's army to hunt the traitor, he hid himself in the human realm and built a base there, because the Demon King's army cannot be trusted right now, not even by them. Then she reaches for him and tells him to come back to the 4 Heavenly Kings, because the Demon King's army needs him now. Capsodia practically short-circuits on the spot. In his head, this is a massive misunderstanding, but also the kind of invitation a man could accidentally build a second life around. Before that thought can run away with him, Liviana stops and corrects herself. No, not yet. If he returns now, the enemy will only become more careful. So instead, she tells him to keep investigating from the human realm. She says it will be hard with only 2 Heavenly Kings left, but thanks him anyway. Then she says that is enough for now. She reminds him that she is still one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, and that she has realized something important. She is not fighting alone anymore. And with that, what started as a painfully cramped ride turns into something neither of them expected. Not a confession, not a reunion, but the first real trust between them in a very long time. Paphemia looks around the park and calls for Grichan, while Sharon, clearly worried, asks what they should do because Master told them to watch over her. Paphemia answers that she is just as responsible for this, so for now they need to keep searching. Then word comes in that Grichan is not inside the amusement park, and the mood drops fast. Someone reports the situation to Princess Mariangela, and after hearing it, she immediately says that if Grichan is not there, they have to consider kidnapping. Paphemia and Sharon react in shock, but Mariangela shuts that down by asking if they have forgotten her nickname. With full confidence, she declares herself the Cantabria kidnapping princess, says it takes a thief to catch a thief, and boasts that there are no blind spots in her experience, which is an absolutely insane resume to say out loud with pride. When someone tells her maybe she should not sound proud of that, she ignores it, says Darling's child is her child too, imagines that once they find her he will be grateful and they will all live happily together, and rushes off. A moment later, they spot where Greta has gone, just as someone realizes she is outside the park. They burst into a gambling spot where rough men panic and shout that it is the same monster who attacked them before. Mariangela charges in yelling for them to give Grichan back, and one terrified man protests that they only came there to make some money. Right in the middle of that chaos, Greed is sitting there like she belongs at the table. She throws out a flashy move called Ultra Straight Shining, and the room erupts. People praise her as an amazing young lady, marvel that she is winning every match right after learning the rules, and Gree casually notes that it is already this late because she stayed away too long and used the restroom as an excuse. Then Paphemia, Sharon, and the others finally find her, and the whole room hears them shout her name. Gree happily explains that while she was sitting on the bench, she heard people talking about stocks, and even though there were no actual stocks there, the other games were fun, so she stayed. She thanks them for coming to get her, says she made a lot of money, and even decides she might have a talent for this. Paphemia does not smile. She stares at her for a second, then quietly reminds her that she told her to stay seated. When Gree tries to apologize, Paphemia cuts her off at once and tells her not to apologize. Paphemia says Gree does not need to apologize to her because she is the one who left her alone, and since she shares the blame, they are even. Then she points out who really deserves the apology: the people who were worried sick while searching for her. Around them, the staff and onlookers react with relief, saying they found the director's child, and that they are just glad she is safe. Paphemia asks Gree if anything happened to her, warns her not to wander off alone again, and tells her that if she is going to apologize, she should apologize to everyone. Gree stands there, small and shaken now that the fun has worn off, and bows her head with a simple apology. After that, someone gently pats Gree on the head, and Paphemia, with tears already spilling down her face, tells her she did a good job. Then she pulls Grey into a tight hug and breaks completely, thanking goodness she is safe, apologizing again and again for leaving her alone and crying so hard she can barely stop. Grey softly calls her big sis, and for a moment the whole noise around them falls away. An unseen thought remarks on how fragile Grisaria really is. Then another presence leans in close enough to make Gree freeze and blink in surprise, and the moment ends on that sharp little beat. Grisaria suddenly falters right in front of everyone, and the whole mood turns cold at once. Paphemia and the others rush to her side, but Gree clutches her head and starts trembling as if something inside her is pulling in the wrong direction. Then the unseen voices come down on her hard, calling her unfit, calling her a fake, telling her to step down from the throne. Gree grits her teeth through it and realizes the source of the problem really is connected to her, but not in the way she expected. What was taken over was not her true self, but the artificial body she had been using. That is when the worst thought lands. From the very beginning, another soul had already been inside that vessel. She tries to force her focus back, saying she only needs to return to the real body and destroy the vessel with the intruder inside it. But before she can finish that move, something stops her. A voice tells her it is already too late, and in the next beat, black cursed matter bursts around her. Paphemia cries out for grow, but the dark mass keeps swelling anyway. The energy around her stops looking like ordinary magic and starts looking like something closer to a curse. Then it all blows open. A pillar of light and force erupts upward, and buildings below get torn apart in one brutal instant. The amusement park drops the amusement part immediately. Far above that chaos, Capsodia and Luviana feel the blast from the Ferris wheel cabin, and their reaction is instant. The moment they understand the Demon King is involved, they leap out. Capsodia grabs Luviana and drops with her, yelling that she could at least give him a signal before doing things like this, and she snaps right back that he talks too much. Once they hit the ground, the scene looks wrong in every direction. It is not just wreckage. People are moving strangely too. Capsodia realizes this is not some simple undead trick. It is a curse using souls and forcing crude commands onto people. Luviana understands the same thing fast, warns him that the humans cannot be harmed, and charges straight in. She tears through the attackers while making it clear she is not about to let demons start casually killing humans in front of her. Nearby, Paphemia checks on Sharon. Sharon checks on Paphemia, and the others gather around the injured while Princess Mariangela holds things together as best she can. The damage is already spreading, and the talk around Grey turns grim. Some start thinking words may no longer reach her. Paphemia does not accept that for a second. Instead, she makes up her mind and says she is going to bring that bad girl back and scold her properly. Rescue work starts immediately after that. Misteltam is pushed into directing relief, an item is handed over for protection, and when Sharon asks if she can go too, Paphemia answers with a small smile and tells her yes, because the two of them together make one full person. That lands like a promise, more than a plan. The two of them head toward the ruined part of town, where the destruction only gets worse. Broken walls, injured people, scattered debris, the whole place looks like it got chewed up and spat back out. Then they finally see her. Sharon calls out first. Paphemia freezes for a beat. Standing there in the wreckage is Gree, no longer looking like the little girl they were chasing around the park, but transformed into a dark-winged figure with a hard, distant face. Paphemia can only stare and call her name. Sharon freezes when she sees what Gree has become, and the black spheres opening around her make the danger obvious immediately. Paphemia and Sharon both call out for Gree to stop, but Sharon quickly senses the real problem. She says a sinister presence is clinging to that armor, and that Gree may still be trapped under someone else's control. Paphemia grabs onto that hope right away. If the thing around Gree is the problem, then she will tear it off and bring her back. The shining blade comes up between them, and the thing inside Gree reacts at once, recognizing the hero's light and scoffing at it as a magic sword. Paphemia does not hesitate. She swings Heavenly Shine, and the light rips across the ruined street. But when the glow fades, Gree is still floating there, untouched, cold, and very much dangerous. The presence in her says the hero and the saint are now too dangerous to ignore, and then it calls down dragons. So now saving one girl somehow comes with a bonus boss raid. Even with dragons closing in, Paphemia refuses to retreat. The thing inside Gree tells her that Gree's consciousness is already gone, then tries to shake her by reminding her that this girl is the Demon King. Paphemia answers that she does not care. Whether Gree is an enemy, just a girl, or Master's child, their goal does not change. Gree is precious to Master, and she is precious to Paphemia too. They can argue about sides later. First, she is going to save her, so Paphemia charges in instead of falling back. She steps through the attacks, grabs Gree, and refuses to let go. When the presence snarls that she is too stubborn, Paphemia says she is not letting Gree go today. She asks who is inside her, then says that maybe she is powerless, but she can still listen, and she can still stay by Gree's side like this. She begs Gree not to get mad, and the light bursts out from the embrace. The black corruption starts tearing away with a scream, and Gree collapses into Paphemia's arms. Sharon rushes over, checks her, and says she is fine, only asleep. Paphemia nearly falls apart in relief. That relief lasts one breath. The remaining malice lashes out again, threatens Sharon, and throws the whole fight right back into chaos. It keeps mocking Paphemia as a useless hero, the kind of person chosen by the saint and still too weak to matter, and those words hit exactly where they hurt. Paphemia admits that she was afraid, that she kept asking herself whether she was really someone capable, and she even apologizes through tears. Then a calm voice cuts through all of it and says everyone is getting way too worked up. Capsodia steps in holding a small round creature in one hand like this is somehow an ordinary entrance, and in the next instant he crashes straight into the enemy and roars, asking what the hell it thinks it is doing. Just like that, the rescue turns savage. Capsodia looks at the wreckage and dryly points out that the enemy somehow managed to strip its own boss completely bare. The joke dies fast when Paphemia asks whether Gree was protected. She says yes, but also admits she has hit her limit. Capsodia takes one look at her and tells her she did well, as calm as ever. Then the floating creature starts barking again, mocking Capsodia as trash from the corpse scorpion, and Capsodia fires right back, asking who exactly it thinks it is calling trash. The creature then notices that people are still standing around it, and on top of that, knights are here too. While it is still trying to process that, a huge dragon crashes into the scene. Someone identifies it as an ancient dragon, one of the highest ranks of the magic dragon race, and points out that if it is being fed with the Demon King's magic, summoning it makes sense. The creature gets cocky and starts acting like not even the holy knights can beat it. Capsodia only smirks and says the sky is Loviana's domain. The next second, Loviana answers with a blazing attack and tears into the dragon from above. After that strike, Capsodia looks at Loviana and cannot help himself. He says she looks lovely. When she asks what is so funny, he says it has simply been a while since they fought side by side. Loviana tells him not to get carried away, but she still stands with him. The two of them then move together, and Capsodia says they should show the enemy the terror of the 4 heavenly kings. He says he will leave the small fry to her, and Loviana snaps that taking orders from him annoys her, but for today she will play along. With that settled, Capsodia turns back to the floating intruder and says he is the brains of the 4 heavenly kings, while dragons and brute force jobs belong to the muscleheads. The creature insists that in its current state he cannot kill it or erase it, and even taunts him for having done his homework. Capsodia answers that this kind of thing is exactly his specialty. Then he asks who it really is. The answer is somehow the worst possible one. Instead of giving a proper name, the creature proudly blurts out that its favorite thing in the world is chest, especially ones peeking out from the armpits. Capsodia immediately tells it to read the room. Even in a city full of dragons and ruins, this thing still finds a way to be embarrassing. Then Capsodia says that if instant death magic will not work on it the simple way, he will answer with something else. He looks toward Gree's sleeping body and prepares his move. The creature panics and screams that he has lost his mind, that he is actually trying to kill his own king. Capsodia does not flinch. He points, tells it to die, and acts. For one moment the creature thinks it has won. It starts laughing that Capsodia really did kill the Demon King along with it. Capsodia cuts that off cold and says it is too loud. Then he explains what he actually did. His instant death magic does not directly kill the soul itself. It strips the soul away and sends it to the underworld. Souls can settle in bodies, in objects, and in places where will gathers. And that applies to wraiths, evil spirits, and thought forms too. What he destroyed was the foreign thought lodged inside that artificial body. A vessel cannot keep working once the will inside it no longer matches. The creature can barely believe it, but Capsodia calmly says that is what happens when it underestimates him. Then the real one returns. Gree rises again in the middle of the broken town, no longer looking like a puppet being dragged around by someone else's malice, but as their true king. Capsodia quietly welcomes her back, and the others can only look up at her in shock and relief. The black thing is still trying to process what just happened when Grisaria wakes up and looks at it with that cold, royal stare. It starts to stammer, and the shock around the room hits hard when everyone realizes she is conscious again. Grisaria does not waste a second. She tells it not to speak to its superior like that, and when it acts shocked that she is answering back at all, she moves in on it like she has already decided its funeral menu. She calls out exactly what it did. It took over a body after its owner lost consciousness, played around however it liked, and thought it could get away with it. Grisaria says she will not forgive that even if it begs. The thing freaks out when she starts affecting it directly, blurting out that a Reaper should not be able to do this, and that physical interference makes no sense. Then it realizes the problem getting worse for it in real time. This is an artificial body, and Grisaria is controlling magic through it at a level that should not even be possible. That is the moment the confidence fully leaves its face. The thing starts breaking down and begging for help, but Grisaria gives it the shortest answer possible. The only thing it is allowed to have is death. Then she unleashes her magic and blows it apart so hard the whole area flashes white. Even after the blast, the thought hanging in the air is that the old Demon King was already terrifying enough, but depending on how Grisaria grows, she might become something even worse. In the middle of that, she casually says Capsodia, and Loviana really gave it everything. That lands like praise and like trouble at the same time. Capsodia and Loviana immediately act like they are about to be sentenced. They say this was their failure, and that they are ready to accept punishment. But Grisaria just looks at them like they are being dramatic for no reason. She says it is fine that she let her guard down too, and that it worked out in the end. Then she makes one thing very clear. Neither they nor Paphemia and the others are to blame, and absolutely no one is to take it out on the citizens. Loviana accepts the order at once. Capsodia does too, and right after giving that command, Grisaria runs out of steam and leaves the rest to them before going limp. The little king drops hard after one very expensive flex. Later, Paphemia wakes up in bed and sees Capsodia beside her. The moment she sits up, the pain hits, and he tells her to stay still because Princess Mariangela healed her, but her body has not caught up yet. He explains that her mana pathways are damaged from forcing out that magic sword. Paphemia asks about Gree first, then Sharon, and Capsodia tells her both of them are fine. When she asks if he beat that thing, he says yes, though in a way that sounds like he does not want full credit for it. That answer is enough to make the tension in her chest finally loosen. Then Paphemia lowers her head and apologizes. She says he entrusted Gree to her, and she still let her guard down. Capsodia looks at her, pats her, and tells her to listen carefully because he will only say this once. If she gave it everything she had and it still turned out that way, then it could not be helped. Then he tells her she did well. That simple line hits her harder than any attack did. She tears up on the spot. She throws herself at him right away, all gratitude and emotion at point-blank range, and when he thanks her for protecting Gree, she starts asking about his injuries instead. He brushes them off like they are nothing, which is very on brand for a man whose idea of medical care is usually walk it off and maybe die later. Then Paphemia says she finally understands. Now, she says he used to be royalty, that he was the former king of the demon realm, and that Gree is the current demon king, because that black thing said so. Capsodia freezes inside. He realizes that Monster managed to leave behind one last landmine before dying, and now Paphemia is standing on it with full sincerity. That mess gets interrupted when Princess Mariangela comes charging in dressed for pure chaos. She is already talking about wedding clothes, destiny, and how her darling is royalty while she is a princess. So clearly the universe has signed off on this whole thing. Someone yells at her to stop remodeling the house. Someone else says the saint is in trouble, and the room turns into a circus in seconds. Then they notice Elite P off to the side, and she casually admits she was recording memories between master and disciple for blackmail, then corrects herself much too late. Meanwhile, crowned little Gree starts saying Lord Capua really was the Demon King, and that she has a theory. Bad words to hear from a child with confidence. Gree then explains her full story like she is presenting a history lesson nobody asked for. At some point she says the thought form turned the Holy Knights into Dark Knights. Seeing how bad things were, Lord Capua gave the throne to Lady Gree, took the title of former Knight Commander and went off to fix the crisis. After that, thanks to Sharon's power, the Dark Knights became Holy Knights again. Then when he reported sending the Holy Knights back, the current Demon King and the former Queen must have come to visit. Why? Because in his letter he said he would return home. The room reacts in every possible wrong way. Someone calls it nonsense. Someone else says that must explain the Black Knight mess, and Mariangela takes it as proof that he chose her. Capsodia just sits there looking spiritually evicted. Some of the girls try to talk themselves out of believing it. They say there is no way the Demon King would be out in some remote place like this. Sharon answers that she thought that too, but Gree really was attacked by that thought form, and there is no other clean way to explain it. Capsodia realizes things may look calm on the surface, but under that surface the disaster is still cooking on full heat. Then Sharon tells everyone to listen carefully, especially Mariangela, because she has something unfortunate to say. And then Capsodia drops it himself. He says he is sorry, but he is returning to his homeland. The girls all stare up at him in total shock, and the room goes still around that one line. After all that chaos, that is the hit that finally lands clean. Capsodia says he is going back to the capital, and the room freezes around him. He explains that after Grisaria and Luviana arrived, he finally realized he had been making Gree feel lonely, and that he had been selfish. At the same time, deep in his own head, another thought is already sprinting in circles. He has shown the Demon King enough of his good side, so this looks like the perfect chance to slip away. The man is basically halfway packed before anyone even answers. Before that mood can settle, Grisaria cuts in and says that will not be necessary. Everyone turns when she wakes in her normal form, and the relief hits all at once. Paphemia blurts out that the Demon King is back. Grisaria thanks everyone, and when Paphemia says she failed to protect her, Grisaria tells her that is not true. She says Paphemia did well. Then she calls Sharon over, recognizes Mariangela too, and bows to all of them, apologizing for causing trouble. Seeing the Demon King bow in front of everyone lands like a small earthquake all by itself. Grisaria says that if she caused trouble, then she has to apologize, because even if this is not the demon realm, she still understands what that means for a king. Capsodia jumps in fast and tries to steer the conversation away, asking what happened while she was gone. Grisaria answers that only she and her mother will return to the capital. Everyone goes quiet, but Grisaria looks straight at him and asks why he is so surprised when everything went according to his plan. She says she will leave the Holy Knight there, hand him over, and handle ruling the country herself because she has capable retainers. Capsodia nearly short-circuits on the spot, because in her version of events, he did not get dragged into chaos. He quietly pulled off a master plan. Outside, while everyone sees them off, Grisaria says he is needed there. If he abandons his duty as Viscount, it will only cause trouble, so she tells him not to make her bow again. She happily says she will wait for his letters, and someone behind them promises to send things too. Then Grisaria turns serious, looks him straight in the eye, and calls him a traitor. Capsodia panics instantly and starts denying everything at full speed, insisting the hero and saint stayed there on their own. The humans pushed him into this role, and the princess made everything worse, and honestly at this point even he does not know what his own life is anymore. Laviana steps in and says she does not believe he would ever harm the Demon King. Grisaria agrees and says that if he truly wanted to betray them, he would have done it much more cleanly. Then she reveals what she really means. He is a traitor in a different sense. His scheme. From the moment they met again, Grisaria says she wondered why he was hiding in the human realm. He was not being hunted. He was doing well as a viscount, so she thought it all through and decided this had to be planned. She says she even heard from LFP that he brought the hero and saint under control, became the city's hero, saved the princesses, reached the king while acting like a hero, then asked for land instead of striking, securing his place as a noble. In her eyes, all of it points one way. He wants peace with humans. Capsodia stares in horror while Grisaria proudly stands by her deduction, and inside his own head he is screaming because no, that is not what he meant at all. Unfortunately for him, the evidence is out here looking very confident. Then Grisaria explains why this matters so much. The traitor, she says, is trying to manipulate both demons and humans. If that war keeps getting pushed forward, the next one will be total, and that will end in mutual destruction. That is the enemy's goal. If her reputation collapses now, it plays right into their hands because they are aiming for the throne itself. So she turns to Capsodia of the Corpse Scorpion and calls this his trial. Humanity needs a break, she says, to stop total destruction and achieve peace with humans. She appoints him peace ambassador. Capsodia accepts, but it hits him like a man being politely sentenced. Grisaria then heads off first and tells Luviana not to keep her waiting. Once they are alone, Luviana tells him to stop pretending. They have known each other too long and she says he is lying about not wanting peace. Capsodia answers that this whole incident proved there really is a traitor, and if that traitor may be human, then someone has to stay on this side and keep the Demon King's army from being wiped out. Laviana says that sounds right, but adds that he is still going to do it, peace and all. Then she gives him a way to stay in contact, a wind spirit treasure that lets voices travel through the wind. He tries to act normal, but when she says seeing his face helps, the man folds instantly. She rises back into the air with a smile and says she is counting on him, Capsodia of the Corpse Scorpion. He answers with the same weight, telling her to leave it to him, Laviana of the Flash Storm. They clasp hands and for a moment it feels like the old days are still there after all, just buried under way too much nonsense. After that, Capsodia stands alone and looks ahead. He wonders if, with everyone, they might do this again someday. It is a quiet thought, but it lands hard. Because while he was trying to run from trouble, Grisaria calmly handed him something worse than trouble, a job. And now the man who wanted a quiet life has been shoved straight into becoming the peace ambassador between demons and humans. Fate really looked at him, smiled, and said, "No, you're still on the clock." Night falls over the castle, and a group of low-ranking members of the Demon King's army gets quietly brought inside, already nervous before the meeting even starts. They whisper about why people like them were gathered there at all and whether it is really safe to go in, but the attendants keep moving them along, telling them not to push and politely asking them to enter. Then the crowd parts, the throne room opens up, and Grisaria is waiting for them at the far end like the whole room belongs to her, because, well, it does. The moment the room fills, one word shuts everything down: silence. Grisaria says the reason she gathered all of them is simple. Right now there is a traitor inside the Demon King's army. Then she makes one thing clear: she does not hate traitors. If someone wants to rebel, if someone wants her head, they should come for it openly. And if the army falls because of that, then that only proves it was worth that little in the first place. Nothing wakes a room up faster than a Demon King calmly telling everyone betrayal is allowed, failure just is not. Then her tone hardens. She says that if there is one thing she truly despises, it is a fool who thinks betrayal against Demon King Grisaria will actually succeed. Her magic starts raging so hard that the people below panic and shout that her power is going out of control. Grisaria rises in a monstrous form, steps forward in those sharp heels like she is making terror look fashionable, and stares down at the crowd from above. She asks whether the traitor is listening, and says that even after seeing her like this, they still dare to defy her. Then she promises to grind that person into dust and feed them to water fleas. At that point, the whole room is one bad breath away from collective collapse. After that display, Grisaria calmly says she really did not do much, and is just glad it went well, while someone congratulates her on a successful debut. Voganus admits he realized he could not stay the same anymore, especially after seeing his rival, and when someone asks who he means, he says he is talking about Braidzah. Grisaria immediately orders Braidzah's physical body to be restored. She adds that if he can properly apologize to her, she will forgive him, which gets treated like incredible generosity on the spot. Then the talk turns serious again. Brazier is said to be clearly connected to the traitor, and it is decided that this will be made clear in court. After that, he will stand trial before the demon court, and she notes that this will be harsh for his childhood friend. The answer comes back that the childhood friends are prepared for that. Grisaria thinks that Levanana is starting to look like a true leader, and she accepts that with a small pleased sound before ending the meeting on the spot. That is all. Dismissed. But the second the serious part ends, the mighty Demon King drops into full body suffering. Tears well up in her eyes. She whimpers, says her legs hurt, says her whole body hurts, and gets told that she pushed her body too hard all at once. Someone tries a little pain. Go away comfort on her while she squirms through the aftermath of her own overwhelming power. So after all that royal menace, the day ends with Grisaria learning about muscle soreness. And somehow, that still counts as growth. Out at sea, an island territory sits by itself. Inside a hall on that island, people are already reacting to something they just heard. One man and a young girl stare in shock. Another woman demands the speaker repeat herself. Then Caroline steps forward, gives her full name, thrusts her hand out, and formally breaks off her engagement right there in front of everyone. The room jolts. The people around her immediately start protesting and questioning her. One man looks completely blindsided. In the lower panels, attendants rush in with materials from Caroline's room. The king stares at them in disbelief while others react around him. The things they found clearly only make the situation stranger. Caroline keeps going without backing down. She treats everyone else like they are the ones refusing to see the obvious. She rejects the role being pushed on her, and talks like the future she wants is somewhere else entirely. When the adults around her try to respond, the conversation shifts to the sea. There is mention of danger offshore, including sharks moving around. Someone suggests punishing her. Another tries to calm that down. Caroline is already on the move by then. She throws herself into the ocean and starts swimming away. Her father refuses to panic and says she will probably come back once she gets hungry. Caroline keeps going anyway. While she swims, she drifts into a full fantasy about her power returning, her own territory rising, her strength growing, and a neighboring crown prince eventually appearing for her. She keeps pushing through the water with that dream fully carrying her. Then the scene jumps to a beach under a blazing sun. Capsodia is there alone. He looks worn out already. A caption tags him as usual, and his thoughts immediately explain why he is even there. He has been appointed peace ambassador between demons and humans by the Demon King, and instead of getting any freedom, he is now stuck handling peace. The setting is laid out around him too. Cantabria and the human realm, and the maritime Sihon kingdom were split apart long ago. They are supposedly trying to repair relations before outside interference gets worse, even with the final battle against the demons drawing closer. Capsodia hears all of that and decides the opposite of cooperation is better. Since he is taking the job seriously in his own way, he plans to sabotage the alliance from the shadows instead. Then the real reason he is stranded comes out. After boarding a transport ship, his disciples got distracted fishing, and a flying fish rammed him. Capsodia snaps at that memory immediately. Once he realizes he is alone on what looks like a deserted island, his mood changes fast. He looks at the empty shore and starts thinking this might actually be his chance. He could pretend he died, disappear, and finally get the slow life he keeps wanting. He even imagines it getting better from there, with some sea goddess finding him and rewarding him with a calm, carefree life. That fantasy lasts until he notices someone else on the beach. A blonde woman is lying there unconscious. He turns toward her and crouches down. A close panel on her ear makes him wonder if she is a mermaid. He also questions how someone from Seihan ended up that far south. Then the problem lands properly. If she is dead, that already ruins his peaceful island dream. He grumbles that this is exactly the kind of bad luck with women he does not need. He calls it bad luck flat out and tries to pull away from the body, saying he does not need this ruining his paradise. But he does not leave her there. Another thought cuts in. If he saves her, he might be able to put her in his debt, and that could still be useful. So he takes out Reaper's ledger and opens it. He starts checking entries while glancing between the page and the woman, trying to figure out which record is hers, even though he does not even know her name. He talks himself through it, and decides that if it just happened, he can still manage it. The woman starts to stir. She coughs and begins coming back. Capsodia is still leaning over her, watching to see if the revive worked. Before he can settle that, everything blows up around him. Paphemia and Mariangela crash into him from both sides at once, shouting for him and clinging to him hard enough to bowl him over. Capsodia gets flattened in the middle while both of them talk over each other. Paphemia immediately goes into panic over whether he even cares if she lives or dies. Mariangela leans the other way and starts talking about getting him hydrated with something sweet because he looks completely dried out. Capsodia is still on the ground, crushed between both of them, and clearly does not have the energy for any of this. Sharon arrives right after that, relieved and emotional just to see him safe. Capsodia turns toward her and asks how she even got there. The next thing he notices is the geography around them. There is an anchorage hidden behind the forest. That explains how they reached the island. Then he remembers the woman on the beach and asks if there was not somebody else there. The girls answer that they were able to smell Kapua-sama. Kapuzia turns right to Paphemia and demands to know what the princess is doing there. Mariangela, completely ignoring how serious he is, treats the whole thing like a chance for more closeness and calls it skinship from her darling. Capuzia's face says everything. In his head, bringing her back has already turned into wasted effort. Then they start moving away from the shore together. Capsodia drags himself along with them and thinks the only thing left to do is survive somehow. The group heads inland. Behind them, the sea keeps washing up on the sand. The revived blonde woman is still there at the waterline. The waves touch the shore around her, and in the final close shot, her face is visible as she lies there watching after them. The group finally reaches Seihan, and Mariangela is the first one to light up, pointing out the huge sea city ahead and calling the view incredible. Capsodia, meanwhile, looks like the boat ride tried to kill him personally. He grumbles that everyone else is being far too carefree, while he is the one dragging around royal business. Once they enter the city, the others keep taking everything in one piece at a time. They stare at the massive castle, hear that it was built to match the current king's huge stature, notice how many different kinds of people live there, even with only 2 major races, and marvel that there is practically a city inside the sea. Capsodia tells them they are getting carried away, but Mariangela drops the playful act for a moment and turns serious. She reminds them that Seihan is neither an ally nor a neutral nation, tells them to stay sharp, and makes it clear that for today she is acting as the deputy for Cantabria's king, so all major decisions rest with her. She even warns Paphemia and Charon that the second they step off the ship, they are on a battlefield, and then because fate clearly enjoys a joke, that battlefield turns into the beach. Mariangela runs out in a swimsuit, Paphemia follows, and Capsodia gets dragged along with them. Mariangela, suddenly shy in her own way, asks Capsodia how she looks in that swimsuit. He answers that it suits her, and calls her Maria. That only makes her explode, because that is apparently not the answer she wanted at all. She demands to know what is wrong with him, and says she was a fool to trust him. Paphemia complains that the princess running ahead like that is unfair, and Sharon appears in a much more modest swimsuit. When the others react to that difference, Sharon explains that in the Agria religion, flashy display and too much exposure are frowned upon. So yes, the battlefield really did come with dress rules. Then Paphemia asks about her own swimsuit too. Capsodia, now fully trapped in a game he never signed up for, tells her that it suits her as well. That answer makes her brighten up instantly. A moment later, someone notices the one real problem left. Capsodia is still not wearing swimwear. The girls force him into a full-body suit, and he takes that with the expression of a man who has just lost a lawsuit against destiny. While standing there in total defeat, he insists that nothing lewd is happening, even as he internally acts like his dignity has already been buried. Mariangela, now back in full spirits, immediately declares that since everyone has changed, they should do watermelon splitting next. Before that can happen, Capsodia points out that they really should move soon if someone shows up. The others answer that nobody was around, so they thought they could relax a little, and one of them even says Master seemed excited too. Then strangers appear. Capsodia takes one look and recognizes the Sharkskin tribe. The situation gets worse the moment the mermaid side is involved too, and the shouting starts at once. One side demands to know what the others think they are doing. Another yells that this was bound to happen. Men from the Sharkskin tribe loudly claim the beach as their territory, and when finger snapping starts, someone asks what that is, only to hear that it is a pre-fight ritual. Capsodia realizes right away that this is bad, and that the whole thing is about to kick off for real. Just as the fight is about to break loose, a uniformed officer steps in and asks if everyone is all right. He introduces himself with a grand little flourish, as Borghild Brandset, and says he oversees the nation's military affairs. Then he tries to sort out the visiting side, and asks whether Sharon is Lady Mariangela Gig Cantabria. Sharon calmly corrects him, introduces herself as Sharon, and gestures toward the real princess. Borghild takes that in without missing a beat, and the mood shifts from chaos to awkward diplomacy in an instant. Capsodia watches the whole thing, and thinks the same ugly thought the reader already can. The rumors were true. The tension between the Sharkskin tribe and the mermaid race is even worse than he expected, and if this blows up at the wrong time, the negotiations are going to sink before they even start. When they are finally brought before the throne, Mariangela kneels and formally thanks King Augerant for receiving them despite the sudden visit. She introduces herself as Mariangela Gig Cantabria, says she is speaking on behalf of King Alfred of Cantabria, and adds that though she may be young, she stands there carrying the will of the holy nation of humanity. She says she has come to restore relations that have been frozen for more than a century. Capsodia watches her handle the opening well, even if part of him from the demon side of things would really prefer she not keep saying for humanity's sake quite so boldly. Then the real message is laid out. It is explained that a traitor currently exists within the Demon King's army, and because of that, now is not the time for war with humanity. Another form of peace has to be considered. The king's goal is stated clearly: peace that halts the war with humanity, prevents mutual destruction, and deals with the traitor's interference. Capsodia, already thinking 3 problems ahead like that, is somehow healthy, realizes he needs to secure terms that will still let him act later. Then a voice tells everyone to raise their heads. The group looks up, someone mutters that the voice sounds a little too high, and the mood shifts hard in an instant. Sitting there is not the huge king they expected at all, but a young girl. She thanks Mariangela for coming all that way, then identifies herself as Caroline de Sihon, the daughter of King Augerant. Capsodia freezes. Sharon freezes too. Capsodia instantly realizes she is the mermaid from before, and in a rare moment of gratitude toward fate, thinks it is a good thing he did not hit her. Mariangela quickly recovers, greets Princess Caroline properly, and Caroline apologizes for her earlier rudeness. Sharon also greets her with full politeness, and Caroline returns the courtesy smoothly. The whole room moves from shock to ceremony in about 3 seconds, which is honestly impressive. Caroline tells Mariangela not to be so stiff, says they are both princesses, and asks her to call her Caro. Mariangela answers in kind, and says then she should call her Maria. After that, Caroline says she had expected to meet the King of Cantabria in person, and asks how His Majesty is doing. Then she apologizes again, and explains that her own father is currently bedridden due to illness. That lands badly with Capsodia. He immediately thinks the story sounds suspicious, wonders if this is a tactic to bait a mistake and gain leverage over them, and reminds himself that even if the talks go well, everything could still be overturned later, depending on how much authority Princess Caroline really holds. So Capsodia cuts in and asks to speak. He tries to make it dramatic by asking Caroline whether she recognizes him. Mariangela notices him looking pale, and asks if he is alright, while Capsodia is privately celebrating because he thinks this is finally the moment to cash in the favor he earned by saving Caroline before. Caroline looks at him, apologizes, and says she does not recall anyone with a face as miserable, poor, and shut in as his. That hits him like a public execution with no appeal. Mariangela drags the conversation back on course and asks whether that means Caroline will be their representative for the alliance. Caroline answers that this is exactly the point she wanted to address. She says the Sihon kingdom refuses an alliance with humanity. Mariangela is stunned and asks what she means. Caroline tells them that since they came all that way, she will explain. Then she drops the real bomb. The alliance has already been formed, not with humanity, but with the demon race. That line lands so cleanly it practically slices the room in half, and just like that, every hopeful word from earlier starts looking very expensive. Caroline smiles and calmly says the alliance was made with the demon race, and Mariangela stares back in shock, repeating those words like they cannot possibly be real. Capsodia immediately blurts out that it is a lie, but Caroline answers just as quickly that it is the truth, and says she has the personal letter with her. Capsodia asks to see it, and after she allows it, he checks the letter and realizes the signature is genuine too. That only makes the whole thing worse. In his head, nothing fits. Sihon was supposed to have cut all ties with the demons long ago, yet no one on the demon side said a word to him about this, not even about the Poison Sea connection. While he is still trying to make sense of it, Caroline suddenly brightens up, calls out for Borghild, and the officer arrives saying he kept her waiting. Capsodia immediately feels it in his bones that this sudden alliance is wrong somehow. Caroline says the timing is perfect because she wants to introduce someone, then happily calls that person her super darling. The doors open, and the man who walks in is Lord Voganus. Capsodia's face freezes on the spot, because out of all the people he could have met there, this is one of the last ones he wanted. Voganus looks at him, pauses, and then the two of them recognize each other at once. That reunion lands with all the warmth of a chair to the face. Voganus greets Capsodia first and says it has been a long time. Capsodia answers that that is his line and demands to know what Voganus is doing there. Voganus says he never thought they would reunite in a place like this, and Capsodia instantly asks whether he is there as an envoy of the demon race, adding that there is no way anyone should trust a job like that to a muscle brain. Voganus brushes the insult off and says that is perfectly normal, because Sihon is his hometown. Then he asks the sharper question instead. What is Capsodia doing at the royal palace? Capsodia fires back, that even if he did have business there, he would not tell him, and Voganus says that is exactly what he expected, because Capsodia clearly has an objective. Capsodia answers in the most diplomatic way possible, which is threatening to end him on the spot. The moment that tension snaps, Voganus grabs him and Paphimia charges in, yelling for him to let Master go. Sharon moves to start healing Saint Sama, but a warning comes right away not to get any closer because it is dangerous. Voganus stops the rush with frightening ease and handles Paphimia like this is barely a warm-up, while Capsodia can only grit his teeth through the mess. Even then, Paphimia keeps coming at him, and Voganus actually enjoys it, telling her that if she still wants more, he likes that spirit. Capsodia finally decides he has had enough and declares that this ends there. One Piece meeting in, and it has already become a family dispute with bonus trauma. Capsodia raises his magic and tells Voganus to back off, saying that at this distance he is faster. Voganus laughs and says he thought Capsodia had gone soft after leaving the army, but that he can still make that face when it counts. Capsodia, meanwhile, is internally falling apart, and thinks that at this rate he is seriously going to die. Voganus says the whole thing takes him back and reminds him that they were doing this kind of thing 200 years ago. The others try to jump in and support Capsodia, but before the fight can really explode, Caroline clings to Voganus and tells him to pay attention to Caro too. She tells him that is enough. Then Mariangela cuts in with the question. Everyone else is already thinking and asks Princess Caroline what exactly her relationship is with that dangerously violent man. Caroline smiles like she has been waiting all day for that question and begins her answer. She says Voganus is her fiancé, and just like that the entire room stops. Capsodia can barely even get the word out, while Mariangela and Sharon stare in total shock behind him. The man came in expecting political sabotage, hidden motives, maybe even a trap. Instead, fate handed him an old demon comrade, wrapped inside a royal engagement. That is somehow worse. Capsodia stares at Voganus and Caroline and can barely get the word engagement out. Caroline cheerfully confirms that yes, it really is an engagement, then goes even farther and says Lord Voganus belongs to the Demon King's army. That snaps the whole room sideways because she had just spoken about an alliance with the demon race, and now the man beside her is both her fiancé and one of the demons in question. Caroline smiles through all that shock and says love does not care about race or borders. Capsodia, already looking like his soul needs a nap, says forget the romance for a second and asks how this even happened. Caroline is thrilled, he asked. She says the sky was black with rain, she was drifting and losing consciousness, and her body was getting cold. Then Lord Voganus appeared, held her and touched her cheek. While everyone listens with faces that say they did not ask for this, a dry correction slips in that fishmen are naturally cold to begin with. Caroline ignores the interruption and keeps going. She says he gave her artificial respiration. She woke up, and in that moment decided it was fate. Capsodia hears all that and quietly wonders if Voganus is actually the victim here. Fair question. The two princesses go to war right after that. Mariangela tears into Caroline for acting shameless over a broken engagement, and for siding with demons, while Caroline fires back that Mariangela is only bitter because she is jealous. Mariangela refuses to lose that exchange and drags Capsodia into it on the spot, insisting she already has a wonderful fiancé. Capsodia tries to slip out of that trap, but nobody lets him. Then the bragging turns into a full contest. Mariangela boasts that her darling rescued her, and that his strength is monstrous, while Caroline boasts that Voganus saved her from danger and says his power is above Capsodia's. In the middle of all that, Voganus casually brings up Luviana, and Mariangela's mood flips so fast it could have broken furniture. Caroline then changes from talking about strength to talking about bloodline and says Voganus is not some drifter of unknown origin. Before that can settle, Borghild arrives with a report and says he has something Princess Caroline will be pleased to hear. He explains that Voganus is not mermaid, and not shark skin tribe either. He is a fishman, but from the deep sea tribe, a line believed extinct for 200 years. Then the last part lands. The previous king came from that tribe, and Lord Voganus is his child. In other words, he is the legitimate heir to Seihan's throne. That reveal blows the room open, and Caroline lights up like fate itself just stamped the document. After that, the human side is basically told it can do as it likes, but also that it should leave quickly before the demon army arrives. Capsodia goes quiet for once. He admits to himself that he never really knew much about the private lives of Voganus and the others, because they were always buried in work. Paphemia and Sharon notice the change in him, and Sharon gently asks whether he knows Voganus. Capsodia says he does. He says he fought that man many times, even when the demon country was supposed to stay neutral. He calls Voganus fierce and dangerous, the kind of brute who charges straight in, but he also says Voganus fights head-on and does not use dirty tricks. Then he quietly adds that you cannot understand someone by looking from only one side. Sharon listens and tells him he looks happy when he says that. That hits him harder than he wants to admit. By then the alliance talk is already collapsing. Mariangela ends up bedridden, and Paphemia worries that at this rate no agreement can be formed at all. Capsodia pulls back to think because if Seihan truly joins hands with the demons, the whole balance will swing toward war. And if this is the traitor's trap, then it is a nasty one. So he decides the first thing he needs to do is verify that personal letter. At the same time, Luviana nearly explodes when she hears Voganus is in Seihan. Capsodia tells her to keep her voice down, while she swears she never would have let him wander home if she had known. The two of them talk it through and agree on one thing. The Demon King would never casually leave someone as dangerous as Voganus completely unchecked. Even in the middle of that mess, Luviana slips for a moment and tells Capsodia that when all this is over, the four of them should go out for a drink again. She starts to say more after seeing Voganus for the first time in so long, then stops herself, tells him to forget it, and leaves the rest hanging there unsaid. Capsodia can tell there was more behind that, but the moment dies before it can breathe. Then the floor drops out again. A new report arrives and Luviana learns that Brazier has disappeared. So just when Capsodia thinks the situation cannot get any worse, it calmly proves him wrong again. Capsodia corners Voganus and asks for the real story, because if he cannot get that man to cooperate, his own workload is only going to get worse. Voganus meanwhile starts the reunion in the filthiest way possible by barking that Capsodia is standing right in his piss spot. When Capsodia reacts, Voganus casually adds that he used that place yesterday. After that, he looks Capsodia over and says he really did become a human lord just to grab territory, and that he has not changed at all. He also points at the girls around him and asks if those brats are his disciples. Capsodia instantly tries to deny knowing them, but Voganus tells him that even if he is weak, he has always been good at teaching. Capsodia can only mumble a very awkward thanks before asking the real question. What is Vogame is actually doing in Seikon? Before he gets a clean answer, armed fishmen close in behind him. Capsodia notices too late, curses that they moved in from his blind spot, and snaps that he will kill Vogame right there. He fires back at the attackers on reflex, but the whole thing gets messier when the mermaid side gets involved too. Capsodia growls that they should have been his allies, so why are they attacking him? Voganus shuts the noise down and asks why Capsodia is in Seihon in the first place, pointing out that even Luviana was not allowed in. Then he says he is carrying a direct personal letter from the Demon King himself. Capsodia is thrown by that. Even as a trick, trusting something that important to Voganus sounds way too reckless. When Capsodia asks if he even knows what an alliance is, Voganus more or less proves that he does not, which makes the whole situation smell even worse. Capsodia realizes either the letter is fake, or another hand is moving the pieces behind all of this. Voganus then says that under the Demon King's orders, he is working toward peace with humanity, and asks Capsodia to cooperate with him for now. He says he can trust the look on Capsodia's face, because it says he has already thought of something. Capsodia admits that someone is using the Demon King's name to split the demon army apart, and that the culprit, or someone tied to them, is probably in Seihon. Voganus answers that to most people, he is an anomaly anyway, so they should flush those people out and crush them. Capsodia agrees, saying they will make an example of whoever is opposing the Demon King's army, and Voganus immediately clasps hands with him, and says he is in on the scheme. The next second, Capsodia complains that Voganus needs to stop attacking him the moment he sees him. Voganus casually calls that earlier beating a greeting. Capsodia flatly answers that no, it was not, and that it genuinely hurt. Caroline pops up glowing with excitement and asks if they want to go see her father. A royal physician warns them that His Majesty's condition is critical and tells them to keep their voices down, but that still does not stop Caroline from drifting into full romance mode. She starts fantasizing about future trips, desserts, and honeymoon scenes with Voganus. While he remembers he brought a get-well gift, he tosses it over and tells the king to be grateful and take it. What comes out is the kind of item that really should not be opened in front of company. Voganus grins and says most men would be happy to get something like that. Caroline blushes and says she is fine with his naughty side, and someone dryly reminds them that this sort of thing is supposed to come after marriage. Capsodia can only sit there and suffer through the sight of childhood friends flirting like this right in front of him. Once the noise settles, they finally look properly at King Augurant lying in bed. Capsodia quietly notes that he looked a lot bigger in the portrait. Sharon is asked to treat him, and she agrees, but after using her healing she says this should have healed him, and yet he still will not wake up. That leaves the group with a hard truth. The fishmen are afraid of holy magic, and at this rate they are not going to listen to them. So if they want cooperation, they will have to earn trust another way, and if curing the king's illness is the only path left, then that becomes the next move. The group gathers around King Augurant's bed and immediately panics at how still he looks. Someone wonders if he is dead, but Sharon says that should not be the case because he is still breathing. Even so, nobody can figure out what is wrong with him, and Capsodia realizes that if even Sharon is stuck, their whole plan is in trouble. So they start searching the room for clues, looking through the medicine and the papers until Sharon spots a book and picks it up. The moment they open it, they notice only one of the books there is normal-sized, which makes it look suspicious already. Then the contents turn out to be even worse, and Capsodia lunges in panic to stop Sharon from reading it. That is enough to wake the king, who immediately starts yelling about making such a young girl read something like that, and complains like a man caught red-handed with his hobbies out in public. He introduces himself as Augurant de Seihon, king of the Seihon kingdom, and when Sharon politely introduces herself as Sharon Strong, the saint from the prophecy, he says he never thought he would get to meet the saint of prophecy while he was still alive. He then tells them there is a reason he called for this meeting. That explanation gets cut short when armed men rush in and the Shark Skin tribe is identified on the spot. Capsodia immediately grits his teeth because he cannot use his instant death magic in front of Sharon and Paphemia. The attackers threaten to cut down anyone in their way. The fight breaks out, and in the middle of the chaos, the big bearded body of the king falls apart like a fake. Then the real Augurant appears, tiny and nothing like the giant figure from the portrait. He says this small body is his true form and that he only used the other one to preserve his dignity. After that, he finally gets serious and says the country is already in civil war, and that the source of all this trouble is Borghild, a man the previous king disliked and a man who always wanted power. Augurant explains that the previous king kept the balance between the races and had enough strength to keep the troublemakers down, but things changed around the time Caroline was born. Small clashes between the races kept growing into bigger fights, then into assassinations and poisonings, even inside the royal palace. And once Borghild brought Voganus in, The whole situation tipped at once. When Capsodia hears that, he asks if Borghild was the one who brought Voganus there, and Sharon explains that those two are childhood friends. Capsodia can only stare and more or less accept that, because it sounds exactly like the kind of cursed friendship that would survive 200 years just to ruin his day. Then Augurant reveals the other reason he has been lying around acting half dead. He says that if Caroline marries Voganus, she will listen to whatever Voganus says, and since Voganus has no head for politics, Borghild will be the one whispering into his ear. In Augurant's eyes, that means a puppet government will be born, and once the Shark Skin tribe fully takes over Seihan, the mermaid side will be wiped out. He even tells Capsodia to imagine what it would feel like if someone precious to him got married and was taken away, which sends Capsodia into a terrible little vision of Sharon, in a wedding dress thanking him for everything until now. The image hits him like a direct attack, and when Sharon awkwardly says it is far too early for her to be getting married and that she is not going anywhere yet, he comes back to reality looking like his soul just tripped over itself. With that, Augurant finally makes his offer. He says there are only two choices. One is to let the civil war keep going until Borghild wins and Caroline's life is snuffed out with the rest of the mermaid side. The other is to ask the human side for help and gamble on one slim chance. Capsodia decides to accept, though he makes it clear he expects something in return. Paphemia sees him reach an agreement with the king, and blurts out her own shocked reaction, while the others notice that even though he said yes, his face still looks grim. The poor guy has technically found a plan, but it is the kind of plan that comes with extra suffering included at no charge. Back on the human side, Mariangela is still down, and Capsodia admits he needs her awake because she is the king's representative for any serious talk. Then a package arrives from Elitane, and whatever is inside it gets used immediately. A huge gate appears. Mariangela bursts back up declaring herself revived, and Sharon rushes to check if she is alright. Once everyone gathers, someone suggests that if the saint and the king can cooperate, that should be close enough to an alliance. Capsodia shuts that down at once. He says no. Humanity and Seihan will not form an alliance. He explains that Seihan's internal politics are too unstable and too fluid. Even if they somehow force an alliance through now, it could collapse the moment the next government takes over. When Mariangela asks if that means they are just going to sit there and watch Seihan ally with the demon race, Capsodia answers that the alliance between Seihan and the demons will also be cancelled. He says that is his promise to King Augurant. Then he finally lays out the move he has chosen. Humanity will not bind itself to Seihan. Humanity will make peace with the demon race. And just like that, the man who came to stop one alliance decides the answer is to aim even higher and start rewriting the whole board. Absolutely normal Capsodia behavior. The room goes quiet after Capsodia says humanity should make peace with the demon race. Mariangela, Sharon, and Paphemia all stare at him like he just kicked the floor out from under the world. Capsodia keeps going anyway. He says he wants King Augurant to stand between both sides as a mediator, and more than that, he wants a real peace treaty to end the war between humanity and demons. He points out that Seihan's talks with humanity were built on that same war in the first place, so if the war itself ends, that solves the root of the problem faster than anything else. Then he says the line that really lands, that is why they should join hands with the demon race. He admits he cannot do it alone, but with the king and with the people around him, he believes he can pull it off. Inside though, he knows he has no perfect strategy, no grand plan, no secret weapon, just raw honesty, and the hope that his tongue can carry more weight than money or status ever could. The others do not accept that easily, and Capsodia does not pretend they should. He says their reaction is natural, but he still does not believe it is impossible. He says he has watched humans for a long time, for better and for worse, and because of that he knows the chance is not zero. He even says the leader of the demon race wants humans and demons to coexist. That means there is at least a path, even if it is narrow and ugly and lined with reasons to fail. Sharon hears that and brightens with almost painful sincerity. To her, if this works, it means lives can be saved on both sides. She is so moved by the idea that she practically melts into gratitude on the spot. Mariangela is less dreamy and much more realistic. She asks Capsodia if he truly understands what making peace with the demon race means. She reminds him that this conflict is not some distant theory. It belongs to the people who actually bled on the battlefield. Then she says Seihan changes everything. Once that kingdom gets dragged into this, the shape of the war changes with it. Even so, she does not stop him. She tells him the road ahead will be harsh and that he needs to brace himself. Capsodia answers with forced confidence, but before he can settle into that act, Paphemia breaks. Paphemia says the demon race has disposed countless humans, and now he is telling them to make peace. The words hit hard because she is not speaking in theory either. She is speaking as someone who has lived through the kind of pain that does not vanish, just because the idea is noble. Sharon gently calls to her, but Paphemia keeps going. She says she does not even know whether demons cry, yet even so, they must have families too. That line changes the air. Sharon quietly answers that this applies to them as well, and says both sides have already bled too much. That is exactly why, she says, the saint insists on peace. Paphemia stands there shaking, torn between what she has suffered and what she can no longer deny. It is not acceptance yet. Not fully, but it is the first crack in the wall, and in a story like this, that crack matters more than any battle cry. The gang realizes that they don't have much time because of the upcoming wedding. Otherwise, this will all be a puppet regime. The girls wonder how they can unite the two groups together in such a short time, and they come up with the perfect solution: a dance party. Borghild hears that the humans have proposed a dance party, and the idea immediately gets under his skin. He is told the plan has already been approved, that Lord Voganus seems eager, and that Princess Caroline is already spreading the word everywhere. On top of that, important people from both the Shark Skin tribe and the Mermaid tribe are set to attend. Borghild clicks his tongue, says he should have exiled those humans sooner, and grumbles that if you give them an inch, they take a mile. He decides this only means one thing: the marriage ceremony has to be rushed. Then, when one of his men starts to report on the other's movements, an unseen voice suddenly cuts in and asks Borghild if something is wrong. Borghild instantly switches gears, apologizes for his display, and promises he will carry the plan through to the end. The voice tells him this is trivial compared to the greater scheme, and warns him to stay sharp, and Borghild lowers his head and says to leave it to him. Elsewhere, a demon woman checks the personal letter and says it is genuine. When someone asks if Voganus being sent to Seihan really came from the demon lord, the answer is no, that was not her. With that, the ugly truth becomes clear. Someone has already worked their way deep into the demon army, because the authority to issue personal letters belongs only to a very small group. Orders go out to contact Capsodia at once, and there is open anger at the nerve of someone pretending to be the ruler. While that is being sorted out, Voganus is already being drilled for the dance party, and the result is a disaster. He gets told his feet are wrong, his hands are wrong, and the whole thing looks wrong. He complains that he is bored, but the people training him snap back that Princess Caroline will not be satisfied with that. A human instructor keeps pushing him anyway, saying dancing is stiff and formal, but Voganus is in the perfect position to represent harmony between the races, so he has to do it. Then the demon lord appears and says the personal letter was real but someone else issued it. Capsodia immediately understands what that means. If even a letter like that can be faked from inside the chain of command, then the higher ranks have already been compromised. Voganus says the order looked real to him, so there was nothing he could do. The demon lord settles it on the spot, and orders Voganus to follow Capsodia's instructions. Capsodia accepts that, takes over, and starts working with him directly. Beneath all the grumbling and the awkward step counting, he admits to himself that the demon race really has changed over the last 20 years. Voganus, for his part, says that if peace is the demon lord's order, then he will obey it, even if it means he cannot live the old way anymore, and adds that he has something he wants to protect. That lands more heavily than Capsodia expected. Capsodia keeps him moving after that, telling him they will do this together. He half teaches and half bullies him through the dance, talking about old infiltration work, and acting like ballroom steps are just another combat drill with better clothes. He even tells Voganus that when all this is over, they should all go drinking again. 1, 2, left foot, do not step on me. The man really turns dance lessons into military training, which is somehow the most Capsodia thing possible. 2 days pass, and the night of the dance party finally arrives. The palace lights up, guests pour in dressed for a royal event, and the whole place shines like it is pretending nobody is plotting murder in the background. Before going in, Capsodia warns Mariangela to stay sharp, because this mission could decide humanity's future. Mariangela, already dressed for the banquet, says she came prepared, and tells him they should go. Capsodia answers with full dramatic energy and declares that the battle begins. It is a party, but to him it might as well be a siege with music. And right as he throws himself into that mood, someone cuts in and tells him to wait, leaving the whole thing hanging for one more beat before the real chaos starts. Mariangela shows up in full bridal wear from the eastern countries, absolutely glowing, and Capsodia immediately says that outfit is definitely not meant for dancing. Mariangela cheerfully says he figured it out just as she expected, then explains that it is bridal wear, and says she is using it for their engagement announcement. Capsodia nearly combusts on the spot and asks why she is wearing that now, then reminds her that even if she wants that, they are not actually engaged and she is rushing way too fast. She treats all of that like minor background noise, which is honestly very on brand for her. Paphemia then steps forward in a dark dress and asks Capsodia how she looks. He tells her it suits her well and that she looks very mature, and that is all she needs to light up like she just won a championship belt. Sharon quietly follows in her own dress, shy and unsure, saying it is the first time she has worn something this glamorous. Capsodia looks at her and says he thought she was a fairy. Sharon freezes for a second, then thanks him very politely, looking so flustered that even the flowers around her seem like they are trying not to stare. After that, Capsodia gets pushed in wearing the full injured noble act, with his leg wrapped and his body parked in a wheelchair. When people ask what happened, he says not to worry and claims he just slipped on the stairs, while hiding the fact that Voganus was the real reason. Paphemia asks if he is hurt, and even offers healing magic, but Capsodia quickly shuts that down with an excuse about a curse from the demon race. The girls immediately take that story seriously, and Capsodia can only sit there while his own lie grows legs and starts jogging. Paphamia's expression turns firm after that, and when the hall opens up she quietly decides she is going. Then the music starts, Princess Caroline makes her entrance, and the whole hall lights up at once. Everyone calls her beautiful, and the room gets even louder when Voganus steps in, wearing formal clothes and looking far sharper than anyone expected. Caroline happily tells him he looks perfect, and he calmly tells her she does not look bad herself. Capsodia watches all this and can already feel Voganus getting carried away. Then Caroline tells everyone to step back. Something huge rises up from below, and a giant goldfish bowl appears in the middle of the floor. A second later she turns the whole room upside down by using it as part of the performance, swirling through the water in full mermaid style beside Voganus while the crowd loses its mind. Subtlety leaves the building immediately. The dance party takes off from there. Music fills the ballroom, couples start moving, and even guests from different races begin dancing together. One man nervously asks a woman to dance and blurts out that he always thought her ear fins were beautiful. Caroline calls out to everyone, asks if they are ready, and the whole floor comes alive. At the edges, people start trading awkward but very real compliments across the race line, with some of them sounding sweet, and some of them sounding a little too hungry for comfort. Mariangela watches the whole thing and says it is working far too well, while another voice insists this only proves love cannot be defeated. Then Paphemia quietly admits she wanted to dance with Sharon too. Sharon offers her a dance and Paphemia accepts at once. For a moment it really seems to be working. Capsodia watches the floor and admits it is going better than he expected, even if he was nervous at first. But while everyone is distracted, he slips away in the wheelchair, muttering that being stuck in one is rough. Paphemia notices he is gone and immediately worries that if he is injured, he should not be moving around at all. Then she spots Voganus, puts the pieces together, and the alarm bells start ringing in her head all at once. She charges over, points at him, and says he is the one who hurt Master. When people ask how she even knows that, she says she heard it from someone in the palace, and declares that he really is an evil demon after all. Capsodia rushes in trying to say he only fell down the stairs, but by then the fire is already lit. Voganus looks at her with interest and asks if she is the hero he has heard about. Paphemia answers proudly that she is Paphemia, the hero guided by Sharon, the saint of prophecy. Voganus says that since she introduced herself, he should do the same, and then he throws away the last bit of peace in the room by declaring that he is Voganus, one of the 4 heavenly kings serving the Demon King. The crowd erupts. Capsodia panics because he knows exactly what kind of monster Voganus is, and he also knows that once that man gets the smell of a fight, diplomacy packs its bags and leaves town. Voganus admits he has not let loose since coming to Seihan, and says it is about time he went all out and crushed someone. Paphemia does not back down. She tells Shoran it is fine and says she will protect everyone. Voganus sees straight through her and says she wants to test her strength to prove to herself how strong she really is now. Capsodia realizes he is right. Voganus is not thinking about the party, the plan, or the politics. To him this is just a fight, clean and simple, the kind demons understand in their bones. When Capsodia tries to stop it and asks if Voganus is betraying the Demon King, Voganus says that is not it at all. He says the hero challenged him first, and for a demon, refusing a fight like that would be shameful. If someone stops him, he says he will despise the Demon King for it. That is how his head works, and Capsodia knows it. Paphemia still does not move. Capsodia warns her again that Voganese is one of the 4 heavenly kings, and that he is far too strong. Paphemia answers that this is exactly why she has to win. She says she is the hero. Around them the crowd splits, some cheering for Voganese, some cheering for the hero, while the poor dance party starts collapsing into a full combat event with better lighting. Voganese grins, Paphemia glares right back, and the whole hall tips from celebration into chaos in one breath. Then he roars out at everyone around them, and the moment freezes there, with the party dead, the fight alive, and Capsodia looking like a man watching his carefully built plan get folded into a paper airplane and thrown off a roof. The search for Brosier keeps failing, and the little messengers nervously report that he still has not been found. The Demon Lord snaps at once, and orders them to stop apologizing and keep searching. When the next report reaches her, she gets even more irritated, saying Brasier is still Brasier, even after she showed him mercy. She glares, chews on a cigar-shaped chocolate like she is trying not to bite someone instead, and starts thinking hard about the stolen personal letter and the dance party in Seihan. Then the pieces start clicking into place. If the enemy really wanted to ruin Seihan itself, they should have interfered with the dance party directly, but they did not. If both the demon race and humanity were dragged in on purpose, then the real target is not Seihan at all. The real target is the conflict between demons and humans. Back in Seihan, Voganus and Paphemia are still facing each other, and Capsodia can already tell this is going nowhere good. He stares at the mess in front of him, realizes Voganus is not going to stop now that a fight has started, and for one dead tired second says exactly what his soul is feeling. He wants to go home. Then he looks at Sharon, looks at the disaster in front of him, and starts thinking again. Ideally nobody gets hurt, but Voganus is strong, Paphemia is already committed, and nobody listens to him anyway. Sharon calmly tells him she trusts Paphemia, and that simple answer steadies him just enough to keep moving. Capsodia keeps turning the situation over in his head until he sees what Borghild is really doing. This fight is not just two strong people clashing. It is a tiny copy of the war between the demon race and humanity, staged right in front of everyone. That is why outside interference does matter after all. Borghild wants both sides to hate each other more. He wants the fire fed. Once Capsodia understands that, he knows he has to stop this somehow, even if it gets ugly. So he gives Paphemia the simplest battle plan in history, the kind of strategy that sounds like it was born from pure panic. Go straight and kick. Just keep going straight and kick. Then Paphemia vanishes from sight, and before anyone can settle their eyes on her again, the next thing they see is Voganus getting smashed headfirst into the floor. He goes straight down, the whole hall shakes, and Paphemia pops back up in triumph, flashing a little victory sign and proudly telling Master she did it. Capsodia is left staring like his brain just missed a step. This is one of the 4 heavenly kings, and even weakened on land he should not be getting planted like that. But the result is right there in front of him. Paphemia really did it. Capsodia can only stare and admit she has gotten strong. Voganus drags himself back up, and instead of throwing a tantrum, calmly admits that exchange was his loss. He says that if Paphemia wants to keep going, he will continue. But he also admits he blacked out for a few seconds, even though he was fighting with killing intent. Then he turns to Capsodia, and bluntly says his disciple is strong. Caroline rushes in, fussing over him. The room starts breathing again, and some of the guests even begin treating it like a clean hero victory. For a moment it looks like the storm might actually pass. Capsodia even starts to believe they can settle everyone down and resume the party. That hope lasts about 2 seconds. A hard voice suddenly orders everyone not to move, and Borghild steps onto the floor himself. Capsodia freezes the instant he sees him, and Sharon does too. Just when it looked like Paphemia's win might save the night, the real snake finally shows his face. Borghild orders Voganus to kill the hero and the saint right there, calling them sworn enemies, but Voganus coldly says that would just be a waste right now. Borghild tries to throw around their old history and acts like that gives him the right to command him, even calling himself the best friend who stood by him when he became the last of the Deep Sea tribe. Capsodia cuts straight through that act, and tells Borghild to listen carefully. The idea that Borghild and Voganus were ever real best friends gets torn apart on the spot, and Voganus makes it even clearer by flatly saying he serves only one person in this world, the Demon Lord, and nobody else. Capsodia then says Borghild is not just lying, he is lying badly. He points out that Borghild was trying to use either Paphemia or Voganus to seize Sion, and that the real target was never just this kingdom. The point was to wear down the military power of both humanity and the demon race. He lays it out piece by piece. If Voganus died here with humans present, the demon side would suspect humanity. If the reverse happened, humanity would do the same. Reports would be delayed, anger would spread, leaders would fall, and both sides would tear themselves apart for Borghild's benefit. Even Paphemia getting dragged into the clash was just a convenient bonus for him. When Borghild brushes that off as outsider nonsense, King Augurant backs Capsodia and says it applies to Borghild too, banished or not. Then Augurant reveals his real body and quietly apologizes to Caroline for making her worry. Caroline takes one look at her tiny father and immediately melts, happily calling her palm-sized papa adorable, while the king weakly mutters that he would still like to keep at least a little dignity. The mood snaps back hard when Borghild is exposed as a traitor. Augurant accuses him of going after his life and even targeting his daughter's fiancé, and Caroline trembles as she asks if it is true. Borghild answers with violence. A snake-like blade whips out, Caroline screams, and Voganus throws himself in front of her to block it. Then Voganus turns on Borghild and says this is how he has always been, even back when they fought the demon race. At the crucial moment he always ran, always cut people off, even if they were family. Voganus says men like that are the ones he hates most. Around them the room finally starts to realize they were all being used. Capsodia presses Borghild again and asks who told him to do all this. Paphemia and Sharon, completely lost now, ask what he means by traitor, and Capsodia tells them to stay quiet because it is complicated. That is when Borghild reveals his next move. He pulls out a remote-controlled magical device and warns everyone not to move. He says he planted bombs at the base of the royal palace, and the moment he presses the button, that place goes first. Just like that, the whole ballroom stops being a ballroom and turns into a hostage scene with formal wear. Borghild lifts the device and calmly says the explosives are set beneath the royal palace. Capsodia instantly sees how bad that is. The palace stands on 8 support pillars, and right under it is the commercial district. If those pillars blow, the whole palace will come crashing down on the city below. And that still is not the worst part. Borghild adds that the palace stores dyes and chemicals that cannot be kept underwater. So if they spill, the sea will be poisoned at once, and Sihon itself will become unlivable. Capsodia starts shouting that they need to evacuate immediately, then catches himself and realizes they do not even have time for that. Paphemia moves first. She rushes Borghild and tries to snatch the trigger out of his hand, already reading his speed and telling him to sit still and behave. Borghild slips past her anyway with a smug little dodge, and Capsodia can only grit his teeth because even she cannot break through cleanly. So he asks Borghild the real question instead, what he actually wants. Borghild answers with the kind of smile that makes every alarm bell ring. He says the thing he loves most is watching cheerful faces turn pale. The man really looked at peace talks, a dance party, and a royal hall full of guests and decided what this place needed was terrorism with a grin. Then everything flips in one ridiculous instant. A huge object drops from above and crushes Borghild flat before he can enjoy himself any longer. Capsodia just stares, Paphemia stares, and out steps Mariangela, freshly changed, proudly thanking her darling for waiting. She cheerfully declares that pure white suits her best, and even throws in a jab that it is much classier than some cheap fresh catch. While everyone is still trying to process what just happened, Capsodia opens the Reaper's ledger and sees it written there plainly. Borghild's cause of death is crushed to death. The room is left hanging between shock and disbelief, while Caroline breaks down and apologizes to her father, and he gently tells her that she has nothing to apologize for. Once the panic settles a little, Caroline steps forward and bows her head. She sincerely apologizes for all the trouble they caused and asks Lord Kapua to forgive the many acts of disrespect. Then, in front of the whole hall, she kneels and says that the kingdom of Sehan, small though its strength may be, will support him for the sake of peace between humans and demons. Capsodia can barely answer because the whole thing is coming at him too fast, but the meaning is clear. Sehan is choosing its side, and for once it is the side of peace. Capsodia starts to think they somehow escaped the crisis after all. He even mutters that this ending is messy, but still better than more trouble. And that is exactly when fate laughs in his face again. Something strange starts moving nearby, wrapped in dark energy. Capsodia turns, sees it, and blurts out Borghild's name. What stands there is not Borghild himself, but his sword, now alive with a single eye opening on it. It introduces itself as Monocle Killer, the king of the magic sword race. Before anyone can even properly ask why it is there, it attacks. The blade flashes out, clothes get slashed apart, people scream, and Capsodia deadpans that it really would have been better if this had just ended already. One villain dies, and the replacement somehow turns out to be a sword with worse hobbies. The magic sword keeps going on about how it only shreds women because no one wants to see a man's chest out, and Mariangela immediately cuts in like that rule obviously should not apply to her darling. Someone pulls her back, while Paphemia, already half wrapped in torn cloth and wounded pride, says she is somehow fine. She turns and checks on Sharon. Sharon checks on her too. And then another piece of clothing gets thrown over Paphemia while she yelps and complains that this is happening again. Right in the middle of that mess, Capsodia looks up and sees the palace tilting harder and harder. King Augerant says he can support the royal palace from below, and when Capsodia asks how, the answer is basically a demonstration. Then the wall bursts open and the giant shell body appears again. Capsodia realizes that really is King Augerant's shell, and the king explains that it is running on autopilot, that he can summon it as long as it stays in range, and that it is basically a golem now. He even reveals that it has jet propulsion and a water pack, so it can fly for a short time too. The king says he will support the royal palace from the outside, and tells Lord Capua to handle evacuating the fishmen. Caroline calls for everyone to jump into the hole her father made, and the king launches out like the biggest emergency turtle anyone has ever seen. Monocle Killer refuses to let anybody escape, and lashes out again, but Paphemia throws herself in front of the attack and shouts for it to stop. Capsodia, still trying to keep up with a problem that keeps inventing new problems, asks what the magic sword tribe even is because he has never heard of it. Voganus stares at him like that is deeply embarrassing, and asks if he slept through history class. Then he explains that long before they were born, the demon race lived in chaos, with tribes constantly rising and forming nations. The previous demon king ended that era, but some tribes resisted and were wiped out. One of the tribes that had huge magical power and intelligence, and even pushed the previous demon king to the edge, was the magic sword tribe. Monocle Killer then screams that his people will not perish until they avenge the previous demon king, Zora. Capsodia asks why that tribe is still alive and whether this thing came back just for revenge, but the sword says it simply could not forgive. Then the whole conversation takes a hard left into nonsense. It starts ranting about shredded sailor uniforms, says a checkered skirt is the highest form of wisdom, and then goes on about shredded sweaters too. Paphemia looks completely done with life. Sharon looks even more done, and Sharon flatly says she never needed to hear any of that. The sword admits that for a moment it actually thought those ideas worked, which somehow makes the whole thing worse. After that, Monocle Killer roars that they should wake the previous demon king if they want answers, says this is for the sake of his race, and declares that whoever set this whole thing up gave him the perfect chance. Then he shoots off again and promises that everyone here will become the spark of war. He even explains how the magic sword tribe kills. First the clothes, then the skin, then the muscles and bones, and finally life. It wants to see faces twist in despair. So yes, the sword is fast, murderous, and somehow still the weirdest person in the room. Capsodia watches it slice through the hall and curses that they have to deal with that speed somehow. Paphemia immediately says she and Sharon should do it and starts calling on Hero's light, but Capsodia cuts her off at once. He yells that the blade reflects light and tells them to stop. Around them, the evacuation is still not finished. The king's shell is running low on power, and fires have already started below. Capsodia turns to Voganus, and the two of them land on the same answer. They need to knock Monocle Killer into the sea. Voganus says he can manage it somehow, but Capsodia says no. This one belongs to Paphemia. Voganus reminds her that even he is at a disadvantage on land, and asks whether she can at least follow the sword's movements. Paphemia hesitates, says she can barely see it, and when Capsodia warns her that this is dangerous, she answers that she would not listen if Voganus said it, but she trusts her master's words. Then she asks for an order and tells him to command her to blow Monocle Killer away. Capsodia accepts, tells her he believes in her, and that one line lands right in her chest. Capsodia calls out to Paphemia and tells her to show everything she has got. Paphemia repeats to herself that Master believed in her, then launches forward with everything she has. Monocle Killer mocks her and says stopping it is impossible, but Paphemia keeps coming anyway and screams that she will do this no matter what. The sword swings, she forces herself in, and then she actually catches it. Everyone freezes for a beat. Even Capsodia blurts out that she really has gotten stronger. Monocle Killer snarls that even if she stopped it, it will just cut her in half right there. And Capsodia fires back with the simplest strategy in the world again, telling her to drop it like that, go straight and kick. He really is winning wars with playground instructions. Paphemia follows it exactly. She tightens her grip, screams and drives a brutal kick straight into Monocle Killer, sending it flying clean out toward the sea. The sword tumbles through the air, crashes near the shoreline, and Paphemia stands there shaking and barely able to believe she did it. Voganus steps in beside her, praises her, and tells her she still has energy left, so she will be fine. Paphemia of course says being praised by him does not make her happy at all. Then Voganus tells her to watch carefully from where she is, because now she is about to see his true power. Capsodia quietly adds that if she still has the strength she should keep watching, because Voganus is the kind of man who made even the previous Demon King tremble when he is in the sea. Monocle Killer sinks into the sea and immediately admits the problem. Its magic works best when it can interfere with air, so underwater it is at a disadvantage. It curses itself for letting its guard down, then bitterly admits the hero on the human side has grown this much already, enough to become a threat to its lord at this rate, and because of that it decides that playing around is over. Before it says it was only toying with her. Now it would rather she just die. That is when Voganus appears in the water and calmly says he knew the thing was still alive. He greets it with a casual yo, then says he came there to kill it. Monocle Killer snaps back at once, tells him not to underestimate it, mocks him as a brute who only understands violence, and says that even if he rules underwater combat he is just a relic from Grisaria's era. It proudly calls itself the king of the magic sword tribe, and declares that he cannot defeat it. Then it lunges and lands a hit, convinced it has him. Voganus takes the blow, bleeds and still laughs. He says he did not expect the thing to actually be that strong, but even so he is not letting it escape. In the next instant the whole fight changes shape. A massive sea dragon form fills the water around the sword, and Monocle Killer suddenly looks very small in comparison. Voganus stares it down and makes it clear that this is the sword's limit, not his. The boss fight does not end there, it just gets a much angrier final form. Monocle Killer cannot understand it. It asks how someone with that kind of power could possibly serve Grisaria. Voganus answers in the most Voganus way possible. He says Grisaria is his prey, that her strength is still raw and interesting, and that is exactly why he will not let the sword kill her. Then he says the sword is the fool for underestimating Grisaria so badly. Monocle Killer notices the water beginning to twist and panics at the sight of a whirlpool, but Voganus cuts the talk short. He says he hates long conversations and tells it to die already. What follows is not a duel anymore. It is execution by ocean. Voganus unleashes a crushing attack through the sea, and the water itself turns into a spiraling weapon. Monocle Killer gets smashed around inside the current, screaming in shock as the attack tears through it. The whirlpool drills straight through with brutal force, and Voganus's deep sea move leaves the sword broken apart and swallowed by the violence of the sea. The thing that loved making others panic gets exactly one reply from the ocean: not today. Back on land, the others watch the water twist into a huge cluster of whirlpools, and Paphemia can only stare and admit that Voganus really is that strong. Sharon sees it too, just as amazed. Then Mariangela arrives with an evacuation setup, and they explain that the prison cage was modified into an airtight amphibious pod for emergency sea landings. Paphemia and Sharon say they are evacuating too, and after all that chaos, the hole in the ground is finally quiet for a second. Then Paphemia looks around, realizes someone is missing, and asks the question that ends on a sharp little drop. Where is her master? Monocle Killer thrashes in the water and panics as Voganus's attack tears into it. It snarls that it let its guard down and curses the fact that underwater its magic is weaker. Even while burning and choking, it keeps its focus on one thing. It tells itself it cannot let Voganus get near its lord, that the hero is not the only threat here, and that it has to survive long enough to report everything. Then it spots a chance, notices that the fight is rising toward the surface, and decides that if it aims for that opening, it might still escape. That hope dies the moment Capsodia appears. He drops in above the water and coldly asks what the sword thinks it is doing to his friend. Then he adds one more line, thanking it for taking care of his disciple earlier. He calls what comes next a small farewell gift to Hell, and tells it to think of it as tuition. With Voganus's massive sea dragon form curling behind him, Capsodia raises a magic circle, looks straight at the sword, and simply tells it to die. The spell lands hard, Monocle Killer screams, and the sea briefly goes still around the damage. Capsodia, now riding on Voganus's giant body, pants and admits that moving around with one leg missing is exhausting, then dryly notes that apparently he can still do it when he has to. From there his mind goes straight back to the bigger mess. He thinks the enemy's goal was probably to divide the nation through assassination and chaos, and that he and the others were an irregular factor that ruined the plan. Then he remembers the lightning he saw, and realizes the one who killed Princess Caroline was probably the same person. Even with this case closed, he says, they still know too little. Peace is still far away, and the enemy is still out there. After that, the tension finally loosens enough for Capsodia to call out to Voganus and ask the question hanging over everything: can demons and humans really make peace? Voganus answers like Voganus, saying that is an impossible question, that humanity is full of cowards if you set Paphemia aside, and that he likes fighting anyway. Capsodia says that sounds exactly like him. Voganus laughs, says he will leave the complicated parts to the others, and then brings up the one person both of them know still stands in the way. Capsodia names Brazier immediately. He says he knows, and explains that Brazier's father was killed when he was young, and that ever since then he has carried a deep hatred toward humanity. Back on the coast, King Augurant steps forward and formally thanks Prince Voganus for protecting the country, even asking forgiveness for his earlier disrespect. Voganus is surprised enough to joke that the king has become pretty humble. Augurant then says Sehon survived because Voganus's predecessor, the Deep Sea King, ruled through fear, and that now Voganus has returned home and saved the kingdom from disaster. To Augurant, that makes this fate, so he asks Voganus to take the throne. Voganus refuses right away. He says that if this country cannot stand without being tied together by fear, then maybe it deserves to break. He tells them to do what they want from then on, as long as his hometown survives, and warns Augurant not to become a lonely king like his own old man. The line lands heavy, because he knows exactly what that kind of king becomes. With that done, Voganus says the match is over, and starts to head home, but Caroline calls after him and begs him to wait. Someone blurts out that calling all this a match is ridiculous, even if it started as an engagement. Then Voganus drops a far nastier truth in the middle of the water and casually says he is already married. Capsodia's whole face locks up. He demands to know where his invitation was, and Voganus reminds him that he sent it back when Capsodia was still in the demon army. Capsodia freezes again when he hears it was a year ago, then remembers that at the time he was drowning in work, covering Voganus's duties and digging through 10 years of missing reports. The man missed a wedding because paperwork hit him harder than most final bosses. Capsodia finally realizes all that suffering had been for Voganus's marriage, and Voganus basically tells him that is mostly his own fault, and that he should have said something sooner. He adds that he was handling resurrection work at the same time, while Capsodia kept throwing himself into sudden battles, and bluntly says that when Capsodia works overtime, he gets scary. Capsodia is genuinely shaken that even Voganus thinks that. Still, after all the shouting and confusion, he awkwardly offers a late congratulations on the marriage. Voganus says he thought Capsodia hated him. Capsodia answers with a flat no way, and we close on that strange little note of relief. After a battle, a conspiracy, a near-national collapse, and one very delayed wedding acknowledgement. Sometime after the mess in Sehon, Capsodia and the others head back toward Cantabria to report everything, and he is just trying to enjoy one quiet moment when he suddenly catches a fishy smell in his room. He turns, sees Caroline lying there, and practically jumps out of his skin. He blurts out why the mermaid princess is in his room, while Caroline weakly asks for water and even oil for use on land. Capsodia complains, but he still gives in right away and says to wait there because he will bring water. Before he can even breathe, Paphemia comes crashing in and shouts to ask what happened. Sharon rushes over too, Mariangela joins in, and all three crowd around Caroline at once. One voice says Caroline probably sneaked in and then messed up, calling it pathetic, while Sharon pushes the practical answer first and says they need water and oil. Capsodia immediately shouts for the medical office, only for another voice to cut in and say Caroline is not dead after all. Caroline, looking half-finished, admits she honestly thought she might die that morning. Even with that chaos, Capsodia reminds himself that Sehon did agree to cooperate for peace between humans and demons, so in his head the mission is almost complete. He starts dreaming about getting rewarded, going back to the Demon King's army, and finally leaving all this nonsense behind. The man is already mentally packing his bags. Then reality sits him down in front of King Alfred. Alfred says peace is impossible, and Capsodia asks why peace would be rejected so quickly. Alfred answers that demons are enemies. Capsodia admits that part is true, but says humans and demons still have things in common. When Alfred asks whether he really means that, Capsodia steps forward and says he does. He says too many lives have already been lost in this long war, and he does not want to watch even more lives get swallowed up. Alfred stares at him, bluntly calls him a fool for loving humanity that much, and then admits Capsodia is serious. After that, Alfred lays out the real problem. He says the war is not something one kingdom can stop alone, because too many countries have too much tied up in it. Even if one nation accepts peace, it means nothing if the others refuse. Cantabria, he says, is only the third strongest among human nations. Above it stand the Desertland Empire, the strongest military state among humans, and the Bulgaria Kingdom, the greatest center of magical skill. If Capsodia can persuade those two countries, Alfred says he will gladly join the peace effort. Capsodia hears that and instantly looks like his soul just filed a complaint. Desertland is packed with famous anti-demon hardliners, and Bulgaria means stepping right back into hero and light magic trouble. Even so, he still forces out that he will do it, while inwardly begging for one chance to go back to Seihan and sleep. Later, the town is lively again. People walk the streets, talk at stalls, and move around like the kingdom is already trying to breathe normally after everything that happened. Two round little mascots bounce along with the group, and someone quietly notes that this was the place he once came from. Then an eye-patched woman appears, looks over the town, and calmly says it is quite a lively place. In the same breath, she reaches over and pinches Capsodia's cheek, because apparently peace talks, war politics, and emotional damage still are not enough for one day. They arrive in the Bulgaria Kingdom with crystal peaks all around, and the castle hanging over the town like it knows it is important. Capsodia looks ahead and thinks the king of Bulgaria has a nasty reputation, then wonders if there is even one person there he can talk sense into. Paphemia, on the other hand, looks around and says the place feels nostalgic, and someone reminds him that Paphemia originally comes from this kingdom, from a tiny tribe deep in the mountains. Right away, the trip stops feeling like a normal diplomatic visit, and starts feeling like fate is dragging him through old business again. Capsodia then remembers that when he chose Paphemia, he went to report it to the queen. Before that thought can settle, he gets corrected hard, and a small figure appears with such pressure that even the air seems to step aside. The figure introduces herself as the king, Agnes Lap Bulgaria. Capsodia tries to introduce himself as a messenger from the Cantabria kingdom, but Agnes cuts across that, notices a strange legendary art nearby, casually remarks that using it for even a second can blind someone, and says it can be burned later. Then, before he can recover, everyone else is pushed aside, and suddenly it is just the two of them. Agnes calmly calls him Lord Capsodia, introduces herself again, and states that he uses death attribute magic and resurrection magic. Capsodia nearly chokes on his own pulse, and demands to know how she figured that out. Agnes studies the whole mess around him, counts up the strange titles and roles tangled around his life, and makes it sound like he somehow collected far too many character settings at once. She notes that a saint would naturally have an inborn gift, and Capsodia instantly starts panicking that she may have seen straight through him. Agnes then tells him that if he has nothing to say, it is her turn, and a moment later she drops into a full sincere thank you. Capsodia is still standing there, confused when people rush in shouting his name, crying with relief and thanking him for saving the queen's life. That is when the story comes out. During the kingdom's once-a-year festival, the Bulgaria specialty was a boo-boo potato stew party, and the potato-loving queen joined in, ate too eagerly, choked on a potato, and nearly died. The official cause of death, being choked on a potato, is not exactly royal, but death apparently did not care about ceremony that day. Agnes then explains that she is both a saint and a beautiful girl, and that her saint ability is clairvoyance, which lets her see things that are far away. After being resurrected, she followed the remaining traces of that magic until they led her to Capsodia. She says it is strange because they had never properly met, but she still felt sure it was him, and Capsodia, finally cornered by the truth, admits it probably was. Once that is settled, Agnes tells him to ask for anything, and says she will do whatever she can. Capsodia does not waste the chance. He says he wants peace negotiations between humans and the demon race. Agnes answers so quickly that it feels like the whole negotiation gets speedrun on the spot, and she simply says that is fine. Just like that, the door opens. Then she asks whether he is heading next to the Desertland Empire, and when he says yes, she gives him a warning that lands a lot heavier than her small size suggests. Humanity's strongest, she says, is not the kind of enemy he should try to outplay with tricks. He needs to face them head-on. Capsodia repeats that in his head, head-on against humanity's strongest, and then quietly wonders if that is not just another way of saying he is about to die. The moment Capsodia arrives in the Desertland Empire, Emperor Lasama Adewai, Deserant starts roaring his own name and title so hard that Capsodia can barely get the word peace out. He tries anyway, but one look at the Emperor is enough to make him realize the face them head-on plan is already falling apart, because this man is not exactly built for calm conversation. Paphemia watches for a moment, says she thinks she understands, and steps forward. She asks if His Majesty wants to fight, then boldly says she will be his opponent. Capsodia panics and tells her to get back, but Paphemia insists the Emperor is basically saying the same thing, even though he very much is not. Still, the challenge is accepted, and the whole talk instantly turns into a match. Paphemia smiles, says they should make it a good match, and then drops the Emperor so cleanly that the whole thing ends in one brutal throw. He slams into the ground. The crowd erupts, and somehow that counts as successful diplomacy. By the time they are already leaving, Capsodia can only sit there and say he is glad the negotiations ended safely. In Desirant, apparently safe just means nobody exploded. On the ride after that, Sharon gently asks whether Paphemia was really okay with how things went, and when Bubugaria comes up, she reminds her that it is her hometown, and says she can still visit if she wants. Paphemia thanks her, then quietly says she should have told them sooner. Her hometown is gone. Capsodia is thrown off and points out that she had said her family was safe, and Paphemia explains that her family survived, but the village did not. When he asks whether the attackers were demons, she says she cannot remember clearly. All she remembers are bright red flames, and how her village burned down in an instant. That hits Capsodia hard, because destroying a whole village that fast takes terrifying power. He immediately thinks of Brazier, then rejects the idea just as fast, saying there is no reason Brazier would attack such a remote place, and that nothing like that appeared in the military records. Paphemia brushes it off as the usual pain in her head, tells him not to worry, and Capsodia silently decides they have to hurry with the peace negotiations. Far away from that, Grisaria summons Voganus, and praises him for cooperating with Capsodia to secure the Sihan agreement. Even with that praise, the room is tense. When she is asked why she called them, she says it is about the Death Cloud race that acted insolently toward her and the Magic Sword race from Sihan. Then she orders the prisoner brought in. Chained up before her is Monocle Killer, the self-proclaimed king of the Magic Sword race. When someone asks if he was actually brought back to life, Grisaria says she still has many questions for him. Monocle Killer addresses her as Grisaria, child of Zora, and she calmly tells him she will overlook that insolence for now, but if he does it again, she will grind his fragments into powder like seasoning. Grisaria starts with the first question and asks why he is still alive when her predecessor was supposed to wipe his kind out. Monocle Killer answers that survivors remained. Grisaria immediately tears into that and asks if a king really survived, so shamelessly as a king. He snaps back in fury and says her relentless pursuit got his retainers killed and his people slaughtered, and that he survived only by crawling through mud so he could one day take revenge on her. Grisaria answers with no sympathy at all, and tells him he mismanaged his people. He explodes and demands to know if she is saying their deaths were his fault. Grisaria coldly says that if it did not sound that way, she apologizes. It is the kind of apology that somehow makes things worse. Then Monocle Killer suddenly breaks loose and lunges straight at Grisaria. Voganus and the others react at once and cry out for the Demon King, but Grisaria does not even flinch. She destroys him again before he can reach her, shattering the attack on the spot. For a brief second, it looks like the interrogation is over. Then a new voice says it was not her. Everyone turns, and standing there in a dark transformed form, with wings and a tail, is a figure they recognize in shock. The voice in the room names her at once, Saint Sharon. And with that, the whole situation twists into something far stranger than anyone in that room was ready for. Grisaria stares at the figure in front of her, and the room finally puts it together. The one who stepped in is the Demon King's younger brother. The brother people say almost never shows himself in public. Grisaria immediately snaps at him and asks if he understands what he just did, because he ended a vital witness. He answers without a hint of guilt, saying not to be mad because protecting his sister is a brother's duty. Then he casually adds that she can always bring the dead back anyway, and when that lands badly, he quickly says it was a joke and tells her to relax. After that, he offers exclusive intel as an apology, and says the traitor belongs to the old Demon King faction. When someone thinks he means the previous Demon King, he says no, he means Bujalga, the first Demon King, the origin of the demon race, the ruler who once stood over all demonkind until demons, sea folk and humans joined forces to bring him down. He keeps going and says the goal of that faction is simple. They want to resurrect Bujalga. He says the old Demon King's line stretches back much farther than Grisaria thinks, and that the dissatisfied are being gathered around that cause. When someone asks how they could do that without a body, he says part of the answer is already right in front of them. The Magic Sword race and the Death Cloud race are involved, including the one that took over Grisaria's body. Grisaria asks where he got that information, and he teases her by asking whether she means the old faction, or the way she slipped up. The tension turns sharp enough that killing him is openly on the table, and he answers that whether she kills him or not depends on the situation, though he will not go down easily. Then he says it is faster to ask his source directly, and that source walks in wearing a maid outfit. It is LEP. When everyone stares, the answer is shamelessly simple. She is there because she is his maid now, and the pay is good. So the room gets secret intel and a maid reveal in one breath. With that settled, the younger brother says they now have to stop Bujalga's resurrection. Grisaria says she already knows that, but reminds him that peace negotiations come first. He answers that he will handle that part himself. When she asks why now, he says his sister is in trouble. The demon race is facing an existential crisis, and as her brother he has to move. He also points out that Bujalga would need a vessel strong enough to hold a soul that massive, and there are not many of those around. Since Grisaria and Leviana cannot go themselves, someone with status has to attend the conference, and in that sense the Demon King's brother is perfect. He says fate keeps pulling everything toward that same town, like some strange singularity, and then ruins the dramatic mood by admitting he blew through his money after hiring Elite and wants an advance on his allowance. A moment later the scene jumps to Capsodia, who finds out the peace conference is being held in Noville, and reacts like his soul just left his body for the 14th time. Capsodia wakes up with Sharon and the others around him, counts himself back into consciousness, and remembers exactly why his neck hurts. He had been heading to Noville. He recalls being asked to host the peace conference there, and protests right away. Another location near the demon realm gets rejected, the border is dismissed, and the king's side makes it clear the venue is already decided by royal decree. Capsodia realizes the real reason is basically that nobody wants the freezing borderlands and their miserable conditions, and just like that, Noville becomes the chosen site. He grumbles that this means he has to go back first and convince the townspeople before the delegations arrive. It has been more than 2 months since he left for Sicheon. Mariangela will come later with the official party, and despite everything, Noville still feels strangely nostalgic to him. When he finally returns, the town greets him in a way that feels wrong immediately. A man calls out to Lord Kapua like nothing happened. Someone else says he is back, and then a child points at him and tells his mother there is a weird person. Another adult hurriedly tells the child not to point. Capsodia stands there, taking psychic damage in public, and starts wondering if Elite, while acting as his proxy, somehow terrorized the whole town before quitting. He heads for Misteltam's shop, but along the way he hears that the current acting lord is gone, and that an incredible adventurer showed up while he was away. The townspeople describe that man with a strange mix of fear and admiration, saying the old "this is bad" feeling came back with him. They say he looks sharp, has red hair, a sharp nose, and is honestly pretty handsome. Capsodia hears that description and freezes on the spot, because now the alarm bells are not ringing, they are screaming. Then the crowd starts shouting that Mr. B. Rail is here, and the stranger steps into view. People welcome him back warmly, call him Lord B. Rail, pile food and attention on him, and he thanks everyone with easy calm, chatting like he has belonged there forever. He accepts cookies, speaks politely, and moves through the town with the kind of effortless favor that normally takes years to build. Capsodia stares, already knowing before the man fully turns. Then the stranger faces him, smiles and says his name, Capsodia. That is when the shock lands clean. The man standing there, alive and smiling in the middle of Noville, is Brazier. The people around Capsodia stare at the man beside him and wonder who he is, and Capsodia nearly short-circuits on the spot. He knows that face, it is definitely Brazier. But everything else feels wrong. The tone is wrong, the mood is wrong. The man in front of him is acting nothing like the Brazier he remembers. This is supposed to be the same demon who is cold to every woman except Luviana, arrogant to the core, and above all else hates humans. So when Brazier gets that close to him in public, Capsodia's mind just falls down the stairs. While holding him close, Brazier quietly passes him a message for later that night at the Capua Land Lost and Found Center. That makes the strange behavior click into place for Capsodia. He tells himself there is no other way to read it. Brazier must be undercover, because otherwise there is no reason he would ever pull a stunt like that and then tell him to come hear the full story after dark. When night comes, Capsodia heads to the meeting spot, already tense enough to snap. Kier greets him calmly, says the place feels quieter than before, and tells him to come inside. Capsodia tries to stay calm, but he is fully aware that Brazier is the very man who exiled him, and if things go bad here, this reunion could turn into a fight at any second. Instead, Brazier says he needs help. Recently, powerful monsters have been appearing around Noville, most likely chimera-type magic beasts, and because they are still hiding in the forest, Capua Land has been temporarily shut down. Capsodia hears that and says they should go deal with it together, because people are waiting for the place to reopen. That is when the mood shifts again. Capsodia realizes Brazier has been protecting the town in his place, and blurts it out. Brazier takes it in stride, then throws back the sort of answer only Brazier would give, acting like he only did it because Capsodia was incompetent. Capsodia presses him after that, and asks the question still bothering him, whether he is on some undercover mission. Brazier says no, apologizes for not explaining sooner, and starts telling him what really happened. Brazier says that right now he cannot remember anything beyond his childhood. He woke up in a strange laboratory with no idea who he was. He panicked and ran. While wandering around, he met a dog, followed that strange path as if he were being guided, and ended up in Noville. The townspeople helped him, treated him kindly, and supported him in all kinds of ways. He admits he is not exactly great at hiding the fact that he is a demon, but even so, he stayed there. As time passed, some of his memories began to return, and now he says he can remember up to when he was 50. That childish way of speaking hits Capsodia harder than anything else. It reminds him of the old days right away. Fragments from back then flash through his mind, and before he can stop himself, he blurts out a name from that time. Dia. Brazier turns to him at once and says Capsodia's name back. Capsodia stumbles, asks how Brazier could recognize him like this, and Brazier calmly tells him he can still tell because Capsodia looks just as unlucky as ever. It is rude, blunt, and somehow weirdly reassuring. The man really has not lost that part of himself. With that, Capsodia says he understands the situation for now, and Brazier agrees they can talk properly tomorrow. The two of them stand there in the quiet night with the tension finally easing for a moment. After all the suspicion, the answer turns out to be stranger than a secret mission. Brazier was not scheming in the shadows at all. He had lost his memory, drifted into Noville, and ended up protecting Capsodia's town like fate got bored, and decided to write a very inconvenient reunion by hand.